All right. We in business. We did it. We did it. I hope we didn't lose anybody. I tried to be clear with everybody that was watching that we were doing this. I hope they heard me. Because I do need to get in my car once I get Obsidian up here. DB, what's up, boo? Hello. Good morning. What am my battery on? 38%. Yeah, so are we gonna do here? Let me check it out right now. WFLA, right? Ooh, let's close a couple of these tabs though. That's cute. Close that. Oh, don't close that one. That's the one we want. Because I got the Gabby video ready, but first, oops, not full screen. First, let's go to WFLA. Because you can always rewind that. Okay, WFLA. Okay, cool with me, Kimmy Kins. Hey, Marley 13. What's up, baby? Good morning. See, Obsidian, she be on that CPT time. I'm going to be here 30 minutes waiting just for her to come so I could add her to the stream. Okay. I'm not complaining, Obsidian. Take your time, dear. It's okay. All right, let me see. Live now. Brian Laundrie's parents leave with police escort. Search for Gabby Petito's fiance expands in Florida. Obsidian, she'll be here. She believes in better late than never. Heather Land, you made it over. Cool. We got our people back. And moderators that are here, just beware, because I got a lot of names up, and you'll get a lot of different people, maybe some new people, and just, you know how we do. Keep our vibe. Let me see who else we got in here. Oh, Tracy, that's what I've been wanting. Okay. Obsidian. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, I'm gonna put the video on, and I'm gonna look out for you on my other laptop while I get myself together a little bit to get out of here. That gives you a little time, Obsidian. Oh, I need to share screen over here. Ooh, look at the searchers. Ooh, that would have been cool in the search video. Share screen. Okay. Tracy, I'm starving now. Oh, we love you too. Look, you see, my stomach's growling. I'm hungry. DB, we love you too. You know that. Oh my God. My stomach is growling so loud. I'm surprised y'all can't hear that. Like, it's really like yelling at me right now. Okay, so here we go. Obsidian, I am waiting and looking for you. Oh, they did. They returned it to his parents. Interesting. Maybe they were just checking to be checking. I didn't know what that really had to do with it. Maybe they were just hoping to find anything. Yeah, Kimmy Kins, man. Obsidian does that. She'll start that food talk in a minute. I'm blaming her. And if I ever gain weight, I'm gonna blame her. Look at this search vehicle. I think this, you guys know I'm fascinated with the search process and techniques. Look at it's like a lawnmower tank sort of thing that they're in. But damn, won't y'all run him over if he down there? Or is there like a thermal imaging on the front of that mug? I know y'all can't hear it. It's muted.
Continue to follow, then there's going to be energy behind the search efforts.
The officer being investigated. Sorry, that's probably an old question. DB, yes, I gave you a wrench a while ago. Did you just realize that? You're welcome. Thank you for accepting. Sarah, help me understand. It could be a different point in the video, or are we talking about Baby Joe still? No, because there wouldn't be an officer being investigated. Or are we talking about Gabby? Help me out, because you know we run through a lot of names over here. But clarify that one and we'll get it answered. Leslie said the city of Moab will investigate. Oh, okay. The police handling of a dispute between Gabby, Petito, and Brian Laundrie. Good. Because I just said that. We were just talking about that. Yeah. Sarah, Leslie is confirming that the city of Moab will investigate the police handling that dispute because, maybe they could have prevented this. But if they weren't trained, what could they do? What could they do? I guess they did the best they could, but I do think they mishandled some things that you should just know as a person. Just the common sense should kick in, especially as an officer, to be able to see certain signs. Marley 13 said, did you all see where the neighbors of Brian's parents said the parents got a new camper and went camping for a weekend with Brian when he came back without Gabby? Jesus. I heard a little bit about the new camper or them going camping, but I didn't hear all of that. Interesting. Let me find this video before I think I titled it. I want to show you guys something. I really thought this was interesting since I'm waiting on Obsidian. It's only like 7 minutes. I saved it. All right, let me see. I saved it here. And it's called, oh no, it's not here. You guys probably have seen it or at least snippets of it. But I really like this video and also want to show some love. Oh my God. Also want to show some love to the lady who was driving that van because her family, they lost a child too, which is why they do the drives. And it was his birthday when she found the footage of Gabby's van, right? It's just like so. Yeah. Somebody give me the word. I can't think of the word, but damn it. Where's Obsidian? I know she knows the word I'm pulling for, but I thought that was really deep. They lost a child and then it was his birthday when they found Gabby's van, which helped to lead to uncovering what's going on with Gabby. Like she felt like it was a sign from her son and that he helped her with that. And I think that's beautiful. So where did I put this? This would be here. And I think I just called it Gabby's van. This is a part of another project, but I want to share it. DC, there we go. Gabby's van. All right, yeah. No Obsidian yet. Thank you. Yes, Red, White, and Bethune. Yes. They were on the news. You know what? I should have did that different.
So go ahead and tell me, I mean, I know it's been a long couple of days, but talk about the trip that you've been on and how you just came across this footage of Gabby and Brian's van.
Yeah, I mean, we live full time in our bus, so we travel the country full time, and we had just ended up needing a place to camp for the night and happened upon the Spread Creek camping area. And when we pulled in, we've got double GoPros. So we have one that faces front and one that faces my husband while he's driving. And as we're going in, he talks a little bit.
Thank you, Tracy P.
And totally forgot to shut the GoPros off. And the GoPros just keep rolling. And we passed by their van, our white van. And the white van had Florida plates. And we were excited because, like, we're Florida, hometown Tampa Bay. And so we wanted to stop and talk to them. But the van was dark. It was all closed up. It really didn't look like anyone was there or somebody was sleeping. And so we just kept on going. It was very, very, very busy in there. So we just turned around, came back, and then went up to the front gravel lot to park because we couldn't find anywhere else.
So how do you I know that you're a vlogger as well. So you're going through all your footage. When is it that you really learned about the search for Gabby? I'm sure last week when all of us did, but when was it kind of that aha?
Yeah, I mean, we had heard about it, but the timeline just didn't add up, the original timeline, to when we were in the Tetons for one night. And I'm so sorry that I got a call. I'm going to put my phone on Do Not Disturb, so that way people don't call me.
That's all right.
All right.
Just unmute. Sorry.
It's been a lot. I am so
No,
sorry.
you're okay. Do not apologize whatsoever. So just go ahead. You said like the timeline didn't add up. Keep going from there if you don't mind.
Yeah, the timeline just did not add up, and so we didn't think twice about it. And then Saturday evening, I was editing our Sunday video that was coming out the next day, and I just needed to take a break. So I went and got my phone, and as soon as I got my phone, I got a notification that says I was tagged in a story. And the story was saying that if you were in the Tetons on August 27th, to please look through anything you have, think back to that. And she was like, Jen, I think you were there. And we were. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm editing the August 27th footage right now. And I ran to the computer, pulled out my footage, scrolled through it, and lo and behold, Gabby's van was recorded in there by a complete accident.
How did you even feel at that moment when you saw that van, knowing that you have possibly, well, now we know the piece of evidence that was really needed?
I was just in that moment, like relief just washed over me, because I could give this to their parents, to Gabby's parents, and say, hey, here's the van, go do whatever you need to do. Like, I was just so happy that we caught that on camera and were able to give that to them.
You very much, I mean, Gabby, I'm not sure if she ever saw your stuff, but she was trying to follow a lifestyle that you and your family are living. This case is not ending the way that any of us wanted it to, but just knowing that you're able to give the family at least closure and possibly some information for whatever is going to develop over the next couple of days. I mean, it almost feels like you were meant to be there at that point in time. Your camera was meant to be rolling.
There was so many things that were just coincidence that lined up for it to be kismet, I guess. And we were just at the right place at the right time. And so thankful that we were able to capture that.
That area, I'm down here. How would you even describe that area to people that aren't from that area, that don't know those national parks, have only lived in Florida or different?
It is a very desolate area. Cell phone service was not good. We barely got any signal while we were there personally. And it's very dense, a lot of bushes, there's a lot of trees. All of the off-grid, like camping sites, are tucked away behind different trees and bushes and stuff. So you're very separated from everybody else and kind of secluded, even though like it was very packed.
So with the footage, did you call the FBI right away? Or I'm not sure how much you can actually go into some of the stuff with the investigation, but what did you do immediately when you saw that and kind of heard about this?
We found the footage at like about 12:05 in the morning. And coincidentally, it was Ethan's birthday when we found the footage. And we called the FBI at 12:08. I had to look up their number, called them. I was shaking. Like, I was like, listen, I have found the van. You have to do something. Like, I need to talk to somebody. Like, I knew it was her van. And they were like, well, we're going to direct you over to our website where all the tips go. And you just upload your video there. And if they need any more information, they'll call you. I haven't received anything. We've been kind of inundated with phone calls and all the things. But I keep checking back, and I'm definitely available and will cooperate fully with them.
Okay, and then I know you have others to go to, but just talk about Ethan a little bit. Tell me about this journey that you are on, especially for your son and your family.
Yeah, we lost Ethan back in September of 2011 in a car accident. We were on our way to Disney for his 7th birthday, and he would have turned 17 yesterday, and I fully believe that Ethan had a hand in bringing Gabby home for sure.
I think you're right. And I just got goosebumps. So that means that you're right. Is there anything else that you'd like to say?
No, I just want to say that Gabby's family is so amazing. I've talked to her mom and her dad. Such wonderful, kind-hearted, beautiful people that I am blessed to know. They're hurting right now, and I think we still need to be focused on finding Brian. And anybody that still has clues or was in that area around that time, or if they've seen him in Florida, no clue is too small. If you think you have video footage, send it in. Like, we've got to get the rest of the answers for this family.
Amen. That's a fact. I just thought that was really sweet. So her son Ethan, his birthday, 17th birthday, would have been the same day that she was able to find Gabby's van, a needle in a haystack, in her video from their travels. I just, hey, I believe that the spirits can definitely guide you, the spirits of our loved ones. So that was Gabby's angel. So Obsidian is taking all day. I do still have to kind of throw on some clothes, so I'm going to give her a little longer, but I'm going to go ahead and play this. We'll just jump in where they are. You guys can bring us up to speed if we are, I it's okay, Randy. I get what both of you guys are saying, Sarah and Randy. I totally do. Dispatch has to give them all the info so that they know exactly what they're dealing with. However, once they get out there, they need to be completely aware and figure things out. It's kind of like, I guess it's a catch-22, They didn't tell them, but shit, Ray Charles could see that this girl was stressed out. Yeah, she probably cooking and eating. I think Amanda S. Vita was going into some of his posts and stuff like that, DB. I haven't gone there yet. And I probably will once we catch him and all that. Right now, I'm following more on an overview basis, so I haven't gotten all into the thick of things. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, the body language sucked. I totally think it's gonna be one of those things, since we definitely don't argue here. It's gonna be one of those things where people agree to disagree. Some people don't blame the cops. Dispatch should have got it together. Some people, like me, say they both are at fault because you both have a critical job that you need to do to the utmost every time. And then some people are going to say, it wasn't dispatch. So it is what it is. We usually just agree to disagree on certain topics because everybody's entitled to their opinion. And not one of us really knows who fucked up. We really don't. Who dropped that damn ball? But I do believe, as a former dispatcher, not for 911, but for anything, if you're the dispatcher, your job is critical. Critical. You get that information firsthand, and you have to deliver it a certain way so the officers know what they are getting into. And then there's another one, Sarah. I agree. He's running like he's guilty. So he looks guilty to me. But as we saw from a couple of people earlier in the room that have been, was it Kimmy Kins and somebody else that have been blocked on Facebook for putting this fool's face out there saying, hey, be on the lookout. People are trolling because they feel there's always a defense. There's always a defense. And they feel like, we don't know what happened. We don't know why he's disappeared. We don't know that he did this. And you're going to have that crew. And that's fine with me. But I believe if you're not guilty, you don't act guilty. And he's acting guilty. That's my opinion. There's going to be a few different ones until it all comes out. This complete coroner report, even that won't tell unless his DNA comes up on, which it probably will because that's her boyfriend. But unless they get the right hit, they still can't just go, yep, he did it. Not without proof. And it sucks. It really sucks because he could have done it. Ugh, who is this? I'm sorry, somebody just wrote. Okay, y'all, I'm sorry, I got audio. Sorry. Some messages have to get an immediate response. That one bothered me a little bit. No, I wasn't DB. I was gonna be a 911 operator. Believe it or not, I was so mad. Oh my God, I've been typing my whole life. And I could not meet their requirement. I was literally 1 word off per minute. And that's what I'm saying. It's a critical job and they don't play. I was handed the opportunity. All you got to do is show up here with the typing certificate and you're going to start orientation. I couldn't get it. I tried so hard. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with me? I know I could type, but my nerves get bad on typing tests and stuff. And I don't know, maybe it just wasn't meant to be. But at one point in my life, I was going that direction. But my dispatching is from like emergency roadside assistance, where people call, they're stranded, and you got to pinpoint where they are, and then you got to tell the driver where they are and how to find them. And that is not always easy. Not everybody is just pulled over on the side of the road down the street. Some people are in the middle of wherever Gabby was, and they still need help. And they don't even know where they are because they've been driving for 6 hours. The last mile marker was way back there at the Texaco where they got gas, and they don't remember. So it turns into a lot of like tracking. You got to pull out maps. Sometimes you got to make phone calls to become a local in a way. And whatever you got to do, you got to make sure the dispatcher knows where they're going and what to expect. So they come with the right utensils or tools or the right truck if they're towing. It's a lot to it, and you need to be on it. But it is your job to relay that info damn near verbatim. That I know with any dispatch, because you're the middleman. I said I was going to unmute this and get dressed. Aiden's mom, I think it happened in her pregnancy with him, but with Brian's parents, can't pinpoint it. Aiden. I think I jumped into somebody else's business. Oh, Aiden. Oh, yeah, I did. You guys have a conversation about Fucci. Oh, my God. That's another one I haven't talked much about, but I follow it here and there. I like sometimes to let stories sort themselves out a little bit before I start covering it, or you just get lost in the thick of things. It's hard to tell a story that's still really unfolding with so much confusion. So that's why I'm still on Gabby's part of the story, because we know it up to this point. And then the following of Brian, because he fills in the rest of Gabby's story. And then there'll be Brian's story. And they're like 2 different stories. Aiden is his own damn story. Oh, my God. Yes, he is. Yes, hit the thumbs up. Let him know we in the house. And let's go ahead and let me check the StreamYard. Okay, this one should be muted. This one. That's right. That should be muted. Okay. And let's check in. I know Kimmy Kins is like, today. That's wrong. Nope, not that one. We'll look at that afterwards, Sarah. That's what I was going to show, the original body cam footage, because we were critically thinking through that. So we will go there. For now, let's check in on WFLA. Let's go ahead and give them a thumbs up, because they have been on it nonstop. And unmute. Obsidian. 10 minutes, and I gotta go.
I like to think that there's still, of course, some really extremely good and hardworking people there. As far as when you go beyond local, of course there is. There's really hardworking people out there at a level that goes beyond local. But I just want to, I'll speak to myself and speak to Walt and speak to our team here. We are local journalists here. This is our coverage area, and we care about our community. The story means a lot to us, and we're going to treat it with compassion and sensitivity and tenderness and accuracy. most importantly, that it deserves. Carly here. Carly where? Hashtag HJB. Does no one in the neighborhood have a doorbell? This is big today. Big.
People obsessed with that camping trip.
One more time. Full credit to Fox News getting the interview with the Guthries last night. You can watch it on their website. I'm not going to say, you know, that's go watch it. Go watch the interview. It was an interview that was live on Fox television, and they had it. And the Guthries talked about how the camper left for a period of about 3 days. It was about a week to a week and a half after Brian returned home with the Ford white van. And now, where did that camper? If that's accurate information from the Guthries, where did the camper go? And who's got a doorbell camera? Everyone's got a doorbell camera. I don't have one yet. I don't either. I'm going to share a secret. With our audience here. I really hope my father-in-law isn't watching. I received a Ring doorbell and for a recent holiday or as a recent gift, and I haven't installed it yet. So I hope he's not watching. But everyone has a doorbell camera. I have one. It's just in my closet, and I'm yet to actually install it on the front of my house. I am going to install it now because I don't want anyone not knowing that I don't have a doorbell attached, a Ring doorbell attached to the front of my house. Point being is, staying on the tracks here, does anybody, Walt, in this area have a Ring doorbell? Well, I think it's likely. With how common that technology is now, right?
Yeah, very likely. It's not even that expensive, so very likely. But again, I'm not sure what it tells us. I did have somebody reach out to me on Twitter. Let's see. It is significant because I had said, why is it relevant? And wrote, it's relevant because they could have taken evidence away before the rest of us knew she was missing. I guess that's true. But again, it's all guessing at this point. And
I think that everyone here wants to pursue every possible lead here. And this is a potential lead that was used in Brian's disappearance. So the camper, as I keep saying here, could be something big. It could be something just insignificant. We don't know. But again, that's now an element here that we can answer questions about here live on stream. Serena Kanadu, hashtag hey JB, hashtag hey Walt. Hopefully I didn't butcher your last name there, Serena. Why can't they bring the parents of Brian in for questioning? Is someone helping them out? This is really frustrating. Let me just one more time linger on that last word here, because people say this is really frustrating, and we hear you. But Walt, why can't they bring in the parents of Brian Logic for questioning?
Well, they could, but the parents have every right not to answer any questions. They absolutely could. We have no indication that they did bring them in, but they could, and we do know there were 2 occasions that officers were in that house with the parents, last Friday and then last on Monday. Did they ask them questions then? We don't know, but they absolutely could bring the parents in for questioning. But the parents also 100%, because of the Constitution, could say, I don't have to answer anything. They are not obligated to answer anything because of their right against self-incrimination. And they also don't have to answer anything about what their child did or did not do.
Here with you live on WFLA Now. 8 on your side, senior investigator Walt Petito, JB Buno here with you live on WFLA Now, where we talk to you. Separating fact and separating fact from fiction here. So Walt is, of course, here, spending some time here with us. And Walt, today, how much time do you have with us today?
I've got another 15 minutes, probably.
Okay. We'll see if we can any of these questions and comments here as possible, and I'll see if we can alert our staff here in a moment just here to join us. I'm just going to type in. Can you be here with us to one? Come on, Walt, give us till 1:30. How about that?
Sure.
All right.
23 minutes.
Give us 1 second here, folks. We want to be able to continue the stream.
A lot of people asking online, pulling his financial, expecting a crime. But again, keep in mind, when we find those things out and you see them in other crimes. Generally, we find whether it's in the indictment, if there ever is an indictment, or the information as the feds use an information, something called an information, because so those things come out afterwards. They don't tell us those things ahead of time, and there's a good reason for it. They don't want us to know, as one person asked me, because they want him to still, if he's using a credit card, which wouldn't seem real smart right now, they're watching his credit cards.
Yep.
Of course,
there's so much information that we likely don't know at this time,
right,
because of that.
And they're, again, it's not is Law and Order still on? Law and Order still on, right?
Didn't they just bring back Elliot Stabler? No, I'm serious.
So now, and much of what we do can be kind of boring. We are waiting, just like you are, tracking things, pulling strings. That, again, their focus is to get this guy in because he's a person of interest and he's a missing person. That's their focus. Their focus is not informing us because we're interested in this story. So yeah, it's frustrating, but we don't know whether those things have happened, and we wish we did. But as soon as we know, we will get them out lightning fast.
Jamie Vega, #AJB, and yes, we will get things out lightning fast. That's WFLA Now. We take the now pretty seriously here, folks. So if there's any breaking development at any portion of the day, we're live within moments on the platform that you're currently watching on. Jamie is one of many who have asked this question, #AJB. Will they be selling the bracelets to the public, and where can we be? Again, talking about the bracelet that I was talking about earlier, that was very, very kindly sent my way. That's very, very touching, from family and friends of Gabby Petito. And they asked me to wear it, and I'm wearing it here. I have not received information as to whether they're mass producing them. They said they're running out of beads. Quite frankly, that's exactly what they told me a moment ago on my phone. And they're running out of beads, but they're gonna. I think that they're gonna do everything they can to ensure that as many people can wear it and honor Gabby's memory as possible. Heather Meek, #AJB. Have they really investigated the man that was seen on the game camera on those people's property? Yes, we can talk about this now.
Stop asking. No, I'm half kidding. I'm half kidding, but yes, they fully have investigated that guy. It's not him. The police up there, law enforcement up there said they tracked down who it was. They did search for Brian. No sign of Brian Laundrie up there, and also they said to add in Laundrie would have been up there. But really the important point is, and by the way, JB and I disagreed on the fact that I thought the guy did kind of look like Brian Laundrie. Maybe it wasn't as close. So I get what you're saying, but no, the law enforcement up there has said that is not Brian Laundrie. They found out who that is and determined it is not Brian Laundrie.
Yeah, that's the only thing Walt and I have disagreed on all week long, is that I thought the trail camera shot looked nothing like Brian Laundrie, and he did.
By the way, this came out too, and I've reached out about it, but have not heard back. This area has trail cameras. 7 to 10 trail cameras. And they're available. You can see the results are online. They take video, really actually remarkable video of animals, the wildlife out there, and those cameras, I believe, are somewhat hidden. And for all we know, there was it was out there at some point. I don't know whether I read it or heard it, that organization could be cooperating with investigators, and maybe that's why they're out there. Maybe those trail cameras that I believe work at night as well, because I saw a night vision of an alligator. You only saw his eyeballs. It was kind of creepy.
Yeah.
But that is on Friends of Carlton Reserve.org, I think. If you Google it, Friends of and we've reached out to them to try to. I reached out to them to ask, give me I want to see. I'd like to see, or hear from somebody who really knows it, and these folks really know it. This website's actually quite remarkable. Great pictures of life and all that stuff out there. But those folks know this area better than anybody.
Yep.
And on this site, I've seen what kind of snake is this? This is there's a diamondback rattlesnake right there. That's out in the woods. Alligators, wild boars. You may laugh about a wild boar, but wild boar, razorback, those are dangerous as well. And all those things are something that if Laundrie's out there, he's facing, and if law enforcement's out there, they're facing as well. Here's another eastern diamondback, but there are, I believe, 7 to 10 cameras in that wooded area that could very well either have picked up pictures of Brian or in the future pick up pictures of Brian. I don't know how well they're hidden. And again, the friends of Carlton Reserve have not gotten back to me about discussing any of that with me.
If there's a camera on in this area, I would imagine it's going to be used to help out law enforcement. Everything is on the table. They're bringing in, look at that vehicle there. I mean, that thing is huge.
That's the one I believe we saw go deep into the woods, right?
Yes, that's it right there. The swamp buggy. I mean, that thing can go over some serious terrain and run over trees. I mean,
crazy.
It's insane how powerful some of these all-terrain vehicles are here. I have to point this out, and I'm a little bit embarrassed to admit, was talking about Law and Order. I didn't know this, but apparently Law and Order Organized Crime with starring Christopher Maloney as Elliot Stabler. That, I'm embarrassed to admit, that premieres tonight on WFLA News Channel 8. So at 10,
we're smarter than we think.
No, I'm so invested in this story that I don't know anything going on in the world right now. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea. So that is, I'm reading it from NBC.com. For anyone who's loves that show, that is on tonight. I'm a WFLA employee, so I have to.
This is not Law and Order.
This is not Law and Order. This is not a TV show.
So some of the questions we ask, I think we get a lot of. I've had multiple police officers tell me, there's always questions about fingerprints. Did they get fingerprints? Fingerprints are not as easy to get as they are on TV shows, and they are generally not as helpful. In fact, I've covered a lot of trials. I don't remember fingerprints being a key in a lot of those trials. And maybe it's because maybe they had them and didn't need them. But my point is, they're not as easy to get as a lot of things in those TV shows are way easier to get, including, we've discussed this, the search warrants, getting parents to talk, finding suspects in wooded areas. It's a lot harder. I mean, look how hard this is for these officers. And I'm not sticking up for the officers at all, although I respect what they're having to do out there. I'm just, and to the point made by a lot of people that, why are they there? He's not there. Nobody knows whether he's there or not. No, if you know that he's not there, you're sort of hinting that you know where he is. Please share that with us so that this search can end if you know where he is.
I had a bit of an emotional moment here on stream a couple days ago, and I was talking about all the people that are blasting law enforcement here, and I want to just clarify some of the comments that I made, and I think that there's some obvious frustrations out there towards law enforcement. Clearly, there's a lot of frustrations out there right now towards law enforcement, and what I was trying to point out in that earlier moment on stream a couple of days ago was that I was trying to encourage people to be part of the solution, and that if you should be trying to share as much news on this story and share Brian's image, and that pounding the keyboard and being very, very critical of law enforcement is adding to the pile of comments that are already a mile high, is what I was saying. And so there were some people that were clapping back saying, JB, I'm an American. I have freedom of speech. I have a right to criticize law enforcement. My taxpayer dollars are going to law enforcement. I have every right as an American to sit here at home on my keyboard, on my phone, and tell law enforcement I don't think they're doing a good job. And I totally understand where you're coming from, and I get that, and I completely agree with you. It's your right as an American to speak out. And that's why we feature your comments here. That is fundamentally at the core of what we do here at WFLA Now. So I would just want to let people know that I understand exactly where you're coming from, and I do agree that there's already endless amounts of comments out there pertaining to criticism of law enforcement, and that I would Brian's image online shares like his image and his facial features and all that. I wish that there was as much of that as there was criticism for law enforcement, and that's just a little bit more behind that moment that I had on stream. A couple of Heather, to answer your question, they have investigated it. That was in Baker, Florida. That is not Brian Laundrie. They have determined that definitively. Joseph, #HeyJB. How come no one has spoken to any of Brian or Gabby's friends?
Again, we don't know that answer. Again, again, I'm going to say this again. I've said, let's stay on the Law and Order part of this. We, although I don't see them talking.
Not the TV show, Law and Order, like Law and
both.
Order.
Actually, both. I mean, they're not talking right now. They're not discussing with us. We do not bang on the door, down the doors of the officers. All of them are out there. They offer us a briefing at the end of the day. That's it. And again, they are. This is a federal. The homicide part of this is a federal investigation. The feds do not. They will talk to us as a source, but generally do not want us to repeat that. It's more for background. They do not. They're not going to respond. They neither confirm nor deny. So we don't know whether they've talking to Brian or Gabby's friends. But I'll tell you what, we've tried to do that. We've tried to do that to some degree. And I always think if we're trying to do it, they probably have too, as in law enforcement, but they're not going to share what they found out about that. So it's a good question. It's just that police are focused on finding Brian. They're focused on collecting evidence in the homicide. They're not focused necessarily on us, but they do appreciate, I think, people looking for Laundrie when they see the video. Just in case he's.
Gotcha. Thank you for that note. Okay, Joseph, I'm going to just say that no one has said that no one isn't talking to Brian and Gabby's friends. So imagine that everyone that might know where Brian is and anyone that might know what happened to Gabby has been interviewed at this point, or at least they have tried to. And as a reminder, Gabby or Brian's friends can do the same exact thing that Brian did as far as invoking his constitutional right to remain silent. Bat phone, what do you got?
Somebody from Russia.
Oh, okay.
Did I get that?
I don't know. Do you take it?
I just can't.
You take the Russia phone call.
Hello. They hung up. It's the it's the warranty on my Russian registered vehicle. But yeah.
Got to keep the train on the tracks, but Walt's got to keep his phone on because you never know. You never know what call we could get here.
Yeah.
Janine Andrews, #HeyJB, #HeyWalt. I think there definitely could be a reward considering he is a missing person. She said $100,000 to bring Brian home.
So the reward's interesting. How does that help? Does that mean out there that wants $100,000 or guys like, what's the guy's name that somebody referenced? Dog. The bounty hunter. Yeah. Are they coming out there? Even if they did, the police aren't going to let them out there, and they don't have this type of equipment, do they? Are they going to use drones? I think look, I think you made the point. If somebody sees him, it's not like, I'm not turning that guy in. There's no money in it. Let
me explain to our commenters that have joined us in the last 15 or so minutes why I'll bring it back up here on our screen. It came from Cyborg. It came to my WFLAJB Instagram account, and it said, wondering why there's yet to be a monitor bounce of Laundrie here. And now people are asking, yeah, there should be a reward out there to get more people involved. Okay, I'm gonna take this to the next level here. You ready? Here's what I think of the reward. If even word or indication that a reward is even possible legally where we are in this investigation. But if there was a reward, here's what I'm wondering. Could it get the attention of a hacker? There are some people out there who have unbelievable talent, and now I don't know if hackers, as far as pursuing legal means or illegal means to, but could a monetary reward get on the radar of somebody who has incredible hacking?
It's a really good point. What are they going to hack into in that theory? What are they going to hack into?
Maybe they, again, I don't. There's so that once it's out there on the internet, it's always out there on the internet. That phone ringing again here. They really want to get Walt on this warranty. They really do. All right, Walt, you take that. I'll bring your mic down. But back to my point. Could that, and I don't know how we would then proceed if a hacker was able to get information, but what kind of attention could that receive? I'm not just talking about people that are having incredible skills with computers and with the internet. I'm just talking in general. Could there be a Ring doorbell in the area that has some footage on it that that $100,000 could convince that person to come forward with
I think that
footage.
person would come forward with it even without the 100K, right?
I think so.
And also, isn't the wording of the reward leading to the apprehension of?
Yeah. I can't focus on what you're saying because the headless horseman got you. The camera froze, and when you
it looks like I am.
And when we just came back on the 2-shot here, it's actually quite scary of an image. So we're gonna fix that, and now bring you back up here on screen. Look at that. You went from headless, and now you're back. I'm sorry. Continue what you were saying.
I was just saying. I think to what your point is. I think that in this case, and many others, people are already so invested. I think that in many cases, doesn't it come out as everything cools down? Right now it's so red hot. Do you not offer a reward? But at this point, I think anybody who sees them is going to turn them in if they can. And tips. Somebody emailed me yesterday. I saw him in Miami, and I said, "You should call the FBI." And they emailed me back, "Really?" And I said, "Yes, really." And then they asked, would I be anonymous? And I wasn't sure, but I thought, yeah, I think you could be anonymous. So I think that people are already motivated to come forward with that. I don't know if they need any more hands out there in this wooded area. So I'm not sure what a reward will do, but I would bet if we don't find him soon, days or weeks.
Yvonne here, #AJB. When are they going to decide this is a total waste of money and resources and give up? At least any idea on the daily cost of this hunt? I have heard online talk, and we don't. Again, this is not reportable. Like people have said, is this hundreds of thousands of dollars a day? I mean, this is a considerable amount of manpower, a considerable amount of technology and resources here. Drones, the swamp buggies.
When you talk about the cost here, these officers, the cost is always going to be a matter of overtime for officers to cover the shifts that these officers are involved in. So that's where the cost comes in, obviously. But some of these officers may very well be on the clock and be able to do that. But yeah, that cost dynamic will come up later. But again, I've said this before. I do believe, and I've done plenty of stories about police doing things wrong, plenty of stories about police doing things right. I sit on the fence. We are critical of police officers because, as a good friend of mine told me, we're the only ones that really check on the police, as in the media. And in this case, I find it hard to believe they don't have strong evidence, strong indicators that they're out, that's something is out there, whether it's Brian, some indicator that it's out there. I did just get a response while we were on from Carlton Reserve, where a spokesperson said he cannot comment, has been told to refer everything to Northport Police, and Northport Police are referring everything to the FBI. Is that a clue that perhaps that's a clue that law enforcement has contacted the Carlton Reserve? So if you want to make a supposition, or if you want to sort of make a guess here, is the guess that those trail cams saw something, and the Carlton Reserve folks have been asked not to come. I don't know.
We don't know. But those cameras are another thing to talk about here with this story.
Quick, to wrap up the daily cost thing, I don't think we're there yet. And I'm big into tracking down bad government waste.
That's Walt's beat.
That's what I don't like government waste. I do not, but something like this, I don't know if I would consider this. This is not government waste at this point. This is, again, it's not, if you don't find them there, you've placed out of the air. If you don't search, you may be wondering, should we have searched? They almost have.
Yvonne, thanks a lot for your comment. And as to when they're going to give up, they are committed to searching 25,000 acres of this. Walt, I killed your microphone. You can talk at full volume if you'd like. Yvonne, thanks for your comment here. Good. It's important, and we need it, and it's more comforting to speak to you when you have a head on your shoulders. let's get to this comment. Walt's got to wrap up here, folks. His phone's clearly ran off the hook. Barbara Ann Epperson Burnett. Hashtag HJB, hashtag Hey Walt.
Question.
Let's talk about what it takes to go from person of interest to suspect.
Evidence. What is that evidence? We don't know what they have to make him a person of interest other than for a long period of time. We know there was a domestic dispute of some sort on August 12th. We know that we also, including a park ranger and also now a new eyewitness on another meeting. It might have been, it might have been Fox. It might have been station that there was some sort of a fight at a restaurant on the 27th. Did you see that, JB?
Yeah.
There's a fight on the 27th. Yeah, so now the 27th gets us to that odd email, right? Where Brian reached out to her, the text. That's right. Where she called her grandfather Stan.
Yep.
But she doesn't do that. But again, now we're together on the 27th. We have Gabby alive on the 27th. Brian, and in an argument on the 27th, by the way. And then we have Brian returning her a window. What do they have other than we know they were together. We know they allegedly fought a 14-day period. That's enough, in my opinion, to make someone a person of interest. What makes them into a suspect? I would think maybe some physical evidence might do that. Physical evidence at the scene makes him a suspect. Some sort of from him, all of that stuff, but they don't have that at this point.
And also too, to jump off of Barbara's comment here, when you name him a suspect, what would be the purpose of naming him a suspect if not just for labeling reasons? Right? Because person of interest found. We just want him found. So I don't care if he's a person of interest. I don't care if he's a suspect. I don't care. The big thing is finding him. And it doesn't matter really what the label is, but something different with if you upgrade him to suspect, is there something more that can be done to expand the search and to continue the search efforts all hours of the day, or can they bring in more resources?
So you can't do phone taps unless you have probable cause there's a crime. And we had probable cause for the crime of endangerment, endangering an individual. That's how they get the search warrant for the device and the van. So is that crime? So my point is, you need probable cause of a crime to make him a suspect in that said crime.
And that applies to the parents as well. Bringing the parents have to talk, and
they don't have to talk.
You don't have to talk, first and foremost, to Walt's point. You're right. And they haven't been charged with anything at this time.
No,
they are not persons
They're not even
of interest.
People of interest. They're simply parents of a person of interest.
That's all they are.
Right.
Walt, before we let you go, what are you going to accept that warranty on your vehicle?
I always do. I always buy the warranty. You have to be safe, JB. I don't think it's a scheme at all. I think it's an actual warranty. But no, we'll have some. We'll talk to a couple of lawyers about what we've been talking tonight about what can and can't be done. Everything from charging so-and-so to the point of could they legally have put Brian under surveillance from day one? Legal experts about both those. And then also, by the way, that this isn't done with the criminal case. There could also, let's say there's no criminal charges. Let's say they never find Brian. There is a possibility of a civil case as well of that the parents of Gabby Petito could put out there. And then one question that probably will end up on the cutting room floor, asked by our photographer Dempsey. Good question, but there's been a lot of criticism aimed at police in Moab. Why didn't they do more?
We've had that question.
But the point would be, what more could have they done? These are 22 and 23-year-olds. You're not going to call the parents. You're not going. You separate them for one day. how long can you legally separate them for? And so the point there would be, it would almost be impossible to connect them with facts to what happened. They're not psychic. They didn't know what would happen in a matter of, what would it be, 14, 15, 16, 3 weeks later. They had no way to know that. The criticism on those police officers, I would say, is unfair. I get it.
Yep.
But we're all dealing with this in hindsight. Those officers did not have that benefit. So
I'll tell you this. I agree with everything that Walt just said on some of the commentary that we received on Utah Police. And that might be some more comments we're going to take. Walt Petito, we'll let you get to it.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for joining us here, everybody. And Walt, 8 on your side, senior investigator. Follow him on social media. He's not, when he's not talking about Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie, he is revealing injustices in the world as far as what goes on here in the Tampa Bay area, what goes on here in Florida, what impacts the people that, of course, watch us here on WFLA now. He is one of the best as far as correcting wrongs in the universe. Senior investigator here with us at WFLA News Channel 8. We're going to take some more hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyWalt comments here in just a moment. We have been talking about Eagle 8 HD's Paul Lamison. We had a flight earlier on WFLA.com and the WFLA app. We were live from Eagle 8 HD and showing you some of the search area. That's the video that you're looking at now. A short time ago, Paul was in the air and he filed a report for us to share a little bit about what he's been seeing in Florida as far as the area that we're looking at here near Venice, Florida. So we're going to bring in Eagle 8 HD, continue taking your hashtag HJB comments and questions here momentarily here live on WFLA Now. Hey there, Paul.
Hey, JB, we are over the reserve, and you're looking at what it's called a swamp buggy. And the name says it all. It's a buggy that can go through a lot deeper swamp than already. We see law enforcement on this driving through this area of the Carlton Reserve as they keep moving deeper water. It looks like right now they're going to go kind of off into a deeper area. Now watch how this thing can work. Look at this thing. It can just go through this tree-lined areas. This thing's kind of cool to watch as it just goes over top of trees and bushes and can go into some deep swamp area. That's what this thing's made for. And they're out in this area just looking for any signs of clues where Brian Laundrie might be. Apparently they have an idea because they've been focused on a certain area of this park, and this swamp buggy is able to just get where you can't really walk without getting into too deep of woods, but this thing can really just climb through almost like a tank as it kind of just works its way through a deeply wooded area. And again, they're just looking for any signs of anything, maybe a shirt, maybe a backpack, maybe just the way the trees are not, just anything to try to put some closure to this case and try to find where he is. Because again, you know that on Tuesday, his parents last Tuesday said he left and came here to the Carlton Reserve to unwind and meditate. The next day, the next morning, they came and got their Mustang and brought it back and left a note for him in case he came back. They have not seen him. Then they didn't report him missing to the police until Friday of last week. Here we are now again on Thursday, and the search here continues. And again, this is probably one of the neater things we've seen, that they can really get into this area and go to where it'd be nearly impossible to walk. And they're just going right through the middle of some of the deepest parts of the woods. It's even hard for us to keep track of where they're going because they're in such heavily wooded areas. They're going to go behind a tree now, but again, they're doing anything they can to try to find any clues to the disappearance of Brian Laundrie. And again, they're out here in the Carlton Reserve going through these deep areas. Now, some of the questions I've been asked earlier on Facebook, JB, is with our helicopter up, maybe Brian's watching us and knowing where not to be or where to get out of, which could happen. But again, the sheriff's helicopter's been up as well. So we're not really giving anything away, and he'd have to have a phone and good internet access to be cognizant of, and we deal with the law enforcement to make sure we're not giving anything away. Now, they're flying drones up here. They have a temporary flight restriction up to 400 feet, so drones are not able to fly except law enforcement drones. We're above 400. We're flying about 1,000 feet right now. But again, watching this thing, it's just amazing through as they just crash right over trees, right through water, and make it through as they penetrate the Carlton Reserve. And look at this thing just go. It's right over the trees and through the scrub and through the swamp. There's little things in here. And I'll move out and just show you how wide and where they are. They're out in this area where it'd be hard to get ATV, but this is the area they want to search, JB. They want to know that nothing's out here. They want to say they covered every inch, and that's what they're doing now, driving this thing through. And we haven't seen them find anything. And after they finished and told us they haven't found anything of note, nothing to lead them to believe or do anything to take them one step closer, but they continue to search. And now today we're watching them, and they're in a heavily wooded area back here. So we'll keep watching them, JB, but right now it's just kind of need to watch this thing go through this area as they continue the search in the Carlton Reserve. And again, I'm going to move the camera out wide and show you kind of where they are. I mean, they're out in the middle of it. They're just really crushing through. And this is an area that would be tough to get out walking, and they can use this vehicle to make it through some of the heavily as they just push their way through to get through. There goes another tree. And they're going right through, and as they continue to search this area of the Carlton Reserve. So, JB, this search has been going on for a few hours now. They had their meeting earlier at the command center. Now they have people all out in different directions. We've seen them going in different areas today than they were before. We did see airboats, we did see ATVs, we did see SUVs and drones up already today. So this is a full-fledged search. They're really looking, but as of yet, they haven't found anything. But they'll continue to go, and stick with us for updates, because I know once we get any, JB, you'll let them know. And again, hashtag HeyJB or even Hey Paul. I have a Twitter page. It's Eagle8WFLA on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. I'll post pictures, and JB will have video, and we'll have some new information as it becomes available. But JB, this is in reserve, and I will throw it back to you as you can continue answering questions. I'll let our video up for a little while longer, and we can watch them search this area. This is probably one of the neatest things I've seen during this search, watching them get out into this heavily wooded area as they continue the search for Brian Laundrie, who is missing since last Friday. Back to you, JB.
Streaming live on WFLA Now, powered by 1-800-ASK-GARY. Here's JB Buno.
New information in moments ago here from Josh Taylor, City of Northport Communications Manager and Public Information Officer here. An update on the Carlton Reserve. We're going to break down this new piece of information, the new update that just came in here moments ago, and break down the latest with our WFLA Now. And of course, it's WFLA News Channel 8's Josh Benson joining us, everybody. Josh, you see on the anchor desk on WFLA News Channel 8 in our evening news today. I'm doing all right. Yeah, another busy day. And let's get right to it. This email that just came in from Josh Taylor, and I'll read it as follows. I'm going to want here to be able to read exactly what the public information officer for the City of Northport Police Department is saying. Josh Taylor writing, good afternoon. Active search for Brian Laundrie in the Carlton on Thursday. Lot of questions about the swamp buggies. There are 4 out today. Drone provided by the Florida Highway Patrol. Sound is with Commander Joe Fussell, or Fusel, excuse me. We have around 75 personnel from 65 different agencies on the ground Thursday. We plan to search throughout the day. Friday is to be determined. Again, this is an FBI-led criminal investigation, and Northport Police are assisting our federal partner in any way we can to bring this investigation to a close. And then it goes on to talk about, of course, I'll read this. We join the FBI in asking for continued public assistance by sharing any information through the tip lines. 1-800-CALL-FBI or tips.fbi.gov. So that's the latest that we just got in here. The big things to take away here for you folks are we have 75 personnel from 16 different agencies on the ground that they're going to continue the search throughout today, and that Friday is TBD, to be determined, Josh. And I would imagine that it's very likely that the search continues tomorrow here, Josh. But that's interesting. An interesting little
possibility they may not search at this point. I mean, obviously they started the search, they called it off, they brought it back, and they've been going every day since. That was the first that it's to be determined, so they're not sure if they're going to do it or not. That begs the question to wonder if they have any new information. If they had a strong enough information, they would be out of there right away, because you saw that buggy video just a minute ago. That's incredible how deep they're going into this, into this reserve and into this swamp. So to hear that is interesting, but we can't look too far into it. I'm sure they will be back tomorrow. A couple developments today that you've been touching on. Obviously, the family spotted today leaving the house this morning at 8:15. You talked about that a little earlier, and returned with the Mustang that was taken into evidence on Monday afternoon. That was towed away, the vehicle, and brought back to the house. So that's what's going on at the residence at this time, or earlier this morning. Throughout the day, some spottings of the parents. Obviously, they're still there at the house, and the Mustang is now back in the driveway, I believe.
Yeah, as we were showing you earlier, folks, the Mustang is in the driveway. I don't have a live feed to show you at the moment, but if I do, of course, I'll get to you here live on WFLA Now. As we're continuing to look here at some of the video from Eagle 8 HD and Paul Amison. Thanks to Paul for filing that report in his flight that we had here a short time ago from Carlson Reserve there. And again, follow him, Eagle 8 HD, on Twitter. All comments and questions here. But of course, we're going to bring in the new hashtag. Hey, hashtag Hey Josh. Let's get some hashtag Hey Josh comments going in the Facebook Live and Twitter and YouTube Live comment sections here. And we'll try to bring up here as many of those questions and comments here as possible. But we still have more in the queue here. A lot of commenters from before Paul's reports. We're going to get back to those, and then sprinkle in a lot of the newer comments that are coming in right at this very second. So let's get to this comment here from Ali Bergami here. Hashtag AJB. Just joined back. Do we know why the laundry parents had don't necessarily know if it was a police escort or right? I mean, they had a vehicle that was with them as when they were parents there. So it could have been a police escort. Of course, we refer to it as a police escort because it didn't seem as if that there was anything to believe that it was anything other than a police escort. Could it have been just police tailing them? Could it have been absolutely nothing and purely procedural as far as getting the vehicles back into the driveway? We really we don't know why the laundry parents left at the time and had a cop car, go and leave the house with them, but it's something that a lot of people are talking about, Josh, here online.
I think, obviously the media is very tight on this story, and when I was out there on Monday, there was paparazzi from Brazil covering the story. So they were making sure they were trying to get their shot. So in a situation like this, I mean, it's not too uncommon for the police to have representative with them, not only to see what they're doing or to follow them, but also maybe for their safety, because any member or the media could eventually start to tail them and questioning them at different places at any given time throughout the day. So I don't think that's very uncommon at all.
Let's get to some more questions and comments here. Alec, thanks a lot for Summer Wall. Hashtag HJB. It wouldn't be that difficult going anywhere if he was wearing a mask. Yeah. We talked about this the other day. Story is that Brian, if he needed something from Walmart, he could go in there with a hat, sunglasses, and a mask on, and Josh, you wouldn't know if he was Josh Benson, JB Buno, or Brian Laundrie, really.
Right.
I mean, of course, we have more hair on our heads than Brian Laundrie is believed to have. We had or it was 2 days ago, might have been 2 days ago, the days are blurring together, but a barber commenting here, I was talking about, I don't know about your hair. My hair grows fast.
I've seen the JB big hair.
Yeah, when sometimes
I mean, it's thick and it just goes nuts.
Yeah, can go nuts really quick. But I was asking to anybody, because the description for Brian Laundrie is so crucially important, and it's possible now that he's no longer has a completely shaved head, that he has maybe some hair on his head.
Mm-hmm.
And a barber said that in a 4 to 6 week period for the average man, hair can grow about 1/4 of an inch, which to me didn't sound like a lot, and still doesn't sound like a lot. But there could be more hair on his head than what we saw a month ago from all the YouTube and all of the Twitter or Instagram and Facebook videos and pictures that they posted on their van life trip.
Right. And appearance is so important. Even when we saw the trail cam video, we were looking very closely at, could this be the person? Could this be Brian? You're taking a look at the appearance, the backpack, all these small details. But yes, I mean, that may throw off the trail for some people. But yeah, to grow your hair is a lot harder than to shave it off.
Yeah, that was a great comment, and I'm the worst person to ask as far as how quickly hair grows for the average man, because my hair grows very, very quickly. Comment here.
I have a quick one before we get to the next one.
Sure, yeah.
Have you guys talked much about the personnel and agencies? We just got that Northport police update saying they have about 75 personnel from 16 different agencies. Remember the governor 2 days ago, I think it was 2 days or maybe yesterday, came out and say he is offering up as many resources necessary from the state to help in this search. I'm curious as to know, has the resource amount climbed that dramatically in the last day or two? Mm-hmm. From what they started with, 16 different agencies sounds like a lot more than they had. So I'm just wondering if the governor coming out saying something like that would have changed the way the search has been conducted. And maybe you don't know. I think that's a good question to ask.
I've asked that question
on the ground
multiple times to try to find out if that tweet, again, the governor of Florida runs under his purview, or any state resources under his purview, that they would be dedicated for justice for Gabby. We've been asking if any of those, was that tweet just actually, was there actually some assistance that was provided as a result of that direction from the governor's office? And we don't know resources poured in at the direction of our governor here, Governor Ron DeSantis here in Florida. But it's a great point, Josh. I mean, a great point multiple times here. Let's get to some more questions and comments here. Kelly and Chris Weaver. It's like, hey, JB, is this live footage of them searching, or is this recorded from earlier? This right here on the center screen is earlier from Eagle 8 HD. I've heard maybe, and we might find out here, is if Eagle 8 HD is going to go back up live as far as combing through some of the area here, and no one's better than Paul Amison as far as being able to talk, control the camera
at the same time.
Yeah, he does. He is the true multitasker. And so if we hear anything about Eagle 8 HD's Paul Amison being back in the sky here, we'll of course bring it to you live.
I'm fascinated by this thing. Look at that they're driving through here.
It's mesmerizing.
And we were just talking about what happens if this thing gets stuck. Can it get stuck? I mean, if you hit a pot of water that's 20 feet deep, I just wonder how it must float. I'm just so fascinated by this machine that they're driving the buggy. Yeah,
I'm too. And it looks like something out of a war documentary.
Yeah.
I've been calling it, Paul called it a swamp buggy. To me, it's like a tank. I mean, this thing can go over anything.
There's like 6 people on it too. Wow.
We saw it earlier mow down a tree. A tree was in their way, and they said, all right, well, we're not going to navigate around the tree.
Let's take it down.
Let's just go right over it. I think
wild.
it's well, see, look at that right there.
So that email that just came out, they said they had 4 of those, right?
Mm-hmm.
4 of the buggies. Wow.
4 of these combing through the area. I wonder how much sound it emits.
Yeah. I mean, I got to believe
a lot, because if all right,
a lot of power.
If Brian Laundrie is here and he is alive, does he hear it coming?
Right.
I'd be very curious to know.
And so I've been posting a lot of updates on my Twitter feed, twitter.com/WFLA Josh. And there's so much feedback I'm getting from people is that he's gone. He's tricked the police into believing that he went to meditate in the reserve. They're spending a lot of time there, and now a lot of them believe he is on his way to parts unknown. And I believe a lot of listeners, viewers right now would agree with that notion. But I still come back to the fact that they still are spending a lot of time here, and perhaps they may know something that we don't when it comes to the intricacies of the investigation and why they are spending so much time and resources in this reserve. Have you heard anything separately outside of what we know so far?
No.
Few details from the police at all. But to continue the search, but they said to be determined tomorrow if the search will continue. So that's interesting because we haven't heard that yet. That's
an interesting wrinkle here on Thursday, as far as day 5 of the search at Carlton Reserve. There may not be a day 6.
And what happened? And that's a good question. What happens if they call that off? What's the next step in the investigation?
Right.
Now, does this amp up to be more of a manhunt and more of a bulletin for all agencies around the country, which I'm assuming it already is? But how do you change that search now from somewhere you think you know where somebody is to now you have no idea, and you need everybody in the country to keep their eyes peeled?
Why don't you take this one that just came in moments ago? I told folks that we'd sprinkle in some new comments here. Why don't you take this one, Josh? From Amber Roberts, #KJB, #Hey Josh. Could they still be searching there because a dog caught his scent? And how long would his scent, stay? #Justice for Gabby.
Yeah, and I think that's a great question, because with several different dogs, cadaver dogs or search dogs, some of these dogs are specialized in taking a scent of clothing or whatnot, and then utilizing that to try to find this missing person. In the event, sometimes one dog may hit and the other may not. This was the case on an investigation low for her earlier back in 1995, and one of the cadaver dogs hit and the other one did not. So they obviously kept up the search for a while longer, because for one dog to actually hit is a very interesting point. And they want to make sure that, the scent might have been just a little bit off for the one dog, but the one dog did hit on something. It's not foolproof. I mean, there's definitely mistakes that can be made by the dogs, but they are very good and they're trained to do that. So it's a great point from Amber. If one of the dogs does hit, I can imagine they would spend some more time, especially in the area where the dog hit, exhaust that area as much as possible before moving on, or else making that determination that, hey, this is enough, we're done.
And again, with evidence that they have in their possession, that could be aiding dogs. I've been saying it. I'll say it again. I've been saying it every day this week. The dogs are the potential superheroes of this story. Our four-legged friends. And really, really curious. A lot of people have been asking about the dogs. I'm curious if they've picked up on anything there.
Do they have a dog on the buggy? I think in the back, or is that? I can't really tell.
Let's go full screen. Oh, okay, just went away from that. There is a dog.
Because that would be interesting, because really all those guys have out there are lying in a sight on that buggy, and obviously you can hear some things, but if a dog is out there and catches a scent in the middle of nowhere, that's going to be super advantageous in trying to figure out where this person is.
Picking up on something here, whether it's a skunk or a possum or a snake. I don't know what the dog they're sniffing here, but again, trained to pick up on scents here. We know that there's several different breeds of dog that are out here. So to Josh's point, can we see any dog more dense wooded area here? And is that a buggy there? I think it is. I'll wait for Eagle 8 HD to kind of come around here. We'll get a better look here with this particular crew. Again, this is not live. This is a little bit earlier on today. Doesn't appear to be that I see any dogs here. And they would be on the ground. I don't know necessarily if they would be on the swamp buggies all that much. I mean, yes, you have to move them from place to place, but you would imagine they'd really be on the ground trying to pick up the scent rather than on the buggy itself.
But the sheer volume or the location, 25,000 acres. That's such a job for them. And I can't believe that, they're tackling this, but they have to. I mean, that's what they went out to do. And it's good to see the agencies are increasing. I think the help is coming out. Now they said 75 personnel from 16 different agencies on the ground Thursday. And tomorrow, as we mentioned, to be determined.
Let's get to some more questions and comments here in the Facebook Live, YouTube Live, Twitter comment sections here live on WFLA Now. And no, you're good? Okay, just checking to see if there's any potential updates here. We'll come back here. Josh is talking to a member of our team here. Let's go to some more questions and comments here. I'll just take this one from Julie. #HJB, have you heard about a TikTok video showing another sighting of a possible Brian in Canada? And Julie, I haven't. And again, with Brian having such a common description, I would imagine that there's potential sightings all over the place. But Canada, I think, not to discredit that completely, but that would be highly unlikely, given, of course, how far Canada is away from Florida. But I would imagine there's a lot of potential and possible Brian Laundrie sightings everywhere, because he's got a shaved head. He's he's got a relatively average build, or an average height. He's sometimes clean shaven, sometimes he's got groomed facial hair. There's a lot of different appearances that he has used, but it's not all that uncommon for the average male. So I haven't heard, to answer your question, Julie, but if we hear anything credible, we'll pass it along to you. That's what we do. We separate fact from fiction here on WFLA Now. Josh, everything checking in?
Sorry, I'm just going through some technical stuff here.
You got it? All right.
A nerd alert over here. So
you bet. Chime in when you can. I'll take this next one here from.
I'm back.
Okay. From Janie Lynn Diaz. Hashtag HJB. Do you believe he crossed the border before officials knew he was missing? There's a sizable amount of the comments here coming in that are theorizing, and again, baselessly theorizing, just because they don't have the evidence or potential evidence that the FBI and PPD has, but theorizing out there that Brian's no longer in this country.
Have you thought, and let's think about that. Let's talk about the fact that if you were a person who was in this scenario and you decided to leave, and maybe let's say you said, all right, I'm going to go to the park, and you never did. You never went to the reserve. With so much technology, so many people out there, and so many targets on your back from people that are looking for you, how do you escape, especially in a country like this? They can catch you on traffic cameras. If you can't really go to the airport, can't board a plane, vehicles that you own will be scrutinized. You'd have to have a friend's vehicle. Well, then those would be scrutinized. Like, how would you get around? How would you travel? I think those are the questions we have to begin with to see if it's even possible or plausible that it could get away undetected.
Yep.
And so I know a lot of people online are talking about that and trying to figure it out, because there's so many sleuths out there who's trying to figure out the direct path, which way he would go here. But, all they are going off of right now, as far as I understand, is that he said he was going to go to this reserve. The parents picked up the vehicle from the reserve, so that drives them to that area. And unless there's something else in the investigation we don't know about, which I'm hoping so, because that would point to the fact that they're still spending so much time and energy in this reserve, I'm assuming they know more than we do. Usually they do when it comes to
likely a whole lot of evidence and knowledge, and that is exclusive to the FBI as far as this investigation, and we just don't know what that is right now. So it's easy to criticize when you don't know all of the facts, you don't know all the information, and to slam law enforcement for focusing all their attention on this area and not considering other possibilities. But you don't know that they're not considering it. I'm sure that they're considering every plausible scenario here as far as where Brian Laundrie.
All right, the search is over. Then what?
Right.
So you have an extremely important person they need to find. They have a dead body, and they know this is a homicide, and who caused this.
Let's talk about the Josh Taylor announcement that Friday's search will be determined here. That's not to say that they're not going to search. They could still very well continue their search efforts. But to announce it in advance is curious, and I'll explain why. If you announce it suddenly, like right now, 2:00 Eastern here on this Thursday, September 23rd, we're ceasing search efforts.
They found something.
Mm-hmm. And it leads you to believe that they've moved on to a different avenue as far as the investigation.
Let's say they find evidence that he's out there, like his backpack or shredded clothing or anything that would indicate is his, much more.
Right. But to announce it a day in advance, makes, I think, screams out or set many to think and wonder: have you exhausted the search area where you think Brian really could be in this 25,000 acre reserve?
And how many acres have they searched? I don't know how long it takes to search 25,000 acres with 16 different agencies.
75
people.
people. Yep, 75.
Feels like it would take several weeks.
Yep. Josh, I think we're gonna go live till about 2:30 Eastern. Is that okay by you?
Yep.
Okay, we're gonna stay here with you live for a little bit longer here, folks, on WFLA Now, and take your questions and carry the conversation forward. Use hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyJosh, and the Facebook, Twitter, YouTube comment sections here. We took some Instagram comments earlier, and you can follow me on Instagram and throw some comments there on my WFLA JB Instagram account, but we're going to stay here focused on the 3 social media platforms that we're currently live on. And of course, to our audience here watching, you're also watching on WFLA.com and the WFLA app. Michelle Parks, hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyWalt. Are there rock, and Walt was on earlier, are there rock formations out there? I know they said that 75% is underwater, but what is out there that he could be resting on? I would imagine that this area is, resting on. That's interesting.
Well, there is camping in this park. I finally found out. My wife actually sent me information about that. She's a former producer, so she's obviously digging on this as well. But there is places you can go camp in this reserve. But again, I think they would have taken care of that first day. Any of the places that are easy to go hang out in, they would have done that.
And I think that we talked about too, Josh, also that you would go to the obvious places as far as a source of water, source of drinking water. A place that maybe in and out to civilization, as far as going to like your CVS or your local, convenience store or Walgreens or Walmart, or to pick up something that you need. And again, we talked about the scenario of putting on your hat, putting on your sunglasses, wearing a COVID mask, and you would conceal just about 80%, maybe more of you. So, but back to the question here: are there rock formations out there? I don't think so. I don't think this is a very rocky terrain. I think it's very swampy terrain based on 75% is underwater. But as far as rocks, I haven't seen too many rocks. Let's go full screen here. We can look at the terrain here in the topography ourselves. And we'll put away Michelle's comment here. Thanks for asking, Michelle. It's bumpy. It's uneven. It's a rocky ride here for... Is this a rocky terrain is the question, Josh?
I don't think so. I think it's just marshy. It's just wet. It's, a lot of trees, a lot of root systems. Bog. I think of a bog when I think out there. It's just kind of squishy ground. And I don't think there's gonna be too many rock formations out there. But we haven't been out there, so I'm not for certain. This brings up a thought of mine, a memory actually. So forgive me about a search and how it starts and how it ends. When I was younger, actually in college, my brother was a sheriff's deputy up in Minnesota. And I was because I was learning news, I was learning how law enforcement worked and everything. We got the call there was a missing person in a park in central Minnesota. So we all went out there. And immediately they pushed us all out in different directions, thinking this woman may have gotten in a car and taken off. Very similar situation like this. Okay. So they have a centered, everybody starts and then they push out but in this case, they were kind of putting everybody in different places and they're all over the place. And it wasn't very organized for this search at the time. And at least from my end, I thought this just doesn't seem that organized. So as the day wore on, we got to the end of the day and we got back today. So this woman had already been missing. She was special needs. She had already been missing for a day because there was a camp nearby and she had wandered off. So as we were where the camp was, we were all leaving and I decided to check one more spot. So I went in by where the tent was and I walked. It was almost an out-of-body experience. I walked just 25 yards in the direction of where it was. And she was right there.
No way.
She was right there, covered up, curled up under her jacket. And I was terrified. I shook her. She popped up. She jumped on my back. We walked out of the woods. One of the coolest moments of my life. And then Josh got the anchor job at WFLA News Channel 8 in Tampa, Florida. No, but it was one of those things where you think about where could she be so far off? She could be in another state. But ironically, a lot of searches and right where kind of they begin. And maybe it's overlooked. Now, in this case, it's different. She was special needs and she didn't know where she was. Brian Laundrie is obviously a very big person of interest and skilled at being out in nature as far as we know. So it just brings back the idea of where should this search continue? Should it kind of circle back to the main parts, or do we have to be off to the races in other states, sending out alerts around the country to figure out where this guy could be? So to
and he's not as far away
Maybe
as you think he is.
And I've heard a lot of people talk about that, especially a lot of former law enforcement saying, hey, don't think too big, because sometimes they're a lot closer than you think.
Interesting.
And it could be in the same neighborhood. It could be in the same reserve. It could be.
The farther the less certain you are of where you are and where you should and should not be.
Correct. So I just have to keep that in mind, because everybody's in so many different directions. But when this does end, it'll be interesting to see where they do find him.
Right on cue here. Amber Sepulvado here. Hashtag AJB, hashtag Walt. Do they have police set up at all exit points of the reserve here? Here's one of those intersections here where traffic would go in and out, as we understand it. And do they have police set up at every exit point of the reserve? I don't know if every exit point. I mean, can you cover you can't form a perimeter around the entire place, but as far as exit points here, this is a very good question. And I'm not certain to the answer.
Yeah. No, I mean, it makes sense, but it's just a case of resources and how many entry points that reserve has. I mean, main roads would be an entry and exit point to those. But if somebody wanted to leave, I think they're just going to find a path of least resistance and get out of there.
Samantha Higher, hashtag AJB. Why aren't they split and coming in from different ends of the reserve to meet in the middle? Less of a chance for him to hide if he's actually there.
Yeah, and I love that question, because that's so important on a search from the very beginning. You have to get it right. And especially for a missing person, you only have like a certain amount of time. Like somebody who's truly intending to find that person successfully, and then it gets really bad after that. So I think for the professionals who are out there, they should have a clear strategy as to going into this place. And if they think he's there, somehow to trap the person would require different entry points and come together. So it minimizes the risk of him getting away.
Yeah, and they are splitting the team, and less of a chance for him to hide if he's actually there. Again, there's likely more evidence that the FBI and police have that leads them to focus here on this area, during this area of the reserve and that area of the reserve. They're really honed in. If you look at the entire map of the reserve, you can see their search efforts is really focused on one area. It's like shaped like a potato. It's like this. It's like a big oval. And I know that a potato and an oval, it's more of a potato shaped search area right now. And they're focusing on this area because they have to have something that leads me to believe that this is the most likely area where Brian could be based on what they have at the time. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if they know if there's any degree of certainty behind that, but we have to go based on what we're seeing here, and they're committing a sizable amount of resources to that area. Oh man, this is a really good comment here from Katie. Josh, we're talking about the swamp buggies.
I think they're cool.
They are cool, but they're big and they're powerful, and they cover a whole lot of terrain as they wheel through the reserve. And Katie here is asking, and we have been talking about all the scenarios we were talking about yesterday about. Scenario A is that he's found alive and alive. And Katie here asking, hashtag AJB, if they're just crashing over everything, how do they know that they're not crushing? Again, as a reminder, we got to stay rooted in reality. We don't have any information that leads us to believe that Brian Laundrie is deceased or not alive at this time. I think that there's, of course, been a lot of people talking online as to whether or not we were talking about his mental state and whether or not he would do something to harm himself. And we've been mental health experts that have chimed in on this portion of the conversation, whether the weight of knowing that the entire world is aware of Gabby's name and aware of his name, and now, of course, the world knowing what happened to Gabby, and we don't know what he's aware of as far as the current news cycle, but on this stream and on other news outlets, and if he is in fact somebody who he did come here for a purpose to do something like this. So I don't know how to answer this question, Josh, but I would imagine that search crews are really looking directly and keeping their head on a swivel but also that they're not running over something that they shouldn't.
Right. And I think that's more of an issue on the trail and near the actual path. It's like that. Like that's the probability of that happening is very small, but I mean, it's a legit question. Have to get in there to at least try to visually see something.
The swamp buggies are huge.
Or the dogs have to smell something.
Right. Right.
So without even being calling to take.
Heather Bailey saying that the vehicle is amphibious, but all swamp buggies may not be amphibious. Thank you so much. Amber Jean Roberts. We brought up this comment here earlier about the scent. How about this one from Donna Marie Brandt here, catching up on some. Now we're getting to new comments, brand new comments. So, folks, this is kind of a last call, if you will. Not a last call, but a mass last call here for your hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyJosh comments here. File them in there. Use those hashtags and we can animate your comment on screen. If you don't want us to animate your comment on screen, just don't use the hashtag. Well,
can you get into
comment go by?
X from Northport if you want to play that.
Let's do that.
Well, we can answer this question. Hey JB, have they come across any other hikers, campers? Well, that I have heard. Have you?
I'm sorry. So,
any campers? Have they mentioned they've come across anybody? They did mention that there was a way that wasn't related. That's the only thing I've heard of.
I've only heard of the one death, a self-inflicted death that they confirmed very quickly. That was not Brian Blade discovered here as they were combing through the Carlton Reserve here.
Right.
Yeah, I think that the video is being loaded right now. New video of the search efforts here. So as we're calling for our last commenters here to join us with comments and questions, we'll play back this video here in just a moment, and then what we'll do. Okay, let's bring in the video now.
Yeah,
and then
3 minutes, 3-minute video.
Yeah, let's. We're gonna play back the video, and while we play it back, we're gonna listen and watch for more of your hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyJosh comments here. I'm just waiting for it to load. Progress bar going to the screen here. Waiting. Well, in the meantime, I think what I can do is I can bring in this video. We're going to see a lot of this video here in just a second, but we're going to bring in the Thursday search video here now. Loading. We do it all here, folks. It's a lot of multitasking, but we do it all. Okay, here we go. Loading this now in the center of your screen, and here it is. This is now today's search. See if we can bring up some of the audio here. Oh, there's no audio underneath this, but we're going to have audio here. You can hear at more drones that are in the sky, and then looking here at the search area here, and looking here at several of those and several of the search teams that have been working tirelessly. Here you see them moving along a power line. This allows them to get deeper and deeper into the Carlton Reserve here. Okay, so this is what it's like being a bumpy ride. There's a ride at Disney World that feels just like this as far as this movement. Yeah, clearly based on this video here. And just yeah, wow.
Is there a dog on there? I was trying to see earlier if they had the dog. Maybe we'll see it.
Yep, see how they're
it does give you your surroundings. It's so tall.
Yep.
That is pretty cool. But boy, is that bumpy. A couple hours.
You need the chiropractor, you need a massage therapist. Man, and look at again, it's just how dense it is. This is from when we have the interview here loaded up.
And think of the wildlife out there too. You scare each other when you're out there. The snake is out there. You don't know where you're walking. You got to be really careful.
A lot of commenters joining us here. Everybody on WFLA now. YouTube's the hardest because the comments scroll through so quickly. Let's see.
There's
here.
A drone.
Yeah, there you go. Drone in the sky. Look at that. This is new. Brand new video.
That's great.
And back to the beginning of the video now. We'll let it play out here again for those of you just joining us here. Katie, I won't butcher your last name, Katie. I'm just gonna say Katie. Hashtag HJB, hashtag HeyJosh. Gallegos. I think that's right. I think you're spot on. Hashtag HJB, hashtag HeyJosh. Did the cops actually have eyes on him at home? We know the vehicle came into Florida, but did they actually physically see him? This has been a big question. Yeah. And we just know from the Thursday press conference from
he knew where he was.
We know where he is.
And the interview with the neighbors that everybody's talking about that we saw with his mom riding bikes, mowing the grass, and they went on a camping trip. I'm assuming you've talked about that a lot today.
Yeah. Yeah, we have. And there's just about that camper and about the 3-day trip with the camper. And it is based on what the information we believe that Brian returned home with the van, but then we don't know what happened to Brian once the van was returned here to Northport. This is a great question here too from Jonathan Ritter here on the Facebook Live comment section. We've been talking treacherous obstacles that you could encounter while out here, and Jonathan Ritter, hashtag HJB, if he was ever there, what's to say behind him first? And we've been talking about now gators, snakes, panthers,
because if there's any scent, they're going to pick up on it.
And panther attacks are rare. Coyote attacks are rare. Attacks, of course, we talk about on the news more than you wish we did.
There's a lot of stuff that could kill you in Florida, though.
There is.
No doubt. Want to come into contact with?
No, I don't mind not being out in areas like this in the vast wilderness, because you just don't have vast wilderness here.
It would be interesting to find out, though, how much ground they have covered. I hope they put that in one of their updates, or it's to be determined if they're going to continue the search. So it would be nice to try to get you guys an update on how much has been covered.
So hashtag AJB, there are a lot of gators in that area. I would assume so. And the answer is yes, a lot of gators. And here's the thing, especially earlier in the week, probably less so now. All that rainfall earlier in the week, it was way more swampy, and the waterways had swelled in Carlton Resort. Accessibility for a gator, not to say that the gator can't get out of the water. Of course, gator can get out of the water, but it's just more likely that they are going to more likely that gators, they have a larger area to swim when there's a tremendous amount of rainfall in some of the areas that are very, very swampy, or the water, the vast areas of just sparse water that's out here in Carlton Reserve. So look at it. That's what I'm talking about right there. So it's a lot of gators in the area, and it's definitely part of the obstacle, obstacle list that we've been talking about here. Take some more here, wrapping up here, everybody. Just the last few questions and comments we're gonna get to here, and there have been hundreds, thousands of your hashtag comments here. I'll not get to them all. We always ask that you join us on future WFLA Now live streams, and we try to get to as many as we can. I look for new names. I don't ever want to repeat somebody, because we know that we're from original commenters, but it can be extremely difficult to get to a lot of these comments and questions that are coming in.
A lot of my Twitter feed, a lot of people are asking questions about where did they go this morning? They were gone for quite a while. Police station. So Brian Enton from Next Star Nation was out there, said he went live, and they had someone go by the police station and did not see the cars, did follow them when they left. So just wondering, why, obviously in your hold up in your house, you probably want to get out, but I don't know how badly they want to get out with the media standing right outside their doorway, essentially, or their yard. But it's interesting to know they were gone for a little bit today, and where did they go?
Let's take this one here from Terry Andrew, hashtag AJB. Is there going to be any live updates to let us know what's going on? We're live here to tell you that there isn't much to update you on, quite frankly, Terry. And if there is an update to share, we just, what was it, 30 minutes ago, not even, that we were live with the the Joshua Taylor update, and that is an update, talking about how Friday's plan is still uncertain at this time, and there's 75 personnel, 16 different agencies, 4 swamp buggies out there right now. So that is the update, and there's not many other updates to report here at this time.
I do want to mention, since we were talking about News Nation, next show tonight at 9 o'clock. I know Brian Hinton had mentioned that they're putting together a special at 9 p.m. Eastern. So if you want to watch that and don't know where to find it on cable or don't have it, you can go to newsnationnow.com/Gabby, and you can watch it there at 9 o'clock tonight. So they're putting a special together, and I'm sure a lot of the content that we have and that we've put together will be a part of that special. So something to check out tonight that will give you kind of an all-encompassing look as to where we are in the case.
Hashtag Hey JB, hashtag Hey Josh. Do they know if he returned from the camping trip with his parents? Is a still image for here for a moment. We haven't talked about the camper in about an hour and a half now. That's how long we've been live on stream here. The camper was part of a Fox News interview last night, and again, the Guthries, a family that lives on the same block, really right there with the Laundrie family, said that that Brian had returned home. That Brian had returned home in the van. They just didn't think all that much of it. And it was about a week to a week and a half later. So somewhere in we've been looking at a calendar somewhere in that perhaps that September 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th range there that the Guthries were, again, this is according to the neighbors who spoke to Fox News, saying that they saw the family, that being the Laundrie parents and Brian Laundrie, leave with this camper, the pickup truck towing this camper and leaving for a period of 3 days. Now, do they know if he returned from the camping trip with his parents? And that wasn't articulated in the interview as I watched it. I watched it multiple times now. It wasn't articulated in the interview, Josh. So we don't know, but they could have gone and Brian came back. But I think that a lot of people feel, and again, this is people just reading between the lines here. There are a lot of people that feel that they went on this trip with this camper, that 3 left and 2 came back.
You know what's interesting too about that, I've learned, is that we have a reporter out there who actually went, Brian from Next Our Nation, News Nation, went there and talked to those neighbors prior to the interview they gave to Fox, and they made no mention of the fact that they went on a camping trip. So I find that very interesting. In the days before Fox's interview came out, that they would have interviewed, we would have interviewed the neighbors, and they didn't bring that up whatsoever. I mean, that's a pretty important detail to bring out to the public. And now, in trying to interview the neighbors again, they won't talk to anybody. So I find that a bit strange, in that they have this explosive bout, and now they won't talk to anyone else unless maybe Fox has a deal with them. I'm not sure. I don't have any idea. But to talk to them earlier and not mention out, I mean, that could be a very big development in the fact that now the parents could be involved in what happened just days before.
They just want this all to be over.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder why they didn't say this sooner.
Right.
If that was true.
The neighbor directly across the street when I was there Monday, a woman who lived there, who was nice enough to let me shoot from her front yard, because she let us set up just outside of her front porch. And I asked her, do you know much about these parents or much about this family? She's like, no, we don't know. They live right across the street. So I find it interesting that, some neighbors are pretty close, seem to know what they're about, who they are. Other neighbors, not so much. So yeah, it's just a stranger dynamic out there, and now inundated with media and onlookers as they watch.
Well, Alan, hashtag AJB, hashtag Hey Josh, has had any of Brian's friends spoken on his behalf, and who wrote a note that of course Nicole is referring to, the family of Brian Laundrie finding a note that was left on his car in Florida, that according to the attorney, and we don't know who wrote the note, but that's another curious piece here, folks, that we don't know too much about that note and what it led investigators to believe, but that's another piece. And this is again why there are true crime aficionados that are out there that are following this. We're talking about pieces like clues, like the note, like the Mustang, like the camper, like the van that came back here, like the backpack that he is said to have had. All of these things now, people are trying to piece this together. You, Josh, we're talking about online sleuthing here, so this is what we're talking about. People trying to piece this together, and we are doing the same here, but we are staying rooted in fact and telling you what is and isn't true, and we don't know the contents of the note. We don't know the author of that note, and we don't know what it led investigators to believe once it was discovered.
I have Dave on my Twitter feed asking if the search being classified as TBD for tomorrow, wondering if that could be weather related as to why it's being classified as TBD. We don't know. Dave, I think it's a good question because it's the first, like, we have heard that there may or may not be a search tomorrow. If there's no search tomorrow, that's going to be very interesting.
I have a hard time believing it's weather related,
yeah,
because weather really can move in and
quickly,
out very quickly in Tampa Bay.
And they're prepared for that. I mean, they're prepared to get totally drenched and have lightning in the area, so they probably have a plan in place for that.
Sure, and lightning is a threat when you're talking about an area like this. You don't want to be out in a super vast area when a lightning storm arrives or when the severe thunderstorms arrive. Josh brings up a great point there, but weather comes and goes pretty quickly here in the Tampa Bay area, and unless it's a deluge out there, it's very hard for us to believe that a day in advance they would say that the search on Friday is TBD because of maybe some weather rolling through the area. But we'll ask the Max Fennery weather team here as well. Folks, we are gonna, of course, hop off stream. We've been live here now almost 2.5 hours. I'd really like to thank Allison Henning, Walt Petito, our senior investigator, and Josh Benson. Before we wrap up here, Josh, we'll continue to monitor some of the social media activity coming our way, and I'll talk about my accounts here in just a second. Where can folks that want to get a hold of you, where can they follow you, and of course tell us what you're going to be monitoring here in the hours ahead?
Yeah, sorry, I just got an email about a statement from the Moab Police Department I want to read.
Okay.
Yeah, did you see that?
We can stay with you live here for another moment.
It's not an email directly to me. I just want to make sure it's talking about unaware of any breach of people conduct a formal investigation, and based on the results will take any next steps that may be appropriate. Looks like it's a dispute. Moab City Police Department has clear standards during a possible domestic dispute, and our officers are trained to follow these standards and protocols. Okay, this could be in reaction to pulling over the two and the events that happened during the body cam video. So we'll look at that more, and I will post an update on Twitter if it deems necessary. And sorry about that interruption.
And where can
posting everything right now? Twitter.com/WFLA Josh. Everything that's coming in, I'm trying to get turned around there as quickly as possible, including video and images and any new developments that we get from our side.
Josh Benson, you'll see him on the anchor desk tonight on WFLA News Channel 8. Of course, here, your NBC station 8 on your side here in Tampa Bay, Florida. Josh, thanks a lot for joining us.
Good to join you.
All right, everybody, we're bringing a temporary end to our coverage here for you on WFLA Now. You can, of course, I don't ever step away from your comments and what you have to say here on this story. When I tell you that I am monitoring this as far as 11 at night, midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., yes, I'm cycling through all of my various social media accounts to read what you have to say. There's been some very touching words. I'd like to thank you. Some people who have had some very, very kind words to say about the way that we've been handling the story and how much they value, how much we value what you have to say. We really do. All of our commenters, we really value what you have to say. It's an extremely important, fundamental core principle here to WFLA Now as far as bringing in your comments to make sure that you are part of the conversation here. So we're going to be stepping away here. We've been live for almost 2.5 hours now. We want to let you know that the very latest is on WFLA.com and the WFLA app, and the latest on the search for Gabby, or excuse me, the latest on the search for Brian Laundrie, and the latest on what we know right now with the Gabby Petito story. Now, if there's any new breaking developments, we're here live at the drop of a hat. I mean, really quickly, we can be live here with you. So if you sign up for push alerts on the WFLA app, if you sign up for live notifications on YouTube or Facebook or Twitter, if you sign up for live alerts, you'll be alerted to the moment that we go live, because there could be a breaking development here. And of course, if you're really invested in the story, you want to know what is happening as it happens. So we're live here again on WFLA Now the moment that there is a new development in this story, whether it's the search for Brian Laundrie, the autopsy on Gabby Petito's remains, whatever we have that is new information, press conferences, press releases, statements from authorities, anything that we have, we can be live here on WFLA Now very, very quickly. But our entire WFLA News Channel 8 team here at WFLA in Tampa is working extremely hard around the clock as far as our article hub. We have a lot of articles on Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie on WFLA.com. If you don't want to listen to me, if you don't like listening to my voice, you can absolutely read the latest on the device in the palm of your hand by going to WFLA.com and the WFLA app. So we'll be back here live, Petito's story and the search for Brian Laundrie here at the Carlton Reserve near Venice, Florida. We'll have live updates as they become available on media platforms, and read the latest on WFLA.com and the WFLA app. I'm JB Buno, stepping aside to read some more of your hashtag HJB comments that are coming in across our social media platforms here, picking up my phone right now to check out what's going on Instagram especially, and we'll, of course, keep you posted on the latest here and be live on WFLA Now with any updates that become available. More ahead in the hours ahead on WFLA.com and the WFLA app.
Here's David Buno.
There isn't a tree big enough, a bush tall enough, or a thick area of Florida wilderness dense enough to stop the search. Search revs onward here at the Carlton Reserve Plus. Some new news to share with you at the Laundrie home with Brian Laundrie's parents with a police escort a short time ago. Hey there, folks. JB Buno here with you live on WFLA Now. We continue, of course, our ongoing coverage here with the latest on Gabby Petito and, of course, the search for Brian Laundrie here. We are, of course, in team coverage here for you on WFLA. And, of course, we have 8 on your side, senior investigator Walt Petito joining us there in the top right-hand portion of your screen. Really great to have Walt back on our stream here, our live stream. And, of course, in the bottom right-hand portion of your screen. 8 on your sides, Allison Henning, of course, our Sarasota County expert, who's there live for us at Carlton Reserve to provide us with the very latest on what's going on the search, beginning to expand here a bit at the Carlton Reserve. We want to let you know here, folks, we got a lot of questions that we'll be queuing up here out of the Facebook Live, YouTube Live, Twitter, and Instagram as well. Instagram comments, too, that we're going to be bringing in here using the hashtags that you see here on your screen. As we do here on WFLA Now, you can use hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyWalt, or hashtag HeyAllison for, of course, Allison Henning, who we bring in here live. Allison, what's the latest on the ground there as the search now continues to grow for Brian Laundrie?
Hey, JB. So today is day 5 of ground searches happening out here at the Carlton Reserve. You might remember over the weekend, search crews started over on the Northport side of this massive preserve, 25,000 acres. Monday, they took a break, just did an aerial search, resumed the ground search Tuesday, Wednesday, and now again, first thing Thursday morning. It appears the resources have been increased coming out to the reserve for the first time from the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office. Those dive teams are specifically trained, we're told by the Sheriff's Office, to search for evidence in bodies of water. So as of last night, Northport Police telling us that nothing has been found, but like you mentioned, nothing's stopping them, and they're back out here today.
Allison, have you know, it's been day 5. Have they expressed, I know officers may not express emotions necessarily, but have they talked about their frustration, or are they sort of couching that in a way that there's still a lot of determination? I mean, they've been out there in the heat 5 days now, and we don't know what they've found, but what have they told you about that part of the emotional part and the mental part for them, the officers themselves?
Well, we did hear from the commander with the Northport Police Department, who is leading this local search under the FBI's criminal investigation that's ongoing, of course. And he said that, you know, they're hungry. The search crews that are out here, they are hungry to find Brian Laundrie. They're, you know, eager, I think, to get out here and to help move this case forward, hopefully bring it to a close. Obviously, like we've been talking about over the last couple of days, the heat, the humidity, the rough terrain, 75% of the 25,000 acres out here being underwater. So it's definitely challenging, but he did say they are hungry to move forward and to hopefully bring this thing to a close.
Allison, we're going to be hearing from Eagle 8 HD's Paul Lamis in the center of your screen. This is video from the morning flight, that we brought you on WFLA.com and the WFLA app here. Paul just actually got back to the station. He and I were just having a chat here before we went on stream here, and Paul told me that they are starting to change the pattern here as far as now starting to cover more ground, working their way around other areas of Carlton Reserve, and then working their way back inward where Allison is, folks, to see anything as far as changes in the search patterns, changes in the search efforts here. But perhaps put into perspective here, Allison, for everybody joining us, what kind of vehicles you are seeing there on the ground and what is currently on the table as far as resources here for the search efforts at Carlton Reserve.
So, JB, it's a lot. We're seeing ATVs, UTVs. We're seeing those swamp buggies out here. A lot of, obviously, different all-terrain vehicles to navigate through the rough conditions out here. I did want to point this out, and I was looking through my phone to find this exact message so I could be exact. You know, yesterday we were talking about, is this a grid search happening out here? What kind of, like, how coordinated is the search that's happening out here? Obviously, we're seeing these search crews from across the region meeting every morning before they kind of go out and disperse throughout the area. I did ask Northport PD that question yesterday, and he told me, this is Josh Taylor, the public information officer for Northport PD. He told me that they are searching marked areas right now. He did not go into any further detail as to exactly what that means and how they perhaps marked these areas. But I know that commander we heard from yesterday, he said that, you know, they're trying to cover every acre. So it sounds like marked areas, but also, you know, trying to cover this really, really vast area out here. Hopefully covering as much ground as possible in the difficult conditions.
Allison, I think you, when you're off the clock, you're like me as far as reading through some of the social media comments, the social media haven't shared all the information that leads them to, of course, put all the resources here on the ground at Carlton Reserve and to focus so much of their search efforts clearly here at this area near Venice. Allison, there's a lot of skepticism, I think to say is a fair word, a lot of skepticism that Brian isn't here. Is there any sense in any of the conversations that you have had on the ground as to Brian, that officers are searching an area where Brian might not actually be? There, of course, have been endless theories on the internet. We're not going to go down that rabbit hole, but there's a sizable amount of people, no matter what they're told here, don't seem to believe that Brian Laundrie is at Carlton Reserve. Can you speak to that in any way for our viewers?
Well, JB, it's not something that law enforcement, that Northport Police has indicated to us whenever, they are talking about the search out here at Carlton Reserve. They keep telling us that they are for Brian Laundrie. They have never indicated that, perhaps they're looking for evidence rather than a person. But yeah, as far as, word goes from the people who are leading this search, they keep telling us that they are looking for Brian. But, there are, of course, people who are talking about, when they talk about those dive teams coming out and everything, is it evidence that they're looking for that could help lead them to Brian? That I really can't answer. But from what we're told from the people out here who are leading it is that they are looking for him out here.
Allison, before we let you go, what are you going to be monitoring here in the hours ahead? Of course, you'll be stationed here at Carlton Reserve where the search efforts are ongoing here. You can follow Allison Henning, of course, at, of course, her social media accounts here. Allison, but what are you going to be monitoring here in the hours ahead as this search here at the Carlton Reserve here? It's a grueling search. It's demanding. Just maybe we'll leave you with this, Allison. How hot is it out there? What are the today than yesterday, or if conditions improve? Just you're out there. Just tell us what it's like.
Honestly, I would say it's not as humid today. It's definitely still really hot out here. And I don't know if my opinion right now is skewed because I have an umbrella over my head protecting me from the sun because it's really hot out here as soon as I from the shade. But no, I would say it's not as humid. That was the first thing I noticed yesterday and the past couple of days. As soon as I get out of my car, it feels a little bit drier out here today, which, humidity obviously plays a huge role in how I think exhaust wet air because it's kind of oppressive. So it does feel better out here. But in terms of what we're going to be monitoring, really, because this is as close as we can get, this is kind of like this. So what other resources are they bringing in today? Is there going to be anything new that we notice? We have seen those swamp buggies come in. I've seen those ATVs come in. It looks like they're out every night, but not all of it, because I do have that command center not far from where we're at. We just can't see it ourselves. So really, in terms of station right now is really what's coming in and out. So I think everyone out here is really like keeping their eyes peeled, watching what, border road or what is going down this other road where it leads to the command center. So we'll just be keeping a close eye, and of course any fast movement that we might see. That's something I know we saw, I think on Tuesday when we got out here. Anytime someone's moving quickly, I think we all kind of look and see what's going on. But as I mentioned before, unfortunately, Northport PD telling us, like I said, day 5 now of ground searches out here. Nothing has been found. So I think everyone hoping today might be that day.
Allison Henning, our Sarasota County expert, our guru in Sarasota County, and of course, our wonderful reporter joining us. Follow her, everybody, on social media for the very latest. Allison, thanks so much. Okay, we're going to switch over now here, everybody, live to outside of the Laundrie home here, folks. And you can see now that there is a change here, Walt. We now have the silver Ford Mustang convertible back in the driveway. This happened a short time ago. And I'm going to bring up my notes here. I want to bring everybody in here to the conversation. We're going to use hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyWalt here in the Facebook Live comment section and in the YouTube Live comment section. And we've got some Instagram comments finally in the queue. YouTube Live, hello there to you on YouTube Live. I see that our audience is still growing here as we're now in the 12th minute of our live stream here. At around 8:15 this morning, the family left and I mean the family. Brian Laundrie's parents left this house. Now there's video of that, but I'll explain why we're not showing that to you here in just a second. Around 8:15 this morning, 8:15 Eastern, the parents left the house. They came back a short time later, and they came back with the Mustang. They left in a pickup truck and came back in the pickup truck and in the Mustang. The Mustang is back. Now, you might remember from earlier on this week, the Mustang was taken away by police and processed, and it was with Northport police there as far as being impounded, as we understand it. And now it is back. So you see it there. And we're going to talk about the camper. Don't go anywhere. More on the camper here in just a second. But they came back, and then they left again. Okay, and I say this now, while again from our commenters, I mean, it could, right, could be sure, but it's our responsibility to tell you exactly what is going on here at the household. Now, the parent, something where they've been gone for a certain amount of time here. I'm going to try to get an exact time as to how long that they've been gone since that. So we're here for a short time, returning with the Ford Mustang, and then they left again with a police escort. Now, again, we understand that it could be just simple protocol here, and the police escort could just be for the safety of the family, considering how emotional it is and how this has really raised our emotions here. And there have been people chanting outside of this household here. So there's a lot of folks here that are emotionally invested in the story. Police, of course, don't want to be further tragedy here. So there's a very good chance that the police escort was just to keep the family safe, or just to provide them with transportation. Let me see that here again. Yeah, it could.
I'm just checking in on y'all. Oh, and we got an echo. Hold on. I can fix it. Did that do it? Yes, I got it. What the hell was that, Obsidian? So, in case anybody's wondering, I don't know if I can see. Let me see if I can show you all this. Oh my God. Check me out. Ooh, go ahead. Salivate a little bit. Yes, payback is a bitch, Obsidian. Look at that. You know you want some of that. You know you want this, girl. Oh, let me stop. Okay, so that happened. And I forgot to show you something else, Obsidian. I actually took a picture. As a matter of fact, let me just send it to you. What did you pop up and do? Listen, it's so good. Oh my God. Y'all, I got extra pico de gallo, sour cream, guacamole, everything. I tell them, what else you got in there? Throw that in there too. That's how I like my Mexican food. Let me send you this. I didn't even realize we talking about Rugrats. I was sitting here with Rugrats pajamas on the whole time. I was like, what? When I changed, I was like, I got to tell Obsidian. So, yeah, that's all that was. Let me show you. I tell no lies. And it even has the little girl on there we were talking about, the little black character. So, yeah, I had to get some mail. Oh, but this is everything. This package here, this is the one. This is the one, y'all. And if you don't do medicinal, please don't be offended right now, because I do. And I have a beautiful, beautiful ½ ounce of grape cake. Oh, my God. I know somebody suggested wedding cake. The cakes are good. They're really good indicas, real chill, but they don't knock you out and put you to sleep. They're real chill. So I handled all my business. Got me some food for after the fact. It has limonene B caryophyllene and B myrcene. Ooh, those are my favorite terpenes. Japanese for anybody? Okay. So obsidian, where the hell are you? Randy, I got you. This one's for Randy, y'all. Hold on. Let me get you a fry out of here. Here you go, Randy. Look. For you right there. Oh, it's so good. We good, Randy? We good? I did that for you. That was all for you. I wasn't going to eat yet because I tend to like to get a bit of an appetite, like a big appetite first. And this helps me with that. It also helps me with headaches, anxiety, tension. It really does. Medicinal is the way to go. Now, Kimmy Kins. I don't know about sending it to Ohio. It might not work out. It might get a little nippy by then. But if you come here, I'll take you to my spot. I am far more than a tease, Randy. I'll have you know. But what you want me to do? I can't put it through the camera. I would have gave you a fry. Uno. Since we've been learning Spanish today. Uno. Ooh, Shandon. A new honey and you want to make biscuits. Oh, that's so good. My grandma used to make. Anybody from the South, do y'all know about this? It's a. Sorry, I just bought some more ibuprofen. It's a Stop playing with the camera, Obsidian. It's syrup, and it's basically sugar and water. It's the clear syrup. Somebody tell me y'all heard of that. It's the best damn syrup. But it's really for biscuits and stuff. It's not really what you want for pancakes. It's really thick. But she literally made it. Hot water, sugar, stir, stir, stir. Oh, ain't nothing better on them biscuits. Y'all know. I can see. Y'all know. Oh, don't you just miss Grandma? Well, we call my grandma Maria because we're from the South, but yes. You're fine, Randy. I'm just messing with you. It feels like I got another Dell in here. I don't know. We're going to see about that. Randy, I would totally share. Because I'm not that hungry to where I'm like, now you know you wanted some. You should have just ordered you some when I was there. Sometimes that's how it is. Like, nope. It's all mine because I asked you before I went if you wanted some fries. Especially you, Obsidian, the way you ate that turkey leg in our face or whatever that was that day. Oh, wait. Are you muted? Let me see. No, you're not. My computer is. There we go. Oh, yeah. I hear you now. You should have got ham steak. Oh, cinnamon roll. I love cinnamon rolls. That's a good idea. Obsidian, what you know about that? That sugar. You don't know about that? What is that? What you got over there? Some noodles?
Know what?
What you eating with your fingers? You always got some food.
This? No, that was cheese. That's food porn.
Oh, cheese. Let me make you bigger because I couldn't see. Now, do you have a green screen on?
I got the green screen popping.
I was gonna say you done went over to the player palace on me.
Yeah, because I'm not really here.
I'm gonna need you to be here. Okay, be here.
See, look.
Hello. No. Did you get my picture? Did you get my picture of my PJs?
Wait, let me see.
It's
shit.
I told you, I didn't realize the whole time you was sitting there with your sweater on. I'm sitting there with those on, and I didn't even realize until I got up to change, and I'm like, Rugrats.
What size is those?
Huh? Did you say what size? I can't hear you. Uh-oh, you cutting out. So did we learn?
Look
I
at
know,
that.
right, Leslie? I'm like, man, player. I'm on my way to San Diego.
I said, look at that. But I got a lag like a motherfucker. Yeah, I did.
Okay. Ooh, wings. Okay. See, we do this. We have these virtual potlucks over here. So we're having a virtual costume contest. I mean, not contest, but costume party for real for Halloween. Who's down? I'm gonna make a post to see how many people want to get in on that.
Can you hear me? You can hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you. Ooh, can you see that?
Oh, I thought we was gonna have it. Okay.
That's
I'm down.
pretty. That's pretty right there.
Y'all
It might
want to
not be as pretty as
get
yours,
into the
but
treat?
wait a minute.
Don't make fun of me.
Wait a minute, what? You gonna do the trick? You gonna have the trick, and we gonna be the treat? What you say?
I got my face in this bowl.
In a bowl?
Good.
Sit in.
I know.
Did I take 4 of those or 2? Because I should have took 4. I'm trying to see how many ibuprofen
I said, do y'all want to get tricked into the treat?
I just want to dress up. Okay.
Yeah, I'm eating. That's why I cut my camera off.
Oh, you're gonna be the judge for tomato gravy? Oh, I don't know. Now see, Kim Kins, I have a problem with hot tomatoes. Like I won't eat tomato soup. Anything really other than like a fresh tomato.
You still can't hear me?
Or pasta sauce. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
With basil?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Basil.
Like I just can't do like any like
hey, I found this. I got a
It's been about 3 weeks.
What's this shit called? A flash drive? For you.
The little one? The little one that you plug in? I'm trying to get centered on this camera.
Yeah, I'm about to show you. I just I just found it. Hold up. I don't know why I keep touching this damn laptop like it's touchscreen.
You silly. I never use my touchscreen. My desktop is a touchscreen and I never use it. I'm old school. Oh God, where is that? Did I take?
Look,
okay, I did not even count.
That's all right. Look, you see it?
No, hold on.
I need to finish eating my food.
Are those fries?
I don't like cold food.
Are those little fries? Or am I?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me make you bigger. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay, there we go. Oh, it's a flash drive. It ain't no damn fries, or is it? Or am I seeing fries everywhere? It is fries. Okay, I thought I was tripping.
Yeah.
I love it.
It is fries.
Your house right there. That fits you so well. That whole environment. That's you all day, baby. Rich and famous. Go ahead. That's you. I said that need to be your background for real.
That's when I go downstairs.
I love it.
This the attic.
Oh, you in the attic?
Nah, let me go some. Oh, no, I'm not switching.
I've never used my green screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kimmy Kent's listen. I wasn't playing with y'all. I went right to the corny side of fries, please.
That's better.
Corny side of fries?
Yeah.
I got my son some rolled tacos.
I like that one.
Oh, the brick wall. That one was nice too. Very nice, actually. I gotta count these damn things. I really don't know
don't look at me. I'm gone. What if my teeth look like this?
Oh yeah. Yeah, you gotta be careful. You will disappear. It's your clothes. Your clothes are blending in too much. Hold on, y'all. I gotta get some math together here. 3.
Oh, you trying to take my shirt off? I almost did it too. It's hot.
I wasn't, but I mean, you know, if you feel froggy, you jump. You know what I'm saying?
You count with your fingers?
I'm counting ibuprofen, y'all. I don't know how many I took. Hold on.
Yeah.
Who is it? Who's calling? Tell them you on live right now. How dare they?
Hello?
She would answer. So that's 30.
What are you talking about?
Ooh. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, perfect. I only took 2. That's a damn shame. I have to count
All right.
the whole bottle just to see.
Okay, bye.
Okay, what else? Just another brick in the wall. Obsidian blushing and all. Is she? Was it the phone call? Got me some Jamaica. Y'all don't, when I was pregnant with my son, I had carne asada tacos for breakfast every day for at least the first 2 months. Every morning, I would be in the office. The office is lit up by 8 a.m., smelling like onions and tacos and refried beans, and they knew Keon must be here. Yep, I'm here. Eating up some shit. And I'm like, you would think my son was Mexican the way I just went for a carne asada taco on the regular. And he barely even touched them. Okay. Now, what you eating with all that cheese on it?
This is pretty serious over here.
What is it? Because I love cheese.
Constipation in the
Right, basically. Well, what is it on? It looked like pasta, noodles, and cheese. What is?
Oh wait, I gotta get rid of the green screen.
Yeah, I can't see nada. Hey, like that, nada. There's a lot of shit going on in that bowl.
Yeah, it's called brick house potatoes.
Ooh, that sounds delicious. So potatoes, cheese. What else is in that bowl? Ooh, Tracy said fries.
I'm lying. I just made that shit up.
You play too much. See what I'm saying? It's just
a whole bunch of waiting for you.
It looks delicious. I love cheese, especially when it's cheesy like that. Yes, mac and cheese. Ooh, yes. I hope nobody in here is on a diet.
All right, I'm about to show you. All right, I didn't turn up. Yeah, see?
Potatoes. I see the potatoes. I see. What is that? White cheese on it? Is some meat in there?
It's just potatoes.
That's it?
That's
and
it.
Cheese? Oh, okay.
I got 3 different cheeses. It's like 3 different cheeses in here. Nah.
Ooh,
yeah.
See, I need a roommate. Don't you want to just live with somebody and cook all the time? I don't really need a roommate, but I'll take one if they cook.
Yeah. Everybody tell me they're going to lock me in. I'm like, that ain't.
I'm telling you, you straight hostage.
I'm going to lock you in the closet and only let you out. Cook.
Right. Well, I'll let you out for a few other things.
If you don't do this, you see that?
What did Randy say? I don't eat mac and cheese. I make cheese with a touch of mac. Ooh, yes.
See that? It don't. Yes. It ain't right.
If it don't do the stringy thing, that's what Randy talking about. That's the kind of cheese and cheese and mac. That's what he makes. Cheese and mac. Not mac and cheese. I will tear that up, Randy. Oh my God.
Yeah, for real. I put. Man, my macaroni and cheese be serious. I gotta make one tray for me, and one for everybody else.
Cause you like it that much, or you make yours different? I can't tell what the reasoning is for that.
Nah, I'm gonna eat that shit.
No, that's right. You gonna cook? You think I'm playing? I'm finna show up and get a whole suite in San Diego with a whole kitchen. And I'm going to bring some groceries and I'm going to invite Obsidian. That's all I'm doing. Bring groceries and invite Obsidian and chill for 2 days.
All right.
You think I'm playing. That's what the problem
I'd rather you make me an authorized personnel so I could check you in and then how you eat when you get there, you know?
It's already ready. Let me leave a key for you at the front desk. It's nothing. Absolutely not. For a meal? I do some strange. No, I'm just kidding. But I do love food. We're going to work that out, though, sis, for real. Ooh, about 2.5 pounds of cheese with 1 pound of mac.
People are.
That's a good name, huh? Brick House Potatoes.
Yeah.
If you
I
did
like
make
using
it up.
different cheeses though. Like,
Oh, good. Shanda's on the seafood
yeah,
diet. Me too. At all
that's how
times.
you get thick.
What? All that cheese?
I'm on a seafood diet too.
I'll take it for a minute. I'll get sick over some mac and cheese. I'll take that
And
risk.
potatoes.
I love potatoes. I love rice. All the starches.
I eat peanut butter and jelly.
So bad. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. I usually cut my
Yeah.
camera off. I'm in really,
Peanut butter and
really
jelly
deep
with Hawaiian
roll-up
rolls.
process. So let me.
Hawaiian sweet rolls.
I love cheese. I'm sitting. I'm here. I gotta roll up. I'm gonna try to be ladylike here and do this in private, but I'm here.
Do your thing.
So what did we
I'm
learn
on
about
strike.
Brian? I've been driving. I
I'm
couldn't
not smoking
see.
for a whole week.
Oh, really?
That's
Good. Good for you.
that he ain't shit.
I never not. I mean, it's literally a daily basis. But again, I got my
So?
prescription. If anybody need to see it, you know what I'm saying?
I gotta make a fake blunt.
Wow. Well, I'll puff for you. I just won't pass it. How about that?
So I don't smoke a real one.
Shandon, coffee is not gonna do. You gonna have to get
Blow
you
the
some
smoke on the camera.
starches. I mean, we talking about real food up in here. If I got some coffee right now, oh well, now crackers and cheese.
Oh, I thought she said crackers, cheese.
You ain't think that. You need to
Crackers,
quit.
cheese,
Crackers
and
and cheese and a Coke. Oh, and look, I thought it said in a cake. I was gonna say that's a lot going on. Crackers and cheese and a cake. I'm hungry. And I love bread. I will eat the hell out of some cake. Some donuts. Some
I like
breadsticks. Ooh, homemade. Gotta be
I only like bread like when it's fresh. Like I have to make it from the dough.
Ooh, fresh baked bread. Nice. Don't it look good, Tracy? I love me some potatoes though. That's a new way for me to make. So let me ask you something. When you cook those, did you chop them and just boil them a little bit? Is that how you cook them? How you cook them?
I put it in the microwave. No, just put it.
Look, really? My mom makes the best little potatoes. She cut them little squares and she boiled them just to the right. Ooh, consistency. And she put butter and sugar, and you would think it was a gourmet meal.
Well, no, but I just like that's how I eat my rice. But like, I just slice it, and then boiled it, and then I chopped it up afterwards. I just slice it so the water could get in there.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yep, we having potatoes later. I always used to love it. When I tried to cook that meal, it's so easy, but it's so easy to mess up because if you overboil those potatoes, you having mashed potatoes. And that's just that. You're not gonna have no squares because everything mashes up.
Yeah.
So you gotta get it just right.
Yeah. Even with mashed potatoes, like I gotta be able to mash them.
I love me some.
I like to do like chicken breast with broccoli and cheese.
Yummy. You know what I need to learn how to make, and it's probably super easy. Y'all don't laugh because I never tried, but I love broccoli, rice, and cheese casserole.
What?
I love that.
What?
Broccoli, rice, and cheese casserole. I could eat that for like
egg casserole.
Egg casserole? I never heard of that.
I like egg casserole.
I never heard of it.
I don't know if it's a real thing.
I don't think it is.
I like eggs a lot.
Well, you know, whatever.
Yeah, I just dump them in. I don't know. It's like eggs in there, and you use like the green enchilada sauce.
Oh, the egg green sauce. Okay, interesting. I hear that, Randy. That's the kind of person.
But,
that's the kind of cook Obsidian is. You
Yeah,
can tell.
cheese and shit, and then you just put it in the oven, and that's.
You just love food. See, when you love food like that, you can really just throw anything in a pot, and that should be so good because you kind of know how to create. See, I'm not that kind of cook. I'm gonna need me a recipe or appetite,
I'm telling you,
to go off of.
When I was in St. Louis, you need a recipe, but I can't follow recipes.
I can. If you tell me, I can do it,
Yeah,
but I
I
follow.
can't
to
follow
the,
recipes and shit.
I know most cooks can. They're just like a pinch of this, a pinch of that, and I'm like, measure that shit. But it's gonna be good. But I gotta measure that shit.
I'll fuck it up. I just wing it.
Most of my friends can cook, and that's
Yeah,
what
I
they
gotta.
tell me. I
I
don't
feel
know
like,
how much. I don't know how much.
my body know me, you know.
Right. No, it's just a cook thing. I know. I have been cussed out many times trying to
I
ask
probably
somebody
can't even
how
cook.
much.
I'm just
How much?
adventurous.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Say that again.
I'm like, shit, the hell if I know. I said, I probably can't even cook. I'm just adventurous, but I probably can't
No, I
even
can
cook.
tell by the way it looked. I know some good food when I see it. Okay, I can tell, and I mean that. TT, well, you know what? Let's make it happen, Captain. You don't have to tell me but once where the party at. I'm coming to eat. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I got a little book.
Yeah, you have
That's
to.
my
You have
name.
to tweak it, Randy, and make your
That's my
recipe
name.
your own. But I have to have a starter.
Captain.
Give me a base. I know if I want to throw a little garlic, a little paprika, a little thyme, whatever I want to do. But I can't just go in the kitchen like, I
Yeah.
got ground beef, I got this, voila. That's not me. But y'all could do that. I could tell. You could definitely do that.
I do. I like making
Really
sauces too.
What
I like
kind?
making sauces.
Oh, sauces. Yummy. Yeah, let's do it. DB. It is wonderful, isn't it? Let's do
I don't
it.
like
We can have a
my
potluck.
camera too clear for me.
Huh? What do you say? I think we got a delay. You said something, but I didn't hear
This
you.
camera clear as hell.
Is that bad?
I didn't have one.
We can see you. I'm gonna I gotta spark up.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna take my camera off, but I'm still.
Yeah.
You know, we just kind of
Potato
chop
soup?
it up. Whenever we do this, every once
Okay.
in a while, I will drop the link. Don't nobody be crazy, because most of us know how to act. But I'm gonna say that anyway. But if anybody wants to pop up here and shoot the breeze, that's all we're doing right now.
I don't.
You already up here? What you mean? Who's coming?
You like my vape?
Let's see who's bold enough to hit the link.
I said I don't know how to act.
Oh, we know that. We know that.
You like it?
What is that? That's a vape? Oh. What kind though? Not an e-cig, right? Hi, David.
Yeah.
Brian is in Mexico camping. Have they determined that? We're still kind of listening to
know.
What happened to Fox? I turned it off.
It's
Let me see. Let me see now. Don't come in here and you're dropping them bombs. Hi,
I told
David.
you he was in Mexico.
Let's see what they're talking about. Hold on. I'm going to mute I'm going to turn Fox on for a second.
I like carrot cake. I like rum cake and sakatimi cake.
I'd like to show the family here. There it is. Thank you. They it was overnighted to the station, and I'd like
to tell you what the beads, the number of beads, the colors have any significance? They didn't tell you.
This is the one I've been wanting to bring up ever since. Cyborg USMC passed this along last night. No one has asked this question yet. No one has made this comment. So we appreciate you bringing this up. Brian Laundrie is a person of interest. He's not a suspect. He's not wanted for a crime. He hasn't been charged with anything. There isn't an arrest warrant in his name. Cyborg USMC on BFLHAD Instagram. #HAD. I'm wondering why there is yet to be a monetary reward announced for information leading to the whereabouts of Laundrie.
There we go.
So this is
I'm so
great.
slow, but I'll listen from another phone because I couldn't hear
don't think that you can for a person of interest, or can you? Can the FBI? If I want to crime,
I don't know that answer. Actually, I don't know that answer.
I don't think, and we'll have to look into this. And this is Cyborg being the first one to bring us up here.
When you look at the legal definition, a person of interest. It includes the phrase "someone possibly involved in a criminal investigation." When you look up the definition of suspect, it's pretty close. It's just a matter of it's a matter of a few pieces of evidence. So I don't know if the FBI
Yeah. Well, right.
Man, that lady just pissed me off.
They could. I'm sure they could if they wanted to.
Right. If Brian Laundrie Laundrie's parents
I don't be smoking these days because I be high as hell. I don't be knowing.
Bring their son home. Is there not? I got a comment. Maybe over here. I'll bring it up to Facebook here. I think
my brain be taking a stay out of my kitchen mouth.
A moment ago from Sarah Rose here. #KGAB. The problem is missing. Why aren't the parents trying to find it?
That's very hard. Come on, man.
Great question.
So hard at that.
And we don't know that they haven't made.
That's a really good
I'm gonna come hug your heart with my heart, and then they can't get through that. I got a heart of steel.
And if the police,
I don't know if that's good or bad, but
reward. You know, if my son was missing, I would put a reward out to find him. Now, if you don't, is it because you don't want him found? You know what I'm saying? That's their baby out there somewhere in the world. Why wouldn't they do that? Because they know where he at, is what it feels like. Very interesting. TT, you can totally do that. I love sexy food. I love it. David said, they're looking in the swamps. Wait, let me make this bigger. They're looking in the swamps like he jumped in there with the damn gators to drown himself. Dude did the race. He's gone. You know, I don't know if they're looking for just, because, you know, when they concentrate in the area, I always like to think, just like Summer Wells and every other search I've watched, they concentrate on the area they believe he may be in or has been in. But when you look at this, you do wonder, like, come on, man, really? Is he really out here?
Oh, shit,
or
yeah. You
with 5 days head start, did he get the hell out of Dodge for real?
You've been to hit us with the theories. You must get philosophical.
That's what I want to know. Is that man in the wind? And I go back to what I just said. If his family is not even looking for him or putting out a reward, that makes me think they don't want to find him. And why would you not want to find him? You don't give a damn, or you know where he is.
He ain't low.
So which one is it?
Yeah.
Which one is it? They looking hard though, and they not leaving the area. So, and for that to be the area, David, that they're in, it is almost like he must be dead. If he in this area, they're looking for a recovery right now. They're just trying to find his body. Like, why would you be in this marshy? And like I mentioned with the little swamp, what they call it, swamp bus or whatever they're driving in, they're not going slow. Like, in case he's hiding or laying on the ground, they driving straight through that.
Boy swimming on the bottom like an alligator.
His ass gonna get ran over if he out there. But they're concentrating so hard. Right, Randy, it would make no sense to just be hiding right there in Florida.
I would be swimming on the bottom of the lake. I'm telling you.
They don't usually do that for no reason.
I scrape this stomach up. Get away.
That's what makes this thing so tricky to me. I feel you, David.
How much money should be connected to if there was, and if it can be, if it is a tactic that is potentially on the table for law enforcement here, if they were to create a monetary reward for information leading to the whereabouts of Brian Laundrie, what do you see? Well, where do you see
$75,000 rewards for Hill pipe bomber, or $50,000 reward for information to arrest and conviction of whoever is responsible. That's again the pipe bomber, DC from earlier this year. 30. I said 30. That's 30,000. So I don't know. I mean, but again, a reward does not have to come from the FBI, a police organization at all.
That's true too. And there are people saying, like, oh, I don't need money. I would do it for free if I,
do it.
Okay. Yeah, by all means, do you have information?
You can't do, but right. It's about having the information.
But is there somebody who has more information and, somebody a friend, anybody that has more information that, that let's say $75,000 sounds awfully nice.
Right.
To do the right thing.
That's right.
Do the right thing. Come clean. Your conscience is clean.
Help solve the mystery.
And $75,000. Go buy yourself what does that get you? A Ferrari? That get you a Ferrari? What's the cheapest Ferrari?
We can Google.
Cheapest Ferrari.
Sure
Does it get you a Ferrari?
I don't think I'd buy a Ferrari with it.
I think the cheapest Ferrari is like $59,000. We get a used Ferrari. You get what I'm saying? It's money you can use for you're in Tampa Bay, a boat.
Right.
Go buy your boat. All right. Thank you, Cyborg, for your comment. I'll look for some more comments coming in here. What should the monetary amount be? If there was something, if that was a tactic that could be employed by law enforcement, where would you start? And let us know if you think that line of thinking is crazy. Just tell us. So what do you think? Instagram from Peruta on WFLAJB's Instagram, #AJB. Have authorities check the airports and borders. Bryans protect their son. Waste the FBI's time. Some of the comments I was talking about earlier, as far as people believing that Brian's parents, of course, are part of this in some capacity, and they're not telling authorities everything of what they know. And again, there's no evidence of that at this time, but have authorities check the airports and borders, Walt. And I would imagine that with a case of this magnitude, with the FBI involved, if that passport or if that name was at an airport.
So passport records are not public records, so we don't even know if he has a passport. I don't know if that has been stated somewhere on the media. But
goes right back to the point. Right back to the point is if they have bought this man a passport and got him out of Dodge, he would definitely have to have enough cash to live over a year or so.
I don't have.
That's what else would he cannot be possibly running around this world. I mean, somehow this thing is spread like wildfire. People are looking for his face. He can't just be out there. He must be. Yeah, he's either gone as in deceased or gone as in hiding. And was it UTT that said that you have a friend that keeps defending them? I mean, hey, I say God bless the people who can see that bright side in people like that. I see the good in damn near everybody, but I also see the bad. And right now, Brian is on my bad list. I can't put him anywhere else. I don't feel like his moves don't put him on any other list for me. This guy is guilty of something. Or why the hell won't you just sit down somewhere? Hello. Wait, it went away. American Mommy. Hello, dear. Welcome back. Welcome back. Shandon, my condolences. Absolutely. Leave it to Bieber. Welcome back. Did you get a nap or two or get some work done? If he really was the avid camper they say he was, he could really live off the land indefinitely. I don't think he's there, though. I think the parents set him up somewhere else on the camping trip. That makes sense, because why the hell he comes back alone, and then they all leave together and go camping, and then they come back, and ain't none of them talking to the police? Yeah, that's suspect as hell. They all three need to be in jail together if they know something, they're not telling something. Period. Y'all know how I feel. You're just as guilty. If you see something and you don't say something, then you might as well have done the crime. Especially if it's your kid. You haven't taught him a damn thing except how to be unaccountable in life. Now he gonna go murder again, and the blood is gonna be on y'all's hands. Now, if he's innocent, he's innocent. But if he's innocent, why he acting guilty? That's what I want to know. No reason to run. You can be afraid to talk because, yeah, people get railroaded. So I would lawyer up in any situation. I think it's always smart to lawyer up. But I wouldn't run from a damn thing. Once I get my attorney, I'm going to understand what I can say, what I can't say, what I should say, what I shouldn't say. I'm going to stay right here and say it or not say it. Not run. If you run, you're running from something. That's just why people.
You a punk. Shake away.
I'm still having a puff session over here, so I'm gonna turn this back off, but it came on when I came in here. If you guys got Twitter, seriously give it a look. Food for thought, definitely interesting. Big Sleetius on Twitter. Oh man, and I might be logged into Twitter. I shared there, but I never know my damn password. Big Sleetius. Obsidian. Obsidian. Can you do me a favor? Can you capture that name right there for me somewhere?
Yeah.
Big Sleetius. Because I'm going to ask you to remind me of where I was supposed to go. You going to remember? Because, you know, I'm not. My brain is right now being medicated, so I might forget. I can't hear you. What? Is my computer muted again? Oh, it is. I'm over here yelling at you. Hold on. Sorry. Okay, you got me? Before it disappears?
I can hear you.
You can hear me? Yeah, I had it on mute.
I got it. I got it already.
Oh, well, you wasn't like giving me a head shake or a thumbs up or nothing, so I didn't know we was communicating. What are you doing over there? You in your own world right now?
I was.
You were.
Yeah, I got you. But
you know why? Because I mute my computer.
Nah, I was typing in the name.
Oh, I thought you were in a zone.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry.
I thought it was me. I switched microphones, everything.
No, I mute.
I was over here looking for Big Cletus.
I'm like, what is it? What is it? Sebs, what's on there? What's it about if you're still here? Leyva-Pike said, just like Aiden Fuji's mom, you got me all the way twisted. I will tell my kid, well, we're going to go get some ice cream, and I'll roll right up in front of that police station and start honking the horn. Exactly. Because you can't enable them. You cannot. You don't help them in the long run. And that's how deep a mother's love is supposed to go. I'm going to hurt you before anybody else does. What'd you say, Obsidian? We have a serious delay.
I'd be like, come get this killer.
Yeah, no, you're going to take your ass up there and man up about it. I don't care if you steal a piece of bubble gum. You're going back in that store. You're going to hand it to him and you're going to tell him like that. That's me as a mom. If you don't have integrity as a man, as a person, but as a man, what's the point? That whole word is bond and all that, out the door, out the door. That's integrity. You got to have it. And you have to be accountable for your actions, or you just keep doing shit in life. And he probably been just doing shit in life for a long time. Now he done went too far, and it's because of the enablers. What other reason does that man have to be on the run if he's innocent? Where my poll at? I need to know right now. Let me get on YouTube and run a poll. I want to know. Let me see. Oh God, I gotta let the caddy in first. Okay, hold on. Let me mute that.
Will there be an arrest for the parents? An article on WFLA about the FBI looking at his inner circle. Yeah, that's an article for you in WFLA.com and the WFLA app, what Monica here is referring to. And really, Walt, I mean, at this stage where we are, as a reminder, for Gabby, Petito, Brian Laundrie article hub, what the Monica's referencing is on WFLA.com and the WFLA app. But will there be an arrest the parents.
So the law in Florida is pretty clear.
There has to be evidence of a crime.
Accessory after the fact of whatever the crime is, parents can not be charged with that in Florida. That's a state law. Accessory after the fact. So in other words, some crime was committed, and you're right, nobody's been charged with the crime yet. The crime is committed, and they help him after the fact. That cannot be. If you're a parent, you're not going to be charged. If you're a friend, if he has a friend helping him, or even a stranger theoretically who knew or who helped him and agreed to help him for whatever reason, they could be charged with accessory after the fact, but not parents. The other quick point though, parents, there's nothing stopping charges when it's obstructing or destroying evidence, anything like that. But none of that has been alleged or even implied at this point. So as far as charging the parents, I mean, I'd ask the person who asked that question, what are you charging them with? If they helped him, quote unquote, get away in that camper, they're not getting charged in Florida. We are actually trying to clarify if a federal law would allow charging them, but I just don't see how that would work in this case, because obviously they're the parents' crime. If there is one for helping him, we don't know that it crossed state lines, at least it's not yet. But obstructing justice or destroying evidence, that is a chargeable crime. It doesn't matter whether you're related to the person or not. So I don't know if that answers that question. I think it clears some of it up, though.
Yeah, and we don't know enough about what is going on with Brian's parents, and we know that they are. Josh Taylor told me Friday night. We're coming up on a week from the Josh Taylor interview on WFLA Now. Again, that's the spokesperson from Northport Police, and he said that the parents are cooperating as far as finding Brian, but are they making sense? You can cooperate without cooperating.
You can answer questions, but then maybe you don't tell them what you know, right? You just tell them what they ask.
Yep.
That's cooperating in a way.
Right. Hashtag HeyJB from Amanda Flanagan. How do they know he's not watching their every step and watching all the news?
How do we know he isn't?
There's actually, listen, if he's not at Carlton Reserve, anything's on the table. Anything's on the table as far as Brian Laundrie having access to the news. You're watching this right now. Probably not. I mean, you would think that would be highly unlikely. But if he wasn't at Carlton Reserve and he got away elsewhere, there's no reason for us to believe that he doesn't have access to the internet and can't be following all of this and using that to his advantage. But just
house with the parents last Friday, and then on Monday. Ask them questions then, we don't know. But they absolutely could bring the parents in for questioning, but the parents also 100%, because of the Constitution, could say to answer anything because of their right against self-incrimination. And they also don't have to answer anything about what their child did or did not do.
Here with you live on WFLA Now. 8 on your side, senior investigator Walt Petito, JB here with you live on WFLA Now, where we talk to you. No teleprompter, just talking to you and reporting facts and separating fact from fiction here. So Walt is, of course, here, spending some time here with us. And Walt, I know that you're working on several different stories today. How much time do you have with us today?
I've got another 15 minutes, probably.
Okay. We'll see if we can continue to get.
Okay, I'm gonna shift gears and go to go back to that body cam footage. Oh shoot, I never let the cat in. Forgot. All right, hold on, Jazzy. All right. Let's go back in time. Check this dude out. Since he want to be on the run, can't nobody find his butt. See what he's up to now. Let's try to figure this guy out. Let's see. Let's get into his psyche and all of that. See what we can critically think through together from this body cam footage. That's all we got of his ass right now.
First tonight, they left on a cross-country trip. It was supposed to be an exciting time, one full of memories they would never forget. But the family of Gabby Petito is now left with unanswered questions, so many of them, and heartache, not knowing where she is. Her boyfriend returned to Northport without her. Fox 13's Kimberly Cuisin is joining us now live at the Northport Police Department. So, Kim, any new developments at all in this case tonight?
Well, Kelly, the Northport Police Department is working with the FBI and other agencies. Now, there's things they can't tell us due to the nature of this investigation, but Gabrielle Petito's family just released a statement that brings up even more questions now that we have seen the statement. The statement says the family says they are going through the worst moment of their lives. And they continue saying, in part, Brian is refusing to tell Gabby's family where he last saw her. Brian is also refusing to explain why he left Gabby all alone and drove her van to Florida. These are critical questions that require immediate answers. The family begs Brian Laundrie's family not to remain in the background.
No. Damn, that sounded like I was eating chicken. All I did was sorry, y'all. Too many buttons I gotta hit. Let me mute. Sorry. Okay. Kimmy Kins, I don't know what happened. Nobody should have timed you out, sweetie. Especially not for an S word. No way. We don't do that. Somebody might have accidentally hit it. It is very easy to accidentally even hide somebody when we go through our selections. I forget what they look like because I'm not doing it right now. But no, I bet it was just an accident. I'm sorry, babe. No, because I say the S word sometimes myself. And YouTube won't time you out. It will automatically hold a comment that we have to click a button to show it or hide it. But it doesn't time you out. So it had to be done accidentally by a moderator. I probably could see who if I was in different settings, but I promise you that was an accident. Sorry, I just saw that message and I had to address that, y'all. We treat our folks right around here.
But to help find who Brian referred to as the love of his life. Now, Laundrie and together documenting their cross-country trip. When her family last heard from her at the end of August, they grew concerned, knowing this was her missing over the weekend. And earlier this afternoon, the Laundrie family released a statement through their lawyer saying a search has been organized for Petito in or near Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming. They hope she would be reunited with her family. And at this time, Laundrie has not spoken to investigators, but instead referred them to his family lawyer.
I think that's the most concerning thing about this. You had someone who was in constant communication with their family on a pretty regular basis, and then all of a sudden nothing. Then all of a sudden the person she was traveling with is back here, and she's not here. The person's unwilling to talk with us to this point. All of that is very, very concerning.
We got to find Gabby. We got to bring her home.
Yeah, and that last person you just heard from there, that was Gabby's dad, Joseph. He says the family is holding out hope. They want to find Gabby and bring her home to her loved ones. And now here at the Northport Police Department, the van that they were traveling in, the van that Gabby's family says was her own, is in the property of the Northport Police Department. They're combing over it, looking through it with the FBI to see if there's any signs or clues that could tell them about what happened to Gabby or what may have occurred. Kelly, back to you.
Just bizarre. So to make sure we're clear, the boyfriend got home alone, hired a lawyer, and now is refusing to talk to investigators.
boyfriend returned home. He had not been in touch, it appears, with her family. We're not too certain on that part, but we do know that when investigators went to that door on Saturday night, the family referred them over to that lawyer and has yet to talk to them.
Well, you know, I know you're going to keep us updated on what's going on, because much more to come on this. So we just hope that she is found safe and sound. All right. Thank you so much, Ken.
Thanks, Scott. Fox 13 News has confirmed a new development in the case of missing 22-year-old Gabby Petito. A family spokesperson says Gabby was last seen alive at the Fairfield Inn and Suites on Admiral Byrd Road on August 24th.
That hotel is just west of the Salt Lake City International Airport, and we went there last night. Staff wouldn't speak to us on camera, but they did say the FBI and police officers have visited the hotel recently. They also tell us Gabby stayed there for more than a day. And this morning, the search for Gabby is now focused on Wyoming. That's where she and Brian reportedly were when she last spoke to her mother.
Her stepfather is there now and spoke to Fox News about.
Now, you know, the police are doing everything they can, and that's all we can rely on right now is that together collectively, and they are doing their best to find out what happened, where she is.
And this morning, we're also learning more about an interaction Gabby and Brian Laundrie had with Moab police. A police report indicates it happened on August 12th.
A bystander saw a fight between the two and called police. Fox 13's John Bronke explains what's in that report.
It's 4 pages long. No criminal charges were filed through a glimpse into the couple's relationship in the days before Gabby vanished. This is the police report. 2 officers responded to what's described as a domestic problem near the Moonflower Co-op in downtown Moab. One officer wrote, "It wasn't clear, but I believe it was reported the male had been observed to have assaulted the female." Officers spotted the couple's van near the entrance to Arches National Park. They were clocked driving 30 miles per hour over the speed limit. When the couple stopped, an argument took place. One officer wrote, "The male tried to create distance by telling Gabby to go take a walk and calm down. She didn't want to be separated from the male and began slapping him. He grabbed her face and pushed her back." The other officer who interviewed Brian wrote, "Brian said Gabrielle, thinking he was going to leave her in Moab without a ride, went to slap him. As Gabrielle started to swing, pushed her away to avoid the slap." They also described Gabby's demeanor, saying at no point did Gabby stop crying, breathing heavily, or compose a sentence without needing to wipe away tears. They added, Brian did not show any signs he may be a victim of battered boyfriend syndrome. The officers helped Brian get a hotel room for the night. Gabby took the van. Officers described the incident as a mental health crisis and not domestic assault. The police report indicates there is body camera footage of the interaction officers had with the couple. We have filed a public records request for that video. In the studio, John Franke, Fox 13 News, Utah.
Now, the Grand County Sheriff's Office is telling Fox News that they are not ruling anything out when it comes to a possible connection between
to the arches just before the gate. You want to place your vehicle in the park and go ahead and turn it off for me? Yeah. No, park? Oh, it isn't park yet. Okay, turn off your engine. Go ahead and set your keys on the dash for me, all right? What's your guys' names?
Gabby.
I'm Brian. Gabby, Brian, okay. What's going on? How come you're crying?
I'm sorry, we've just been fighting this morning. Some personal issues.
It was a long day. We were camping yesterday and camping got the stuff, supplies and stuff. I'm sorry I hit the bump there.
I was distracting him from driving. I'm sorry.
Can I get you to step out of the vehicle for me, man?
Yeah.
Just hang tight right there. Do you mind if I take your keys and just put them on your hood?
You got it. I'm so
Thank
sorry.
you. Oh, no, you're fine. I'm going to go ahead and close your door, okay? Why don't you come over here? SO229. I have the female that was in the passenger seat separated from the male. Keys are on the hood. You want to tell me what's wrong?
Some days I have really bad OCD, and I was just cleaning and straightening up back of the van before, and I was apologizing to him and saying, I'm sorry that I'm so mean, because sometimes I have OCD and sometimes I can get really frustrated. Not like mean towards him, I just like, I guess my vibe is like, I'm like in a bad mood, and I was just saying, I'm sorry if I'm in a bad mood. I had so much work I was doing on my computer this morning.
What do you do for a living?
Well, I think for organic juice bar, but I just quit my job.
Okay.
I was a nutritionist. That's what
okay.
That's my
That's
job.
cool.
And I just quit my job to travel across the country, and I'm trying to start a blog. I actually have a blog stuff, so I've been building my website. So I didn't really trust it. I didn't really believe that I could do any of it. So that's kind of been like I don't know. He's like down there. I don't know. We've been fighting all morning, and he wouldn't let me in the car before. And then
Why wouldn't he let you in the car? Because
He
you're
told me
OCD?
He told me I needed to calm down. Yeah. But I am perfectly calm. I'm calm all the time. And he really stresses me out. And this is a rough morning.
Well, why don't we do this? Why don't I sit you down in the back seat of my car? You're not in any trouble, okay? I'm not going to be putting handcuffs on you. You obviously don't have any weapons. I'm going to get you into the air conditioning, let you take a breath, relax a little bit, and then I'll come back and talk to you in a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
All right. Like I said, you're not in any trouble. So just go ahead and take a seat. What's that? Yeah, I just spoke to her. So, you want to do me a favor? Let's go ahead and get you to step out of the vehicle. Alrighty? Come on over here. You're not in any trouble right now. So, tell me what's going on.
She just gets worked up sometimes, and I try and really distance myself from her. So, like, I like her own little website blog and everything. So, I give her time. And we really had a nice morning, and if anything, but she just worked up because you're trying to get going and get her day going because you want to go like cars or something like that.
Okay. You want to tell me about the scratches on your face?
She had stuff on her hand. That's why I was pushing her away, because she wanted. I like the teams. I could walk away. I said, let's just take a breather and let's not, go anywhere. Let's just calm down for a minute. She was getting a little worked up, and then she had her phone trying to get the juice. So that way, I was just trying to. I know I shouldn't push, but I was trying to push her away to go. Let's just take a minute, step back, and breathe. And she got me with her phone.
Can I see your hand? Oh, you got a mark right here.
Oh, that's from a wire.
That's from a wire?
Yeah.
You want to tell me about hitting that curb?
Hitting the curb was her grabbing the wheel.
She grabbed the wheel?
Yeah. She's like, I can't believe we're getting pulled over in this grip.
What about the speed? Did she take over the...
Take over the pedal on you? If I was going fast, sorry. No, it's probably just the moment of like, I'm still shaking now. The adrenaline, seeing the lights flashing up, and then her grip. So if I sped up, I'm sorry about that. Or if I was speeding beforehand, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, it's just in the part of it to catch up to you. So,
yeah, I'm sorry about that. We're just going into the park again to get water because we have a 6-gallon water container to fill up. So we're just grabbing water for the hike. Okay. And I was trying to keep everything calm and quiet because there's plenty still to go for a hike. But it's good. I'm really sorry about that.
Of course. Do me a favor. You want to go ahead and just take a seat right here on the curb for me?
And if I was speeding, I'm sorry.
You don't have anything in my pocket or anything like that, do you? Okay. Nope. Just the wallet? All right. And then, do you mind lifting your shirt so I can check the waist rate? I got to turn around for me real quick? Perfect. Nothing. I just want to make sure. That's all, man. Go ahead, do me a favor. Take a seat, all right? Oh, do you have your ID on you?
In the car, if you want to be
No, we'll just do this. Just go ahead and take a seat.
You come with me, I'll give you a seat.
No, you're fine. What's your first name?
Brian.
Brian?
B-R-I-N, yeah, and L-A-U-N.
And then your last name?
L-A-U-N.
L-A-U-N.
B-R-I-E.
D-R-I-E? Yep. Laundry? Mm-hmm. Okay. What's your date of birth, Brian?
I'll say crisscross applesauce. Did I just didn't change to the balls? I'll go to sound good?
Alright, just hang tight for me. SO229. I need a 29 name and date of birth. First name Brian, layman spellings, last name Laundry. Lima Alpha Uniform, November Delta Romeo India.
What's gonna be on
Where'd you hit him? Sounds fake. How many times did you fire? Bravo Romeo India Alpha November. And then what? His reaction was to do what? It's gonna be out of 4. He was grabbed you? Did he hit you though? I mean it's okay. I understand if he hit you, but we want to know if he actually hit you. Because you know, where did he hit you? You slapped your face or what? Yeah. Go ahead. Okay. So have you been drinking?
No, you don't.
What was up with his driving? This officer said he hit a curb.
I
While you're driving? While he was driving, you were hitting him?
Did you already tell him all this?
I didn't get that far into it. She was hyperventilating.
She's saying that they don't drink, but at the point when you lit them up,
You don't drink or anything.
She started hitting him.
Yeah, I was yelling at him, and then when you turned the lights on, I kind of hooked his arm like this.
so she's saying it was why he hit the curb. You said it was Gabby?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm really bad. It was Gabby?
Yeah.
Meditation stuff, but you tend to have a lot of anxiety and stress.
A lot of anxiety.
And what's
OCD.
Yeah,
but it just makes me upset. I know that he kind of gets frustrated with me a lot.
way of taking my anxiety and bringing it down, but my ex-wife, as much as my ex-wife, I'm just trying to it's a little personal, but help you understand, we would feed off each other's anxiety and spiral, you know what I mean? And it doesn't matter how much I loved her. It may be bad for your soul. I'm not telling you what to do with your life, but if you know you have anxiety, look at the situations you can get in. You know what I mean? And we're not here to be mean to you or anything. Well, you know, there's a first time, and then it usually. We'll go see what Brian's saying, but I think you've heard everything now.
Quick question: you said you were hitting him in the arm. Did you grab the steering wheel?
No, I didn't.
You did not touch the steering wheel.
Jingle, but only for like a second, because I just saw the lights come on, and it was more just like you're an idiot. Like, you know.
But did you grab the steering wheel and swerve or anything like that?
No. I didn't touch the steering wheel at all.
I'm gonna go ahead and close the store again. Do you have enough air back here, or do you want me to kick it up some more?
Is there any water?
I will see if I can find some.
No, don't worry. Thank you.
Can I get on?
Did you already give a statement for this officer?
I've got this gentleman here. So you had some lunch on your Yeah. And she wants something too.
trying to figure out what all happened. And I know you probably already told your story. This officer's probably going to be the one handling the whole case. Do you want to listen to what he has to say, and then you tell him what happened. So if you don't mind, start at the beginning.
Start at the beginning. Well, I don't want to go too far back, but we've been in BLM land for the past week or so, traveling around, and the flies here are like pretty intense. So the flies have definitely been getting to her, and then my feet are dirty and everything. So I think that our little squabble started because you're hanging out at the coffee shop, and when we got back to the van, there was some dirt and stuff in the van, and I moved our food around. It was a little disorganized, so she gets a little. I just don't want we were going to get one because we ran out, but it's okay. I don't like classic bombs. Thank you. But we just had a little disagreement there. And the disagreement was just when she was getting a little worked up, and I was saying, that was okay, thank you so much. So it was just more disagreement than I just wanted to. What was the disagreement about? It was, I wouldn't even call it disagreement. It was just that I'm dirty and I can't change being dirty. Like I got dirty feet, I got sand on my foot pops and stuff like that. It was that we were at the coffee shop for so long. We were there from 9 to 3. So yeah, there's a few little things, little relationships. I don't be a relationship on the street. I've been married for over 5 years now. So there's a lot of little things. Yeah. And we really we weren't physical before the point where I said, all right, let's just take a breather and like walk away for a minute. I'll lock the van up and I'll go for a walk this way, and you can go walk that way on the block. You know, there's that Moon Road. I always call Moon Flower. Yeah, nice areas. You can go either way. It's all shaded. So let's go for a little walk and breather. Come back. It's pretty happy with it. But then I'm not upset with her. She got worked up. She had her phone in her hand and her keys and everything. And she wanted. I met her bring things, phone. And I was holding on to the keys, but I don't want to go anywhere. And my big fear is, I don't have my phone. I don't have a phone. So she goes off without me. But, all right, I'm on my own. So I was saying, let's just go for a walk, and she was trying to get the keys for me. So I was just going, just wait back up, and just hit me. I don't want to push it, but I didn't get overly physical. I was just trying to keep her away and not get hit. And then I got really loud, and that's probably fear of where I was going. Back up, get away, just hit me.
Okay, so you said you pushed her to create some distance, obviously, right? What happened after that? What got the scratches on your eye?
The phone.
The phone. So you pushed her and she hit you?
It wasn't like a push and she jumped on me. She was already, swinging, and I was, a lot of angles, a lot of nails, a lot of rings.
Yeah, you got 3 scratches in your neck. You got 1 on the left side of your neck. You got 1 right here, and you got 4 for the just try to lift up 2 hands. Do you mind lifting up your right sleeve for me? I'm curious about something.
Oh, okay. I suppose fingernails, but I'm not complaining.
Is it bruised or tender or anything like that?
No. Okay. I'm fine. I love that. I hope she doesn't have too many complaints about me. I'm just, I feel bad I have to get so public. I was just trying to be loud. Listen. I just try to make her calm down and be like, look, everyone's watching. And like, stop this.
I got a quick question for you. Do you take any medications or anything like that? You don't take any medications or anything like that? Are you normally just kind of like hyper?
Do I see that? My heart rate up whenever the lights flash on. It gets your heart rate up.
It gets me going a little bit.
You say, hey buddy, whenever somebody walks up.
So, okay. Yeah, do you know if she takes any?
She's crazy. No, I don't think so. No, none that I know of.
I get your first name?
Gabrielle.
Gabrielle. How do you spell that?
R-I-L-L.
And your last name?
P-E-T.
B-E-T?
P.
Oh, P.
I-C.
I see. Oh. You guys both live in Florida, right? Or that's where you guys come from?
Florida right now, but I'm from
So, I need a 29 for any date of birth. First name, Gabrielle. Golf, Alpha, Bravo, Romeo. India, Echo. Last name, Petito. Papa, Echo, Tango, India, Charlie. Oscar. We're just kind of hanging tight for a minute. Where does he live? Georgia, Florida. Florida, yeah, was our last class. It's a good helmet. Modified or sounding here on the 5. What was the determinants with the trip? Moving to new place? We're going to Soylent. So we're mentioning this important to be stated. 2 years ago, we did a flex run trip. We loved it. We did a Nissan Sentra, like a tiny little car. So I was like, let's do better. And it's going to do van. Not big, tiny van. But I said, let's try and do a little better. It's going to be great so far, for sure. We were going over to Portland, and I don't know if you're more familiar with it, but one thing have you ever heard of? WWOOFING. Yeah. Oh, you got it. I'm from California originally. Oh, yeah. So, and part of my job, I dealt with employees that were from all across the United States, and California, Nevada, everything you can think of on your level last year. I know most of them. It's worldwide opportunities on organic farms. So there's like a situation where you can work on organic farms. So that's our goal once we get over to Washington. We'll do that in Washington, then down to Oregon, and down to California. What part of I'm from a town just outside Savannah. You're going to be going through there? We'll get good in the way outdoors. Go ahead. But no, it wasn't too bad at all. I just got a phone with one of those 2 witnesses, and I reported it. You want me to tell you what he said? Yeah, real quick. Do you mind taking the clip from it? So, he said that he never saw the male strike the female. He saw the male trying to lock her out of the vehicle. She even told us that he was trying to lock her out, told her to go take a walk, so that she was trying to get in. She eventually couldn't get in and actually clawed her way in through the driver's door. He says, I don't understand why she's doing that. Well, I think it's because it was the only door that wasn't locked that she could get through. She's trying to get in over him. He's trying to disengage from her. I guess he hung her backpack on the back, probably so she'd have her shit, so that he didn't have to engage with her. Everything she's saying is the same thing. I haven't heard what he said, but if that's what he said, it's also what the witness is saying. The witness says, I never saw him hit her. I saw him shove her, but I couldn't tell if it was an aggression against her or a defense against her, as far as her, being the aggressor. So at this point, unless the guy's screaming that he needs to go to jail and did something to this girl, it sounds to me like she is the primary aggressor. Yeah. Now, the problem with her being the primary aggressor is in an instance of domestic assault, be it a male or be it a female, we shall arrest. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they have to go to jail. We can do a citation if it meets one of 3 criterion, which one of them is that we can ensure that they're not going to further risk each other's safety. But the problem with that is they live in the same vehicle. There was actually an injury to the victim, which is him. Right, and I'm getting conflicting stories about why they hit the curb up here.
What did he say why he hit the curb?
Well, I watched, this is what I saw. Saw him cross the double yellow. I was doing 42 miles an hour. I was, I don't know, probably 2 car lengths behind him, tapping my whales at him, trying to get his attention. They knew I was behind him. And then after he crossed the double yellow, he merged over into the right lane. And then out of nowhere, just boom, hit the curb.
So did he say why?
He said that she grabbed the wheel and turned it real hard. She said that she was hitting him in the arm. So
sounds legit. I mean, I'm sure if I'm driving and my arm's on the wheel and I'm getting hit in the arm, I'm probably pulling on the wheel.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it wasn't trying not to say that he hit her because he probably doesn't want her charged with assault.
Yeah.
Domestic assault. He probably would rather say she pulled the wheel than hit him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, fortunately for her, we cannot treat, just because he's bigger and stronger, and even if he's not willing to press charges, we can't treat this differently than if it was a male on female violence.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to charge her. And we can do a citation if there's some rate that can be made to separate them. And then we have to let them know that there's no contact order in effect.
Yeah.
And we have to let him know the only way to drop it is to go into the police department during business hours and fill out a waiver, which, by the way, so it won't be till tomorrow. I know there's something, I think, which I'm sure he's going to want to drop it.
Well, the other part of it is they said that they're on they've been 5 months that they've been living out of this van together.
Well, this is really bad news, so let's talk to him first. Brian?
Yeah.
Did you ask me to take pictures of him? Yeah?
No, I haven't done any of that yet.
Brian, unfortunately, in the state of Utah, we don't have discretion on some things. Like, for example, if I pull you over for speeding and I want to give you a warning, I can do that because it's under a Class A, it's a Class B or under. If I want to give you warnings for all kinds of things, a few things I can't. When I say athletes, I'm not sure. One of the things that the state legislature doesn't give us discretion on, and it sounds like you guys are living together, so you meet the statutes for domestic partners. And you do have injury, and both an independent witness, probably the next one we're going to talk to as well, which we haven't talked to yet, but the one we did talk to, and your own companion was the primary aggressor, and she was striking you and you with sleep injuries. You have to admit to striking her. She has not admitted this true. So at this point, you're the victim of a domestic assault. That even if you didn't want to pursue this, we don't have a choice. The best thing we can do, the law says we have to charge her, doesn't say we have to put her in jail. Okay, but it also says we have to separate. There's no contact order, and we have to put her in jail if we cannot separate. And there's a little problem here. You guys want to live in the van together. How are we supposed to separate her? Now, I don't want to take this small 21 issue. 22-year-old bond jail. You could definitely defend yourself against, but at the same time, we can't say because you're a male and she's a female, we can't treat this different than if you were a male hit her. Or if you got treated the same. Yeah, so she's kind of like, let's you have an idea about how she could not go to jail and be separated. Do you have friends in town? Somewhere she could stay? Tomorrow, if you want to, it's up to you. You can go to jail. You can't because you'll have a charge for you. Now, tomorrow, if you wanted to get with her again tomorrow,
I'll take your radio.
if you wanted to be with her again tomorrow, because after 5 so office is closed, you can go to the police department, fill out a waiver, to drop the no contact order so you guys can still get together. But she's going to have a court date online. So she's going to have to show up for a court date online and answer. The prosecutor might drop it. They might say, for example, if you're not willing to pursue it, that's your decision.
I love her. What's possible. I'm sorry that I had to get so public. But so I just want to get like the checklist of things I got to do to get rid of this. So
you know, well, she'll get a paper with a court date.
I don't get rid of it.
Well, the court date has to be attended in order for them to decide whether they need to continue or drop it. The purpose is to use your parents to say, are you who we think you are? Yes. Do you understand charges and arguments? Yes or no? Yes or no, the answer. Do you have an attorney? Yes or no, do you need one? And then from there, she can ask the prosecutor. The prosecutor might contact you.
say, hey man, like, I see 110 pounds soaking wet, and you're a big strong guy, and you understand you're not even wanting to sue this to the cop that's called the statute. How you're like, what word? The interest of you and justice for you, the victim, what do you think? And they can decide to still prosecute, or they can decide to drop it, or they can decide to give her a plea and make it kind of go away so they can come out. But that still does not eliminate the first supportive parents. If she has to attend, which thankfully for you guys, it's going to be online. You don't have to. So if you're out of town, here's the thing: if you're out of town, and she doesn't come into her supportive parents online, they can see her driver's license, they can issue a warrant for her. So she needs to play ball. Yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah. And remember, me and her and her team. I'm sorry about all this. I apologize again. But so she's got her online court date. She's acknowledges she's her, and then she's got the one for the. Well, there's automatically right now there's something called a no contact order in place. Yeah, from this point forward until tomorrow, if you wish to drop it, you have to go to the 217 East Center Street, Monterey Police Department. And you have to ask you want to fill out a waiver that you're requesting a waiving of the contact order. No contact order. No contact. She cannot come into contact with you, she cannot talk to you, she cannot text you, she cannot go on to any premises to talk to client, she cannot go through vehicle. And until you drop that, or until court date, if you don't drop it, it's saving check until midnight on day 4. And then that gives you time to be protected with a long-term one if you don't need it. It sounds like you don't even want this. You can go to the police department, you can file the waiver, they can remove it, and you can say, hey babe, where you at? Let's pick you up. You can pick her up. We're hoping not to put her in jail, but be separate from you. I can't talk to her now because it's separation, right? Okay. So tell me this. Do you guys have enough money for like a hotel room or anything like that? Because what we could do is we'd cite her for this, and then I'd give her a ride over to whatever hotel you guys is choosing. Pick up her tomorrow, and you, on your way to go pick her up, you stop over there at the PD, sign the paperwork that they're requesting, and then you can go pick her up. Quite literally within minutes. Yeah. You know, unfortunately not. I don't, but I guess that kind of should hit the. I don't want her to go to jail. Well, if she goes to jail, it's like that goes down somewhere. We're going to the hotel, right? You get the citation. It kind of depends. So if she goes to jail, they will book her. You take the payment, you go up on the street, and then if they don't convict her, then it will just show that it was dismissed. It will show by criminal history, but the charge is she found guilty. It'll show that she was guilty. But the charge lets the jury until she gets to expunged. Now, even if we give her a ticket, we're still going to take a fingerprint, and it's still going to show up. Either way, it's going to show up. There's no way around the Class A. Or is this Class B? This is Class B. So they do require a fingerprint. Yeah. So the other part is, if you contact her, she contacts you, she can be charged with a Class A. Well, which is a little bit different, but it doesn't. If you were to contact her and she responds to you, then she could get charged for violating her. No contact order doesn't restrict you, it restricts her. So if you go talk to her and we find out and you're not in trouble, shouldn't have told her. So you're interested. Does that all make sense? No, I'm getting it all. It's a lot. Really quickly. No, I'm getting it all. I'm just trying to figure out a way through it. You don't know anyone in town? You guys been around long? No, I don't know anyone in town. If she went... I don't think CK will take her to the aggressor. No. There's a women's shelter. I'm curious. You can find out. Say she's going to go. If you get the citation, like say she drove up in it, she could drive up in the car. We could give you a ride somewhere. So I got my backpack. Sucks for you. I got my backpack. You can you want to drive me to Delicate Art? Does she have a good driver's license? Did she? Yeah, she did driver's license. Yeah. Yeah. So with your vehicle and yeah, she did. Then you kind of be homeless tonight. And I mean, I can't talk to her at all. Well, and I've got to do the thing, so I can't go camping. You can tell her what it is that she needs to do to get through all this, and then let her know what you're planning. Here's the problem, though. If we take you up to Delicate Arch, you're going to be hoofing it from Delicate Arch all the way down to Moab Center Street, so that you can have that paperwork. Because if you're not there by noon tomorrow, you're going to be looking at Monday morning. Early on Friday. Yeah. You'd be looking at Monday morning before you could actually see her again. Again, we're not trying to make your life hard. This is written statute. There's nothing a lot of fear about it. It's designed to protect victims of domestic assault. Not everybody's the same. This is different than normal, but we have to treat everything the same. That's not it. You can't. hotel? No. All right. Good. Very little money we have for sure. You want me to? I'll call CK then. See if CK will take it for the night. I'll see if they'll take you. CK did it. This is the way they take me. Oh. Actually, CK will take him as a victim of domestic assault. CK will take him. And they'll help you tomorrow. And you're like a block and a half away from the beach. Let's see if CK will take him because they actually put up. Actually, they didn't take a guy, but they got a hotel for a guy. Yeah, I'll do that. CK might get you a hotel. Now, what she does? No, I'm happy sleeping outside and sleeping back. No. I'm just saying. I think CK will get you a hotel. If you want her to have a band, we don't care. Yes, this is Officer Robin. City Police Department. How you doing this afternoon? Oh, not too bad. So I just did a domestic, and the male is going to be our victim. Is there any way that you can help us set him up with a place to stay tonight? Okay. $10.99. Yeah. Yes, please. Thank you. Bye. So the after hours guy isn't there at their office right now. He's gonna run from his house over there, and we're gonna get you all lined up. Don't worry about it. This is the phone call that they wait on. So don't feel like you are making anybody do anything extra. So we're trying to make this as easy as possible. I don't want to take her and book her or anything like that. No, I really appreciate it. And I know how rough this stuff is. Like I said, I've been here for 5.5 years. You know, believe me, if I were to say that me and my wife haven't had our share of spouts, I'd be lying to you. She lives with these things. I live with her. No, both of us are really. I know. Her anxiety elevates my anxiety. And sometimes it that's why I'm like, I gotta walk away, I gotta breathe, I'm gonna backfire even then. You know. But I'm not gonna try to sit here and give you like my advice. You've been on this road for almost as long as what I have. There's nothing I can tell you that's gonna really make a difference. But at the end of the day, I'm sorry that all this has happened. I'm sorry that it went to this. No, I'm sorry. Can I get my key and maybe I'll go back? If you can grab me something? All right. Would you mind watching it for me? Yeah. Just if you don't mind doing it from over here, we don't want you to get in the. Okay. Solve it. I don't have it in one side. He actually punched through the investigation. I'm like. Shoving in a manner that's probably more consistent with trying to make another man to get space from you, not to simultaneously. So, if the tables were turned and he was beating on you and you were shoving him, of course we're going to look at like, oh, of course he's defending himself away from you. So we're kind of looking the same way with him. We have to treat both very different, the bigger, the male, the small, you know. The law doesn't say, hey, Officer Brown, Officer Robbins, you can treat different based on gender and as soon as we can. Even if it makes no sense, we probably could not destroy this man. This is Officer Robbins. Hey, how's it going? That's fine. I'm still gonna be here for a few minutes dealing with this, so we have almost as much time as you need. So his name's gonna be Brian, B-R-I-A-N. Last name Laundrie is L-A-U-N-D-R-I-E. And Laundrie. Yeah, well, it's not Y, it's I-E.
Yes. So they were at Moonflower, the organic grocery store down the street from you guys, and they got into a heated argument. Both of them were saying it was over petty stuff. He told her to take a walk so that she could cool off. She refused, broke into the car after he walked her out of it. She started trying to slap and scratch him. He pushed her away. They both got in the vehicle, took off, and I found them out here next to me. No. Well, we are charging her with domestic assault. So there's going to be a protection order set in place between the two of them until he's able to get over to the PD tomorrow, because he doesn't want to pursue it, but I don't have a choice in this, as I'm sure you are well aware. So he's going to be wanting to go over to the PD first thing tomorrow morning as they open up to get the protective order removed. But that doesn't fix tonight. Yeah. Sorry about that. Go ahead. Yes, they both have Florida licenses. Of course. Right. We don't think it's very likely, but with her as the suspect in this, would you be able to put her up for the night? Okay. I had to make sure I at least asked. It's better safe than sorry. So I didn't know if that would make your life any easier or any tougher on myself.
Sorry, y'all. Every time I do, I'm just like, but it sounds so much worse when you echo it. We interrupt this program because, no, crap. No, not because, oh, crap. Sorry, y'all. Because it's going to make me do all this. I just had to reset my password because we got an update. Actually, I can do it over here. Let me stop sharing over here. What is it, kitty? And I want to check in on Jelani. So let me share my screen.
This is Officer Furman. This is Omar Jimenez with CNN. I saw in the release that you had done some searches in the immediate aftermath of finding the car and the proximity of that vehicle. And then there were additional searches that were done after, and then especially on September 4th. For the September 4th one in particular, when you found the body, was there any new information that prompted a search back in that area? This seems like you had already sort of swept that I saw on the release that you had done some searches in the immediate aftermath of finding the car and the proximity of that vehicle. And then there were additional searches that were done after, and then especially on September 4th.
Just a one city is difficult.
The body,
but we got some information to give us that second search.
A search back in that area.
This seems like it was an extremely professional and organized search, with trained professionals that conducted that search. And then I know there's a couple search and rescue teams up in that LaSalle, Peru area, just because that Starved Rock area has a lot of missing people. So we also were fortunate that, just an hour north, they've had these professional search teams.
Hi, this is Brendan Dennis with the Panagraph. On that note, can you mention any of the other search teams that were involved? I know you mentioned the Illinois Search and Rescue Council, but do you have any other names that were helpful with finding the body here?
I know the Utica Fire Department, and I believe it was a Peru Fire Department, and there was one other search and rescue team that was there. I don't know if it was a volunteer or not. But I believe on one of those releases we put that out, or I told somebody about it. But that Search and Rescue Council, they've got a website. It's pretty impressive. I know Detective Jones, when he was up there during that search, they're even I was impressed. As a law enforcement officer, you think you've seen it or heard it all, I guess. But if you kind of see what their techniques are and what they did, it's pretty impressive on how they track it and how they organize it. So we're lucky that those resources were available to us.
Officer Furman, Russ Widener, ABC in Chicago. How does the discovery or the identification of the body as Jelani Day change your investigation, if so?
I would say that there's a connection, of course, that we can confirm through working with LaSalle County Sheriff's Office, but it doesn't change anything on our end. We don't, like I said before, we didn't stop investigating it when we found the body, and we're not going to stop until, the case is done. So if we still get tips that come in, Detective Jones will still go through that. If the tips continue to come in and, there's 50 tips in one day, another detective will help him out. But this just isn't one that, since his body was located, we've just stopped. That's just not how, law enforcement works. And that's not how we work. We're still going to investigate, especially the circumstances around it. And we're going to work with LaSalle County Sheriff's Office to see if anything that we learn or they learn can help us both out in the investigation.
Hi, this is Janine from Black News Channel again. Wanted to ask you, at this time, is there any reason to believe that other students at the university should be concerned, should be on alert? Any reason to believe that this is all kind of connected and other students could possibly be targets of any sort?
And those are always, I'd say those are great questions. Those are hard questions to answer just because, I can't tell the future, of course. I know at ISU, they were on high alert. Not saying, like I've said, we haven't said if there's foul play, we haven't said anything like that, but everybody's on edge, especially at ISU. An ISU grad student goes missing. I went to ISU, it impacts everybody. It impacts everybody when they're walking down the street. And you're right. I think a week ago or 2 weeks ago, one of the girls at ISU reported just some suspicious activity, and it just has everybody on high alert. Are there any specific dangers or anything like that we can notify ISU PD or the university of specific steps to take? No. But of course, always be vigilant, always pay attention to your surroundings. I even know ISU PD, and they've got an organization, or ISU's got an organization that you can text or call and they'll give you a ride. It's like a safety patrol. So, I mean, I can highlight one of their programs. I'm going to do it, especially right now, because that's for the safety of any student. You know, if you're feeling unsafe, that's a great tool that you can use.
Also, Janine from BNC again, there is a case with similar situations, I guess, happening in Buckeye, Arizona. Young Black man missing, car found in an area that was rough terrain. Have you guys been in contact with the authorities down there to see if there's any kind of a relation or any similarities in the case that you here are investigating?
And I don't know, again, I might not be the best one. I've never been a detective. I know I've heard of it, and I know our detectives will hear of it. And if that's something that, and maybe they've already done it, maybe there are similarities, maybe there aren't. But that's definitely something that can be looked into pretty easily. They are pretty similar. I think I just read about the story yesterday. But I can't really give you a good answer just because I'm not, a detective with our department or LaSalle County. And I guess shame on me for really not asking ahead of time.
Hi, I'm Bryce Beeman with WCIA. I know you may not be able to say this as it might mess with the investigation or anything, but you may not, and also may not be able to name names, but do you have any people of interest that you're looking at possibly, or any, people that you're kind of looking into for this? I know it's still a death investigation, but just curious about that.
Yeah. And in normal, I mean, that's an appropriate question. If the case was closed and there was no more investigation, that's probably something that LaSalle County or we could answer. But really, it's still an active investigation on both of our departments. So I can't even, give you any hints or really answer the question for you, since it is an active investigation.
Do you feel at all, Janine from BNC, do you feel at all, since this has really enveloped the community, the search for Jelani and all of the efforts, do you feel like this gives the community any closure, or do you feel that there needs to be more details before the community can feel safe and get the closure that they're looking for?
That's a good, tough question to answer. Number one, I think it gives the family some closure. I couldn't put myself in their shoes. It was just tough. I'd want to know the answers, good or bad, and start the grieving process. So I think it's good in that aspect that, his body was identified. Of course, nobody ever wants to go through that as a parent. But, you have some closures where I grew up, a missing person was, missing for 5 years till they located his body. And that's just something that's tough. I mean, it's tough all around, but it brings some closure. We get some details out there. But again, it's just a terrible situation all the way around. Again, I couldn't put myself in their shoes, feeling how they would feel. So I know it's improper saying it's good that we were able to identify his body, but I think it brings some closure and helps them, it helps the entire family get some answers. I know I was waiting for some answers too, and I know that they will be as well.
Hey, Sharon Spofford with 25 News. Quick question. Can you go into a little bit how or why it took so long for the DNA test results to come back, and why you're still not releasing the cause of death?
So I can give you a pretty simple answer. We're not the coroner's office. I know and I've explained the process, and I'm fine with explaining it. We've pretty much had two separate investigations. Of course, we were working with Peru, LaSalle Peru agencies up there. But when the body was recovered, that was basically recovered by the LaSalle County Coroner's Office, who performed an autopsy, I think the next day. And that's those results, the testing, all that process really comes from the coroner's office, from people a lot, their doctors that go through that process. So it'd be improper for me to even speculate or tell you any more information than what's been released. I'm probably not the best person to answer that. I know that the DNA testing was an issue, just getting it through. And, it's just hard for me to answer that just because I'm really not involved with that process.
Sorry, quick follow-up. So when you say it was an issue, are you referring to like some of the backlog issues that we've seen in the past? Just with, it takes time to get these things through.
I think that the coroner up there, which again, I'm not the best source for it, said the state police crime lab, of course there is a backlog there. Made phone calls and things like that, but I think they ran out of a testing agent or something like that from what I read. Again, I'm hearing that third party. I've read it in some articles, and that it seems to match up. But again, I'm not the best person to answer that question or to give you a good answer on that.
You guys have gotten, sorry, Janine BNC. I know you guys have gotten some heat over the investigation in today's case and it being compared to the search efforts for Gabby Petito. How do you respond to the allegations that these cases were not treated the same and not given?
For some reason, I think you got muted.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, there you go.
How do you respond to the allegations that these two cases were not given the same kind of scope and attention?
Well, it's a tough way to answer that. Coming from the family, I'm not going to disagree with really anything, how they're feeling. Like I said, if I were in their shoes, how would I feel? What would I feel? And I'm not going to disagree with any of that. The other part is I'm happy that this got the attention it did. I mean, we've got, I don't know how many, 50 something people from, across America, talking about this case, getting the word out. Unfortunately, a lot of our high risk missing persons just here in the city don't get the attention that it deserves either. So, I'm happy that this got out there. We'll take the criticism. Part of our job is to, I wouldn't say, a part of our job isn't to release all the details. Just because we do have an investigation, it may be something, it may be nothing, but we try to release all the information that we can that would be helpful in locating the missing person without, ruining or tampering with, or, I'd say ruining the investigation down the road. But I wouldn't, it's hard to say that, this didn't get a lot of media attention. This is the biggest media attention thing that, I've done. And I'm happy that it's got this kind of attention, and hopefully this rolls over to, other missing persons, especially that we have here locally, that we can get some attention. We've got missing people that I think one, teenage girls in Chicago or Chicago area. We've got a 16-year-old that we believe may be in Guatemala or somewhere, across America. And I'm happy and ecstatic that a lot of media organizations are starting to pick up on, missing persons, especially high risk missing persons and missing juveniles.
This might be a corner question, but Katrina Peterson from Cities. The condition of the body, would that rule out homicide?
So that's a good question. I don't know if the coroner released anything about the condition of the body. If they did, sorry, I'm not going to answer that for you. I of course I know, but I'm just not going to talk. That's kind of out of my, standing really to talk about anything about the body, the testing, the process. I probably already talked too much about it, but that's more or less the coroner's, expertise on that.
Officer Furman, back on the investigation of when the body was found. you mentioned there was new information that came in, and we know that there was at least some attention in the beginning on this case, maybe not as much as now. But was that information, did that come from a member of the public, or was that something that you all found, through some sort of analysis on the investigative side?
I wish I had a good specific way to answer that question. I can tell you that the Peru PD was extremely helpful throughout the investigation. We don't have the resources to send 50 officers or even 5 officers up to Peru. They asked for cameras. They were letting their public know, hey, we've got a missing person from Bloomington. The vehicle was found up here. Let us know. We were getting tips in, and that's really as far as I'll get. But we were getting tips in from people around those locations, which gave us, some more information to target, especially those, a larger area, in the Illinois Valley or LaSalle, Peru area. Again, I can't answer the specifics, but yes. From the get-go, it got a decent amount of media attention. We especially wanted it to be in Central Illinois. The story, of course, has taken off more the last few days, but we got really good media attention. ISU did a great job of spreading the word. The family did a great job spreading the word. He was a beloved person, and people that touch others in a personal way that are special people kind of get that kind of reaction. And from everybody that I've talked to or learned about him, he's a special person, which everybody wants to find them. So we're lucky that the story actually exploded as well as it did, which may or may not have led to the tips coming in. But I can tell you, more than likely that helped. Just getting the word out helped around there. People want to get involved. The family talking about the emotions in it, that really gets people involved and gets people wanting. I mean, we've had people going out of their way, driving a few hours just to kind of walk around to try to help out or do whatever they can. We've had people email in like, hey, we're here to help, whatever you need to do, let me know. So it's been great that we've kind of got this, news story that's, just kept going and helping us throughout our process.
Do your investigators believe that foul play was involved?
Well, that one's, and I don't know if I answered it, that great. If I probably answered it better, you wouldn't have asked it. So I really can't answer it that well. It is an active investigation. I can tell you that while we were investigating it, we don't really have any specific details that we can release to you. But I can tell you, from the get-go, foul play or not, it's unusual. Most of our policy, really, if somebody goes missing, there's usually a 10-day kind of waiting period because most people come home, make a phone call. This one just right off the bat was unusual. Do I want to say that, it was foul play is suspected? We don't know. It was just so unusual and somewhat suspicious that it just kind of piqued our interest of, hey, this is not normally how missing persons go. Like I said, only time will really tell. And we really can't give any information more than that. There could be foul play, there could not be, but that's going to be learned more throughout the investigation. And especially now that it is an investigation, that's just not something we release either, any specific details or anything like that.
You mentioned that there are obviously other high risk cases that you guys are investigating, have investigated. What makes some of them rise to this level and others not rise to the same kind of attention and level, leaving many families to feel that their loved ones are not treated the same?
I can always speculate that answer, and I will. If a person, and we'll use Jelani because he's beloved. I had a friend of mine, because I grew up around the same area, text me and say, hey, how can I help? I don't live in the state. He's a special person. And that's what people wanted to get involved. What's really difficult is where, maybe somebody's an at-risk juvenile, or they could be a ward of the state and they run away. They're 14, 15, 16 years old. They don't have that, family support structure. There's not a whole lot of people that care for them, which is unfortunate. We're still looking for them. We still do a high risk release, and those are always released. Any high risk missing person, juvenile or adult, will be released from us. And sometimes it's as simple as, is it a slow news day or not? If there's a homicide that we have in town and a high risk missing person, sometimes a high risk missing person's overlooked. So I know that's kind of the hot topic, and that's kind of a question, and we're looking at, I don't know what happened there. We're looking at ways to make it better. Sorry, somehow it fell. There we go. So and that's one thing that I especially looked at. I mean, that's one, I do almost all the releases for missing persons. One thing that we're going to do is probably quarterly, put a list of, faces and their names and their details, and just try to keep it in the news. If a news station wants to pick it up, they can. If they don't, they don't. But at least, we've got a large social media following that we can at least get the word out again. I think a lot of people, including, law enforcement, media, are kind of looking at ways that they can be better. And that's kind of one. Sure. That's what I was trying to talk to Austin, and he wasn't replying, so I knew something was up. So the video's good, the audio's good.
Yeah, we can hear you now. I was also connecting to audio, so.
Okay, that's good. I think we've got almost everybody in here. I've got somebody running the host, so I can try to pay attention to your questions. I think this has got an option where you can raise your hand. I believe everybody's got the release. I can read it to you if you'd like. But I think more or less the best way to do this is if you've got questions one at a time. I'm sure some of them will overlap. I'll answer them the best as I can. Most of my questions, or most of the answers that I'm going to give, are kind of Bloomington police related and focused on that. I can maybe give some info from other organizations, what they're going to do, but most of this, interview will deal with, the Bloomington Police Department. So this is kind of the opportunity for, everybody. This isn't the only one, but this is hopefully the opportunity for, everybody to kind of get their questions in. And I don't know if there's like a raise hand or whatever it is, or if you want to just start, you can start with your first question. Austin, you can start since you're literally like the largest on my screen.
Okay. What can you tell us about the investigation? What did you find that led this, from the Bloomington Police Department's end of things? What did you find from tips, investigation, and that led you to this discovery?
So, I mean, first, and really this is kind of, I guess I should have started off with this. It's important, especially with all these questions and responses I'm going to give the support to the Day family. So again, I don't want a lot of questions. I'm not going to try to speculate anything. But number one, to everybody, I guess, be respectful, including myself, to the Day family, the grieving process that they're going through. With that being said, it's been an investigation. I'd say the bulk of it was done between the day that it was assigned to our detective, and I'd say in the day that that body was located. I wouldn't say that we pulled our foot off the gas or anything. But, Detective Paul Jones has been doing a great job. He's been investigating it from day one, the best of his ability. There's some times where he might have been overwhelmed, but we had other detectives to help him out. We've had several meetings at the police department, including myself, our CID lieutenant, the sergeants, on, just kind of a roundtable, what needs to be done. They'll dish out things to different detectives who also have other cases. But, we did the best of our ability here, and, Detective Jones did a great job.
Hi, this is Janine Donaldson from Black News Channel. I wanted to know, you guys obviously found the body on September 4th, and then, during this time of work to identify it. Through that process, have you guys learned anything about why he was there? Maybe any of the circumstances surrounding his death, how it happened?
So I guess the easiest way is we're still seeking those. I mean, I would say that our investigation is not complete. And I know the LaSalle County, Sheriff's Office investigation is not complete. So it's kind of hard to answer that question because it's still ongoing. And I guess I can answer a better question for you. If you give me another question, I might be able to answer it a little bit better for you.
I guess just kind of analyzing the situation of where he was found, how he was found, has it given you any clues as to how he got there, why he was there, or how he died?
Really, the circumstances at this point, we have some information that we haven't released, and right now we're not going to release it. And I know that's kind of in connection with the LaSalle County Sheriff's Office investigation. Really, I mean, since it's an active investigation, there's not a lot of new information that we're going to release. Of course, we know more now today and a few weeks ago than we did, when we got the case. But there's information that we haven't released that if there is, I mean, right now we've got and actually we're still investigating our missing person case, and we're going to work with LaSalle County Sheriff's Office, but there's still a death investigation going on. So we can't really go over a lot of details or anything like that, just because there still is a death investigation going on.
So at this point, it's not being investigated as a homicide?
Well, I tried to, you may or may not have been here. The LaSalle County Sheriff's Office is the one with that death investigation. I can't really give you a good answer on that. What I can tell you from our part of the investigation, that if there was some sort of, we can all agree that it was very suspicious, unlike him. It's just one of those of, is it foul play or not? And that's kind of what the LaSalle County Sheriff's Office is their main focus. Is it a homicide investigation or is it a death investigation? And, over time, that's where we're going to get that answer.
Is there Katrina Peterson from Cities 92.9. Is there any evidence in his car that leads you to believe someone was in there with him?
Like I said, it's an active investigation. Any specific information, we're not going to release. Again, those are just tough ones. It's still active. LaSalle County Sheriff's Office has a death investigation that could turn into a homicide investigation, or it could not. I mean, right now it's still an active investigation, and that kind of details, I can speak for them that they're probably not going to release, especially at this point right now.
John, at what point, this is Eric Stock, WGLT, at what point did the FBI get involved in this investigation, and what triggered their involvement?
I can tell you, I can't tell you much. I could tell you we've had discussions and communications, I think over the last few weeks, including today. So it's there. I mean, we've worked with a ton of organizations. I don't want to name them all just because I don't want to forget one. But, the Illinois State Police was involved, LaSalle County Sheriff's Office, LaSalle County Coroner's Office, the Peru Police Department. There were several search and rescue teams. We've kind of communicated with just about anybody that can help us and are willing to help. We've had a lot of people reach out. Fortunately for us, we have, we've got a cyber crimes unit. We did, and I think we've released it before. We did do a lot of digital evidence. Luckily, we have detectives, in the police department that can go through that data, extract the data, after search warrant subpoenas. So we're lucky, we have those resources here. And if we don't have a resource or some sort of knowledge, we're not too proud to reach out. I can tell you that. Can't really tell you details on everything, of course, but our department's a great department, but sometimes if we need some expertise or we need some help or hey, we've got an idea, sometimes it's good to just, discuss it with another organization. But it's just hard to nail down. I know you may want a specific, hey, they got involved on this date. I have no idea. I can just tell you that we've discussed things with them. And they've been more than willing to help throughout the investigation.
I don't know. Officer Furman, Shelby Roberts with.
It's just one of those of, is it foul play or not? And that's kind of what LaSalle County Sheriff's Office is their main focus is it a homicide investigation or is it a death investigation? And over time, that's where we're gonna get that answer.
Is there Katrina Peterson from Cities 92.9? Is there any evidence in his car that leads you to believe someone was in there with him?
Like I said, it's an active investigation. Any specific information, we're not going to release tough ones. It's still active. LaSalle County Sheriff's Office has a death investigation that could turn into a homicide investigation, or it couldn't. Right now, it's still an active investigation, and that kind of details. I can speak for them that they're probably not going to release, especially at this point right now.
John, at what point, this is Eric Stock, WGLT, at what point did the FBI get involved in this investigation, and what triggered their involvement?
I can tell you, I can't tell you much. I can tell you we've had discussions and communications, a few weeks, including today. So it's there. I mean, we've worked with a ton of organizations. I don't want to name them all, but the Illinois State Police was involved, LaSalle County Sheriff's Office, LaSalle County Coroner's Office, Peru Police Department. There were several search and rescue teams. We've kind of communicated with just about anybody that can help us and are willing to help. We've had a lot of people reach out. Fortunately for us, we have, we've got a cyber crimes unit. We did, and I think we've released it before. We did do a lot of digital evidence. Luckily, we have detectives, in the police department that can go through that data, extract the data, after search warrant subpoenas. So we're lucky, we have those resources here. And if we don't have a resource or some sort of to reach out, I can tell you that. Can't really tell you details on everything, of course, but our department's a great department, but expertise or we need some help or hey, we've got an idea. Sometimes it's good to just, discuss it with another organization. But it's just hard to nail down. I know you may want a specific, hey, they got involved on this date. I have no idea. I can just tell you that we've discussed things and, they've been more than willing to help throughout the investigation.
I don't know. Officer Furman, Shelby Roberts with WMBD TV in Peoria. Just wanted to follow up to see, was Jelani's family at all involved in the identification process? Obviously, the body was found earlier this month, but there was a window of time. What was that process like?
I don't know if I'm the best one to answer that. I would say that's more or less the coroner's office. From our release, sorry, I thought I had it over here. The coroner's office identified Jelani by dental. I don't really have much else I can say about that since I'm more or less from the coroner's office. Sorry, that's the answer for you.
This is
Officer Furman. This is Omar Jimenez with CNN. I saw in the release that you had done some searches in the immediate aftermath to find the car and the proximity of that vehicle. And then there were additional searches that were done after, and then especially on September 4th. For the September 4th one in particular, when you found the body, was there any new information that prompted a search back in that area, since it seems like you had already sort of swept that area before?
That's a good question. It's going to be a simple answer. Yes, we had, a little bit more information. It's very difficult to search just a one, imagine searching an entire city is difficult. But we got some information to give us that second search. It's an extremely professional and organized search, with trained professionals that conducted that search. And then I know there's a couple search and rescue teams up in that LaSalle, Peru area, just because that Starved Rock area has a lot of missing people. So we also were fortunate that, just an hour north, they've had these professional search teams.
Hi, this is Brendan Dennis with the Panagraph. On that note, can you mention any of the other search teams that were involved? I know you mentioned the Illinois Search and Rescue Council, but do you have any other names that were helpful with finding the body here?
I know the Utica Fire Department, and I believe it was a Peru Fire Department, and there was one other search and rescue team that was there. I don't know if it was a volunteer or not, but I believe on one of those releases we put that out, or I told somebody about it. But that Search and Rescue Council, they've got a website. It's pretty impressive. I know Detective Jones, when he was up there during that search, even I was impressed. As a law enforcement officer, you think you've seen it or heard it all, I guess. But if you kind of see what their techniques are and what they did, it's pretty impressive on how they track it and how they organize it. So we're lucky that those resources were available to us.
Officer Furman, Russ Widener, ABC in Chicago. How does the discovery or the identification of the body as Jelani Day change your investigation, if so?
I would say that there's a connection, of course, that we can confirm through working with LaSalle County Sheriff's Office, but it doesn't change anything on our end. We don't, like I said before, we didn't stop investigating it when we found the body, and we're not going to stop until, the case is done. So if we still get tips that come in, Detective Jones will still go through that. If the tips continue to come in and, there's 50 tips in one day, another detective will help him out. But this just isn't one that, since his body was located, we've just stopped. That's just not how, law enforcement works, and that's not how we work. We're still going to investigate, especially the circumstances around it, and we're going to work with LaSalle County Sheriff's Office to see if anything that we learn or they learn can help us both out in the investigation.
Hi, this is Janine from Black News Channel again. Wanted to ask you, at this time, is there any reason to believe that other students at the university should be concerned, should be on alert? Any reason to believe that this is all kind of connected and other students could possibly be targets of any sort?
And those are always, I'd say those are great questions. Those are hard questions to answer just because, I can't tell the future, of course. I know at ISU, they were on high alert. Not saying, like I've said, we haven't said if there's foul play, we haven't said anything like that, but everybody's on edge, especially at ISU. An ISU grad student goes missing. I went to ISU. It impacts everybody. It impacts everybody when they're walking down the street. And you're right. I think a week ago or 2 weeks ago, one of the girls at ISU reported just some suspicious activity, and it just has everybody on high alert. are there any specific dangers or anything like that that we can, notify ISU PD or the university of specific steps to take? No. But of course, always be vigilant, always pay attention to your surroundings. I even know ISU PD and they've got an organization, or ISU's got an organization that you can text or call and they'll give you a ride. It's like a safety patrol. So, I mean, I can highlight one of their programs. I'm going to do it, especially right now, because that's for the safety of any student. If you're feeling unsafe, that's a great tool that you can use.
Also, Janine from BNC again, there is a case with similar situations, I guess, happening in Buckeye.
Oh Lord. Okay, that's about all the ums I can stand. And then I said it. Look, that's about where we were when I rewound it. So I think we can let him go. I can look for other other news reports, but I mean, he was like, they're like right there. It's the ISU. But he didn't really tell us much. I mean, about the actual finding the car, and I wanna sheesh. It's just so crazy. So did I hear them say that they had his body for a while now? Or did they just find it? Obsidian, did they just find him?
Yeah.
Because I thought they were saying they had his body for a while in the corner.
No, they had his
corner,
car.
something, but I could have misheard it. Like, I'm still learning the story. Somebody just mentioned him to me 2 days ago, but this has been going on since early September.
They had his car. He's missing
that
from August.
we didn't hear about it? And then when you talk to the cop, he's actually happy with the amount of coverage. That goes to show you just what I said in the missing video the other day, y'all. We get frustrated because some cases have more coverage than others, but I just said some cases don't get no coverage at all. They got to do better with this. They got to unify on this missing person stuff. There's got to be a set standard for everybody that goes missing. A way to put it out, a way to search, an amount of time to search, except for maybe you have room for unforeseen circumstances, but you don't do the bare minimum. And there shouldn't be a story where somebody's missing for almost a month before we even hear about it. And by the time we hear about it, I mean, thank God, but they're finding his body. Like, thank God the word got out. But I just started hearing about this young man. I want to call him a baby because everybody's a baby to me, but it's frustrating, y'all. It's really, really frustrating. So we're going to watch a little bit more about Jelani. And that's all I wanted to say because I interrupted all those y'all were having so much fun with. And you know what? It's a sad story. He really sucked at telling it for one, so it was really hard to stay focused. But it's okay to laugh sometimes. And I know, some people don't get that. But even though he's telling this horrific story, they just found his body. This is what we've been talking about all day. From kids being kidnapped to women being murdered, children being murdered. It's okay to laugh here sometimes, okay? I just don't want anybody to feel any kind of way about that because we're going to do that. It's the only way you make it through true crime. You've got to have a sense of humor somewhere. And sometimes it's a dark one, but we'll never disrespect a family or a victim. All right, I'm out.
Bloomington, Illinois Police Department is asking for your help finding a missing graduate student. If you stop what you're doing, just take a look at your screen. This is 25-year-old Jelani Day. family reported him missing August 25th, about a month ago. He was always in touch, and then suddenly silent. Help of friends, his fraternity brothers, mentors. Jelani's family has been spreading the word about him far and wide. Police say Jelani was last seen on August 24th at a dispensary. His images were captured on security cameras there. Police don't believe Jelani is wearing the same clothes, though, because they were found in his abandoned vehicle. Jelani's Chrysler 300 was discovered in a wooded area in Illinois on August. Details about his disappearance are extremely
Okay, August 26th. So almost a month ago. And even this article was only 3 days ago. This just hit the media like 3 days ago. Even YouTube, within the past week, I started hearing his name. How does that happen? And I was thinking maybe it could be a robbery. Nika, when you said you had more questions, I'm thinking robbery gone wrong? Because I'm just thinking student. I don't know. That's where my mind went. Now I see his little car, and he was at a dispensary. You know, there's still thugs out there that want what you got. I'm just saying, just a little theory that popped into my head.
The unidentified body.
Bloomington, Illinois Police Department is asking for your help finding a missing graduate student. Stop. Just take a look at Johnny Day. Family reported him missing August 25th, about a month ago. He was always in touch, and then suddenly silence. With the help of friends, his fraternity brothers, mentors, Jelani's family has been spreading the word about him far and wide. Police say Jelani was last seen on August 23rd. His images were captured on security cameras there. Police don't believe Jelani is wearing the same clothes, though, because they were found in his abandoned vehicle. Jelani's Chrysler 300 was discovered in a wooded area in Illinois on August 26th, and so far, details about his disappearance. So we also want to talk about his life. Jelani graduated from Alabama A&M. He pledged Omega Psi Phi fraternity. He's now enrolled at Illinois State University. Big plans for the future, and also giving back. His mother, Carmen Day, is with us tonight. Carmen, I cannot fathom the feeling right now, the sleepless night. So I just want to thank you for being here. It has been weeks now since your son disappeared. Are police providing updates?
The updates are very slim. The last thing that I've heard is that prior to them, the unidentified body, that Jelani's wallet was found. I'm not for sure exactly what the street was. There was an individual whom I don't know whom this individual seems to have seen an individual drop the wallet. Someone wearing red shirt or red shorts is unsure of what this person was wearing, but they didn't tell the police until I don't know, several days after this wallet was found. There was his lanyard with his school ID was found. Remember where they found this unidentified body. So we don't have a lot of information.
Okay. I know, as you say, the body that was found is unidentified. The police are still asking for help, which is why we're talking to canines in the area. They've interviewed friends and family. They've appealed to the public. But it's been so scant. It seems the case of the car is here. You know, he was there. As you say, the wallet is somewhere else. Are you getting the help you need?
I feel like I am getting the help that I need. I feel like since this body has been found, and as I said, it's unidentified, I don't truly believe that it is my son. It appears that help has like ceased. So I'm imploring, pleading and asking that the police still pay attention, still look for my son as they were prior to finding this unidentified body.
I would imagine, I'm dad, thinking of you as a mom, you want them to pursue this as if it was their own child.
I
And
do.
you want people to think of Jelani as if he is more about him. The last conversation you had, I read in an article where you were talking and said, and you can tell me if this is wrong, you call him the bill collector because he calls you so out of touch. What was the last conversation?
Our very last conversation, he called me. I was at work. He didn't want anything. He was just letting me know that he took care of some stuff that I asked him to do. And he said, okay, Mama, and that's what he did. He said that to me all the time. So he told me he was going to class and that we would talk. He called me later on that night. Didn't want nothing. We was just talking. He said again, okay, Mama, I'll talk to you later. I just wanted to hear your voice. And that was our last conversation.
Wow. And now I know the only thing you want in the world is to hear his voice again. Hear Jelani's history, you know, his prospects, his hopes online. People haven't run into that. It's hard to get into graduate school. You got to have big plans and bright horizons for that. He sounds like a really driven young man.
He's very driven. Jelani is energetic. He's full of life. And he's goal driven. His goal was to be Dr. Jelani Day. So they're proud of Jelani because Jelani he's in this program that is very distinct. And while in this program, Jelani kept his GPA up. Jelani just did everything that I expected him to do. Jelani is he's just a normal, growing up 25-year-old that was enjoying his life. He loved to have fun with his friends. He loved to travel. And he was in school. He was studying to be a speech pathologist. He wanted to be Dr. Jelani Day.
It has resonated with so many people who've come across your story online. I wonder what it means to know that millions of people have read it and tens of thousands of people have shared his story in hopes to find him. What does that mean to you?
That means a lot to me. The support that we have received from people all around the world are people that I don't even know that care enough to want to share just in case that somebody sees Jelani or just in case somebody knows something. That really means a lot to me. That overwhelms me at times because this is, like I said, I just wanted everybody to feel like that this was their child, that this was their son, because I never thought that I would be walking these shoes. This is not something that I woke up on that Wednesday and was like, I was ready for it. I wasn't ready for it.
You're doing a valiant job of being brave and being loud, but I know inside, every time the phone rings at this point, it could be, the best news or the worst news. And I know that it is so hard to come out here and talk about this, but I appreciate you sharing more about your son so more people know about the situation. And if anyone is out there, I know that you can call Bloomington, Illinois Police Department or get in contact if they think they have valuable information.
They can. I also have a private investigator from JAB Professional Services. They can contact him. We've provided a phone number for him online as well as his email address, because if no one feels comfortable with talking to the police, I have that investigator that you can talk to. I just want somebody to speak up because some somebody knows something or they've seen something, and I just want them to say something because I want Jelani to come back home.
For your generosity to be here tonight. I really appreciate it. We're sending you and your family the very, very best.
Here, I thank you for this opportunity because I was very frustrated with the fact that Jelani hadn't been getting the coverage. Jelani's been missing for 24 days. And like I said, it seems like the effort to find him has slacked down. And I know about Gabby, the missing girl, and she's been missing for 2 days. And her face is plastered everywhere, and the FBI is involved. And I do not understand why Jelani doesn't get that same coverage. Jelani doesn't get that same attention, because just like Gabby is important, and I can sit in the seat and say I know what her mother is feeling like because she wants her child back. I want my child back too. And I want them to look for my child like they're looking for her. He is not a nobody. He is somebody, and I want him to come back home. I want them to give my son the same attention. This young white girl is getting that attention, and my young black son is.
I understand. Boy, Carmen, I wish I had the words, and boy, don't we wish we had some answers or a solution, but they're spreading your message, showing Jelani's face to talk about him wanting to be Dr. Day. That really resonates. I wish I could give you a hug in person, but in the meantime, again, we're sending you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you.
As you can imagine, the family is absolutely heartbroken. The coroner's office told me a body that they recovered from the Illinois River near Peru, Illinois, is Jelani Day. They identified him through forensic dental identification and DNA testing. Day had been missing since August 24th. He was a graduate student at ISU. A professor reported him missing after he didn't show up for a meeting that they had scheduled. In a news conference today, Bloomington police said the cause of death is still under investigation.
We didn't stop investigating it when we found the body, and we're not going to stop until the case is done. So if we still get tips that come in, Detective Jones will still go through that.
His dad actually has cancer, and Jelani is the bone marrow match for his dad. He loved his dad. He would come here in Chicago and visit him at Northwestern Hospital, sit with him.
Now, I spent the morning with Day's cousin earlier today. She is urging anyone who has any information to come forward. The family says now is the time that they really need your help. If you have answers, if you have any information as to how we got here, how Jelani Day got to where he is, they're asking you to please reach out to them or please call the police. This is a really heartbreaking day for Chicago, for Illinois State community, for Central Illinois. We certainly, our hearts go out to the Day family. Really tragic. Back to you.
With DirecTV Stream,
So there's really only the guy and it looks like that's this station here, Channel 7. And I think he was, well, anyway, there's only a couple of stations right now reporting, but Jelani is found. So now we get peace. But do we get justice? Who did it? To me, we don't know anything really, but so far it looks like it could have possibly been a robbery or some sort of hateration, behind a woman or something weird like that. With the way they threw his stuff all over the place, and it's like they made it a big deal. For me, it's one of those two. Warrant for, is that right? Okay, what's our station for Brian? WFLM. Greg is saying there's an arrest warrant out. Yeah, Sarah, that's right. That's what I'm saying. If you think about it, the news reports, most of these news reports came out about within the last 3 days, all the ones I just looked through. And that's right around the time that they found the body and they stopped communicating with the mom. They stopped letting her know about the search. That's because they stopped searching. They knew they had found him, but they don't want to always tell you, yeah, it's probably your kid. They did with Samuel Olsen. They said, we got to wait till the coroner tells us for sure, but I'm pretty sure it's baby Sam. But they don't always do that. So they just stopped talking to that mom. Now, in that time frame, the media starts talking about him. Like, what did they know? What did they know to make him so popular within the last 3 days, other than that body had been found and it was probably him? It should have been important way before then. It blows me away. It blows me away. And that's why we have, baby Mackenzie's and baby James Riker Beals on this channel, because the media would never. It's just not big enough. What is all this out of FBI Denver? Let me check out our channel. What is it? WFLM? Why can't I remember? Oh, no, not that guy. Let's see. I know that's not right. I don't know. What is my channel? Oh my God. Let me go to my history. I'm having a brain fart. WFLA? What is? Here it is right here. Nope. A little further back. WFLA. Let's see. They should be back on if that's going down. Stand by. That's interesting. Breaking news. Here we go. Oh, they're on another channel. Well, hallelujah. Now can we talk about his whack ass? Little beady head, peanut head, little, ooh. Bastard. Hold on, let me find the volume for y'all. Let me mute out and cuss in the background. Ooh.
Of the puzzle is collected yet as any evidence.
Enough to put this out.
But think about it. I was wondering this as well, though. I almost said this earlier, JB. So you're looking for Brian Landry. When you find him, he's a person of interest. Do you handcuff a person of interest?
Yep.
And now
you can.
Now I don't know if that's the reason. But I don't know that you generally handcuff a person of interest. So
Stacey, I know you got to get going here. Your final thoughts here on this again, this breaking news development.
I'm not surprised. I think so many have wondered what's taking so long to move him from a person of interest to actually being able to arrest him. So now we've made that leap. Will that help flush him out wherever he is? I don't know, but I think this is a definite development right on the heels of that reward out there. So that pressure is just now keeps going up and up and up and a little bit. And it makes me wonder too, is there any way to connect the dots with the parents' trip to Orlando, which was for business?
Yep.
Right.
The same exact thing. That was my next point is this all now, are the puzzle pieces come together here as far as the trip to Orlando and now the parents being back and now the FBI Denver issuing a federal arrest warrant for Brian Laundrie here. Folks, you'll catch WFLA's Stacey Scheibel on our news channel 8 at 6 o'clock broadcast coming your way in about 10 minutes time. Stacey, thanks of course for spending some time with us on WFLA Now.
My pleasure.
All right, everybody, back here with you live with Walt Petito, JB Buno here with you. And Walt, a lot to break down here.
Just not to interrupt, producer Eric Altman heard us talking and from our office said there is no arrest warrant on Pacer yet. It is pretty quick, and I will tell you.
Explain to our viewers that are unaware what Pacer is.
Pacer. So in many states, you can't get any information online. In some states, in this state, you can get state court documents online, which is great. Other states you can't. You can maybe check a docket. The feds have had a online service called Pacer for several years, and we pay for it. We pay per page, but it allows us to get federal documents pretty quickly. Indictments, sometimes arrest warrants can take a while. Sometimes I've seen cases where they don't show up there, that you don't see anything and plaint is filed or till the indictment is filed. So that's what we were checking. It's a federal website. You buy a subscription to it and you pay per page to get documents from that. But at this point, the warrant, and again, we're talking affidavit would describe exactly, the investigators bring it to a judge. The judge signs it and says, okay, you have enough. Here's your arrest warrant. You can arrest this guy. That document, if we could get it, would fill.
And let me share this here as well. I've been wondering here, and this is through the help of our commenters, wondering here as well. Petito's autopsy is still being performed in Northwest Wyoming, and so as the autopsy is being performed here, and of course, as we learn more here about the cause of death here, as to what led to Gabby Petito and what led to her death. In the autopsy, these are different scenarios where a federal arrest warrant could be issued. Was there a clue in the autopsy that said, remember, homicide through here tonight or today, that led them to conclude that it wasn't an act. This was somebody one human who killed another human being, and that also too is an element of the puzzle here. So we're going to find out more here as far as the federal, still unclear as to the grounds. What led us from him being a person of interest, not even being named a suspect, or no, I guess, would you consider him a suspect now, Walt?
I was going to ask the same question. It does not, and it does, the warrant again, and I'm going to think, because we pay for this government, that they're very careful with their wording. It is the FBI, and that they said circumstances following the death of Gabby Petito.
Yeah,
that's interesting. That's interesting wording right there. And what is it? We don't know what it means. And I don't know that we'll have clarification.
We don't want to name him a suspect until that's the words of the FBI, right? We didn't call it a criminal investigation until the FBI called it a criminal investigation. Walt, I know you're talking to our team here, and we'll bring you back in here in just a moment. We're going to feature your hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyWalt comment and questions coming in here, folks, momentarily. I'd like to thank all of our audience joining us here, everybody, on WFLA.com, the WFLA app, as well as on YouTube, Facebook. I think we're live on Twitter. We should be live on Twitter. If you're just joining us here, everybody, in the last several moments, FBI in Denver announcing a federal arrest warrant for Brian Christopher Laundrie, who is still missing. Moments ago, you can see here the Laundrie family returning from Orlando, a trip that they made earlier on today. They got the silver Ford Mustang convertible back in the morning. They left again this morning, a second departure from the residence here in Northport, Florida, leaving the house, going to Orlando, and now getting back here a moment ago. Additionally, a $20,000 reward has been offered for any information by a Tampa law firm, any information that leads to Brian Laundrie's whereabouts. So some significant developments here in the last 30 to 40 minutes here. The Laundrie family returning home, $20,000 reward offered, but biggest of all, Brian Laundrie, now wanted in the United States.
Producer Eric Altman here shortly that we have on the arrest warrant. If you can, but keep.
Sure. All right, so we're getting in new details here, folks, on the federal arrest warrant. People want information. I know you want specifics. You know why I know you want specifics? Because I want specifics. Of course, we're completely invested in this story now. We have been for more than a week, but I want specifics. I want to know why the FBI now is upgrading this to being classified as something that is
arrestable.
Arrestable, yes. That rises to the level of a federal arrest warrant.
This is from Brian Enton, and we have you are commanded to arrest and bring before a United States magistrate judge without unnecessary delay Brian Christopher Laundrie, who is accused on the following document filed in court. Indictment. So it is, and then and then the charge, here's the offense, is briefly described as follows: use of unauthorized access devices. We're gonna have to look that up.
Repeat that one more time, Walt.
The charge is, the offense is briefly described as use of unauthorized access devices. Hold on.
Federal arrest warrant for that. I want to make sure that we're working here, folks. Again, an arrest, there has to be a reason that you're being arrested. This is common sense, folks. And quite frankly, we're still, again, we're confirmed. So this is all happening now in real time.
This is theoretically, and this is a relatively long statute. This is theoretically about, it can be about counterfeit access device, any access device that is counterfeit, fictitious, altered, or forged, unauthorized access device, any access device that is lost, stolen, expired, revoked, canceled, or obtained with intent to defraud, traffic, as in meaning transfer or otherwise dispose of, or another obtain control with intent to transfer or dispose of. Speculation abounds here. Device making equipment, any equipment, mechanism, or impression designed to primarily be used for making an access device or a counterfeit access device, credit card system member, that type of thing. And so any of those, creating any of that or accessing any of that, a scanning receiver defined as a device or apparatus, a wire or electronic communication. It's what an interesting charge this is, and another twist to this case.
So this charge now isn't. There's no mention of Gabby Petito.
Of Gabby Petito in the actual charge. No. No mention of the case. Just Laundrie, just Laundrie's name, Brian Christopher Laundrie, it references an indictment that we don't have yet. The indictment will be better than a search warrant in many ways, but the indictment, which we should have at some point relatively soon. But again, the offense is briefly described as follows: use of unauthorized access device. Use of so I wish we had a legal expert right now. To me, this could refer to what we've been talking about. Cell phones. We've been talking about cell phones. We've been talking about various electronic devices. We don't have Gabby Petito's electronic device. And then we also, in that they did pull that that external hard drive from the van. Did they find some warrant? Because again, you know, it's a good question that we talked to a legal expert. That was my story that was on a 5, we talked a great question, is you know, what could this possibly mean? And how do you even come up with this sort of charge? Where does the information come up with this sort of charge? And then what we talked about earlier, what pushes someone from person of interest to suspect? He's not a suspect in a homicide. He is a suspect in this tongue. So I gotta look at it again. It is use of unauthorized access devices is what it is. So what was he he was using a device he was unauthorized to use. What would that be? Could it be Gabby's phone? Could it be Gabby's laptop?
Hold on, like though. That. She's cooking, and I grab her phone and I send a text to my mother-in-law, and I use her phone. Right? I better hope. Let's hope that's not a federal arrest warrant type of crime. If you take someone's phone and you send a text message to, again, this is now for Brian Laundrie. Now, if he sends, if we have to stay rooted in reality, if Brian Laundrie sends those final text messages from Gabby Petito's device,
let me just
read a crime?
Let me just read this. Okay, so access device is defined. Instead of using the term credit card, debit card instrument, the term access device is used. This seems to be then more about credit cards, credit card instruments, and then in quotes, card, plate, account number, electronic serial number, mobile identification number, personal identification number, or other telecommunications service equipment or instrument identifier or other means of account access that can be used.
Oh, wow, look at this. Hold on, Robert, what am I looking at? This is the indictment?
Oh, we have the indictment now.
So this is the indictment.
That's it?
Just came in a moment ago, and I'm going to read, deserves to have this read word for word. The grand jury in the District of Wyoming United States District Court, the one of the indictment from on or about August 30th, 2021 through and including on or about September 1st, 2021 in the District of Wyoming and elsewhere, the defendant, Brian Christopher Laundrie, knowingly and with intent to defraud, used one or more unauthorized access devices, namely a Capital One bank debit card ending in 8774 and a personal identification number for a Capital One bank account ending in 0525 and 8665 and such by conduct, and by such conduct obtain things of value aggregating to $1,000 or more during that period. Wow. Which affected interstate commerce in violation of, and then the code that is in violation of, and it is signed by the foreperson and the acting U.S. attorney. So this is unauthorized use of a debit card and gaining access to a Capital One bank account. And it doesn't say that it's the bank account that he was unauthorized to use.
We've been filling in that timeline. So now if we believe the 27th is the last time someone saw Gabby Petito, and I'm citing not necessarily the text message, but the eyewitness account of an argument in a restaurant out in the Moab, Utah area. If that is the last time we saw her, now they're focused on the 30th and the 1st of September, correct? Is that right?
Yeah, no, I think
so he is on the way. So theoretically, he's on the way back from that area.
Yeah. But it's
to Florida.
The indictment now Denver is in Colorado, FBI Denver. The indictment filed in U.S. District Court of Wyoming.
So what? So I'm going to
timeline is district, so key now.
But it also you bring up a really good point, because if the card, this is not about using the cards across the country. This would theoretically be about using the cards or the account in that district, right?
Yep.
And what is Wyoming's district cover?
Otherwise, it would be because it's a federal crime now. The district it would be filed in the district in which the crime was committed. The indictment of course would apply to that district. Of course, that's a federal law. But now the grand jury charging this now in these accounts, and it appears now it's 2 accounts. to be a checking and a
So
savings
the
account.
District of Wyoming covers just Wyoming, all the counties in the state of Wyoming. So is this something that was purchased? This is obviously something purchased in Wyoming using something that was allegedly not his and without the permission of the owner of.
Okay, before I pop over here. So it sounds like clearly after she was already missing, he was using her card. Guilty. This motherfucker is so guilty, y'all. Come on. You on your way back. It's all centered right there in Wyoming. Yeah. You killed her and took her card and kept using it and then brought your ass back home. I'm sorry. I had to get that off my chest. Took her money out of her account while she was quote unquote missing to us, but he knew she was gone. And that's why that's why they have this warrant out for him for that card, because he used it after she was already gone, which means he couldn't have had authorization. They're just tying this together. His ass is he's on the end of the fishing pole. They're just reeling him in. This is a wrap for Brian.
Of that particular credit card, right?
Now we don't know that, right? And the owner.
And by the way, $1,000.
$1,000.
That's and I hate speculation, but there's been the rumor mill has been, and it's going to just be fed by this. We don't know the answer, but there's that whole vine where we talk about Petito supposedly flying home from Wyoming and then going back to get the van. That was that's out there. And $1,000. What are you spending $1,000 on?
I don't even want to
Speculation may
speculate.
swirl,
Don't
right?
want to speculate.
That's not a tank of gas.
No, it is not.
It's not a tank of gas and food to get home.
Probably,
right?
I would imagine filling up that Ford white van, $50 to $100, filling it up.
So one tank.
No,
what
probably
are you
not $50. Probably somewhere closer to $75 to $100.
Close to $1,000, and it's all in Wyoming. What was allegedly purchased illegally in Wyoming?
Read this again. Let's all be very, very responsible here in the wording of this indictment. And by such conduct obtained things of value, aggregating to $1,000 or more during the period of August 30th to September 1st. So this is a 2-day period where the indictment states that the defendant here, Brian Christopher Laundrie, made purchases, obtained things of value aggregating to $1,000 or more. So what that means is purchasing more. It wasn't a single thing that was purchased. Things of value that aggregate, the summation more than $1,000.
We also know from the release from the FBI that this was about following the death of Gabby Petito, right? This happened following the death of Gabby Petito, and we know what the dates on there are: the 29th and the 30th, right? So does that sort of narrows down when they suspect Gabby Petito was killed. And this news release that we have from Wednesday, actually, but I'm just referring to some dates. The FBI was seeking information from anyone who utilized the Spread Creek dispersed camping area between August 27th and the 30th. So that seems to be the point, though those 3 days are the focus. And now we can sort of narrow it down, sadly, to potentially the 27th and 28th, since he used these devices or these credit cards. He got this money 29th and 30th, correct? That's what it says?
No, the 30th and 1st.
30th and 1st. But the only thing that does not make sense there, obviously, is he's back here on the 1st.
Could the crimes have occurred across state lines in multiple jurisdictions, and it's being handled by the District of Wyoming as far as the indictment?
I don't know the answer to that.
That's the question.
My guess is no, but I don't know, right? Did it start there.
Attachment to Gabby Petito's autopsy. Well, no, we can't say that this was followed in the U.S. District Court, District of Wyoming, because of Gabby Petito, because there's nothing in this that names Gabby.
He's not a suspect in a homicide at this point. He's still a person of interest in the homicide. He is I'm going to say he seems to be a suspect in a case of
using someone else's debit card.
Yeah.
That's what it means. So let's tell you what this really means. What this means, and Walt brought it up about 15 minutes ago, and I'll reiterate here what he said. When they now, let's stay positive, right? Let's stay positive. When Brian Laundrie is found, okay, they can slap handcuffs on him immediately. This isn't, we were playing around with the scenario a couple days ago about how, because he was a person of interest, if they found him, they're like, and they find him, he's a missing persons case. You find Brian Laundrie wandering around in the Florida wilderness. It's like, hi, Brian, I'm Officer so-and-so. You are the subject of a missing persons case. Please come with us. We'd like to take you home to your parents who filed a missing persons report here in Florida, and we've been asked to take you home. And then, of course, he can say, no, I'm an adult. I'm on a hiking trip. Just wanted to leave all electronics at home, be out in the wilderness and stare at the stars at night. I don't want to go home. I'm a 23-year-old adult. Please leave me be. And there's nothing legally that they can do to say, not so fast. Here's our handcuffs. We're going to, no. Now what this indictment means is, the moment that Brian Laundrie is found, police can, of course, move in on him, slap handcuffs on him, and arrest him on a federal arrest warrant. Now, it's not the charge that people want. It has no mention of Gabby Petito here. It is not connected to the homicide investigation that is underway in Northwest Wyoming, but it at least gets Brian Laundrie, of course, if he is found, it gets Brian Laundrie into a police department on the charge of a crime, and then they can proceed from there.
Well, and it would also theoretically, if they get him, they can hold him.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, they can hold him
for only a certain period of time. I'm not sure what you're setting the bail at for something like this. But you now theoretically could hold him for a little bit at least.
All it on WFLA.com, the WFLA app, wherever you're joining us from here. JB, 8 on your side, senior investigator Walt Buteau joining us here, everybody. On WFLA now, this was originally planned to be a very brief stream, Walt. We were talking about the $20,000 reward being issued here in Florida. We're talking about Brian Laundrie's parents returning here from Orlando. Now we have maybe a little bit more insights to what they were doing in Orlando, if they were communicating with the FBI. Let's make no idea at this time what Brian Laundrie's parents were doing in Orlando, but we do know that they left from Northport, their home here this morning. They went hours and then got back sometime about an hour to an hour and a half ago. Video here from Brian Enton of News Nation. Continue to break down here the very latest. I'm going to ask all of our commenters here to start filing in your hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyWalt's comments since here in the Facebook Live comment section. We had comments in the queue. Now those comments are dated. There's a new subject matter at hand here, a federal arrest warrant being issued. I'm going to start to bring up the comment section here, Walt. And what I'd like, just give me a moment here to kind of go through these comments here on Facebook and on YouTube. But what do you think the public response is going to be to this latest development now? Again, the charge is a federal arrest warrant for use of unauthorized access devices connected to a Capital One Bank debit card ending in 8774 and 2 Capital One Bank accounts. I think the public's response is going to be, what? I think that's going to start it, and then they're going to, there's going to be a why. Why do it this way? And I think the answer would be they don't have the evidence yet to charge him with anything more than this. And we know it's a homicide, but we don't know the cause of death. And the feds do not have a way to charge him with more than just this one charge, which if this ends up being much more than this, think about how minor this particular charge is. He used what we're going to, I guess we shouldn't do that. He used somebody else's credit cards or debit cards, them allowing him to do that. Okay. That's what he's charged with. Really big point here being made by our commenters. You guys are phenomenal. Thank you. You guys have been processed now. And all of these live streams, Walt's been a trooper as far as extended coverage here with us on WFLA Now. But really a big testament to our viewers here for participating in the comment section using hashtag HJB and hashtag Walt, Josh, Justin, Allison, Paul, all of our wonderful WFLA News Channel 8 team here on WFLA Now. And I'd like to bring in now some of the commentary that we're receiving here on this story. And this is pretty much what I'm seeing. Like from Paula Thomason, hashtag JB, better than nothing.
3 words. It is, you know what? And I would tell you that's sort of the mentality. Law enforcement needed something, right? And they found that and they put it out there.
Jenny Lee, hashtag AJB, sounds like they just wanted to get him on anything they could.
Well,
here's my next question.
Get him's an interesting phrase there. I think they needed a charge, and they have a reason why they needed a charge.
Is there any chance that the Federal Bureau of Investigation just found out that somebody used this debit card and didn't have the correct access and to charge Brian Christopher Lund? How long did they know? It's the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The time here, it's September 23rd. And is there a reason why this is happening now and why not a week ago? Why, if this is, Ginny, comment saying, sounds like they just want to get him in on anything could.
I wonder if it is genuinely connected to that, because what have they had the right to search? What does law enforcement have the right to search? They had the right to search the van, which they did. And you're right. There could be a receipt in that van, right?
Yep.
He could have left the receipt, and maybe he signed it, and it wasn't his name, it wasn't her signature. They could have found hard drive, could have had financial information on it, or they could have found it Monday, and maybe that's more likely because it's only 3 days ago, and they whether it be her credit cards, did they find her credit cards, her card on Monday? I don't know.
I have, of course, teams in law enforcement here, but I can't help but wonder if this indictment on a relatively minor charge compared to murder felony on a relatively
relative
to homicide,
right?
Unauthorized use or use of unauthorized devices. This charge here, this charge that is not a homicide charge, it's not a murder charge. If could this have come down when Chief Todd Garrison of Northport Police looked into the cameras and said, we know where Brian is? Because if this could have come down when they said, we know where Brian is, then you could have come in with a federal arrest warrant and gotten him right into Northport Police and held him on this.
I would just tell you, I trust the feds in something like this and believe that they would have done it then if they could have done it then. And if they may, perhaps, maybe the more likely scenario is they something and a light bulb goes off. Hey, wait a minute. Let's get them on that. Let's have that so that and perhaps what this does it release other resources somehow? Does it somehow involve other resources? Does it involve he's now is he a federal fugitive from justice? He hasn't been adjudicated. I don't know if that involves some other investigative tools that would push this search a little farther. But as Allison Henning has reported, they're looking pretty hard out there in that wooded area. I'm not sure how much, I don't know if more manpower helps them out there or not. I guess it does.
Some video from earlier from Eagle 8 HD, some of the video of them going through Carlton Reserve looking for Brian Laundrie. This remains the focus. The only difference now is that if they find him out here, they can put handcuffs on him. Of course, he is alive here. So I'm with you all. I am, as much as I sounded skeptical there for a moment. I'm with you that I believe could have come down sooner than it would have. And I believe that the FBI is, of course, doing everything that they can to bring this to as expeditious of a rule. But the fact of the matter is that there are going to be a lot of people here online that are just saying that are just not satisfied with where we are with the justice for Gabby cause right now. and that this is I'm very curious to know if I got arrested on this, how long am I going away? How long am I in a federal prison for?
Up to 15 years.
Up to 15 years?
But I assume that would be
for $1,000?
Not for $1,000, but a charge is up to 15 years. But I would assume that would involve much more than a couple of credit cards or debit cards.
Just a roller coaster of a live stream. We were talking about the $20,000 reward that has been put out here by a Tampa attorney. What's the name of the attorney? One more time, Walt. Do you have it in front of you by any chance? Buhoff Law. Yes, Buhoff Law in Tampa is offering $1,000 reward for any information that leads to Brian Laundrie's whereabouts. We also have, of course, the parents returning home from Orlando for a mysterious trip for unknown reasons. We don't know why they went to Orlando, but given the circumstances, given the zoo that is outside of their front, right on their front lawn, pretty much, you're not going to Orlando to Universal and hang out. You're going there for a very particular reason, and we don't know exactly what that reason is at this time. News Nation's Brian Enton, many other reporters were shouting at them, or maybe not even shouting, just very, very loudly speaking in their direction, asking them, why did you go to Orlando? And of course, they're not answering any questions from the media. They went right in. And if the federal arrest warrant news isn't enough, we also just got in a new development several minutes ago that the Northport search is off for tonight. Obviously, nothing has been found at Carlton Reserve here. An exhausting search effort here, and that Joshua Taylor, the Northport Police PIO, who we've been talking about here on WFLA now, says that they'll be back at it tomorrow, same time. So there was some uncertainty. Now they're saying that they are going to be back at it tomorrow, and perhaps it's because they received information here that there is now a federal arrest warrant. Christopher Laundrie. Yeah. What do we have?
So that point out here that it was dated September 22nd. So they just released it today. By the way, somebody online pointed out, and I'm going to just say duh, but it's a great point. We were talking about the $1,000. He very well for his trip back.
Yep.
That makes a lot of sense.
Could have gotten 2, 3, 4,000. It's more than 1,000.
And he heads back with cash, thinking they can't follow his trail, although they weren't trailing him, so it didn't matter, right? He might still be using that 1,000. We don't know.
Here's what I just can't figure out with this story, and this is just me, and I'm taking you inside of my brain here for a second. Here's what I can't figure out with this story. I don't know if Brian Laundrie is smart or stupid. I don't with this new. I don't know what to make of this. I don't know what to make if this was a shrewd move, and many of the commenters that have been joining us here on WFLA now have said that you can't be stupid in 2021 and just vanish off the grid like he has, that there had to have been a lot of, again, it's so hard to just completely disappear and vanish when the FBI and local law enforcement is on your scent, so to speak. It's just so hard to vanish, poof, gone. Yeah. But at the same time here, if this is true, using a card that he wasn't authorized to use, a debit card that he wasn't unauthorized to use, is this really a bad misstep that makes you go, okay, does it make our commenters now say, okay, Brian Laundrie isn't as smart as we thought he was, because he clearly made a big miscalculation here using a debit card, a Capital One card that he wasn't authorized to use. Well, I don't know if the guy's stupid or smart.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think that like pulling $1,000 out at one time when Gabby could have been theoretically alive and authorized it might be smarter than going across the country with the card and leaving a trail, I guess. So I don't know if that's what he did, if he airplane tickets or something else, who knows? But,
yeah, I
but you
think
bring up a point. Look, and by the way, he's smart enough to have escaped law enforcement sort of scrutiny for weeks, right? Because we're talking a smaller window of when she possibly died, now kind of shrunk down to, just by what we know, to the 27th, 28th, and 29th. That's the window now. Maybe it's the 25th if the mom's suspicion about the text message about the grandfather is accurate. Regardless, It is now the 23rd. He has avoided law enforcement for that long, and he's avoided a search for up until 6 days. And I also would say, we've talked about this. Look, you and I are looking at this. It's our job, and our wives, I think we've shared, they perhaps identify with her in some way, and they just think it's horrible what happened. But not everyone is looking at it. I mean, I would never assume. He hasn't been following it. He's been working. There's a lot of people who aren't looking at it. And with that in mind, he could slip through the dragnet. I think there's that possibility. Stranger things have happened. You
know who isn't stupid? Our viewers. And let me tell you something. I'm not playing to the masses here. We have a large audience.
No, I hear you.
Large audience. I'm not playing to the masses. I promise you. Everyone, if you've been listening a week now as we've been live on the story, you know that I keep it straight with you. I keep it straight with you. I just want to thank our commenters one more time. I just added a bunch of comments here to the queue. Brilliant questions. I mean, really, really brilliant questions. We do this for, Walt and I do this for a living. We cover stories and we break down, fact versus fiction and what we know, what we don't know. But there's some outrageously brilliant comments that are coming in that can now carry this conversation forward. And we're going to do that starting now with some of the hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyWall comments that are coming in here. Jenny, I hope you're right there. We've had your profile picture there on screen for a while there. Again, use hashtag HeyJB or hashtag HeyWalt and we can animate your comment. Yes, it shows your picture on screen here. If you don't want us to do that, again, you don't want to be on a news stream with tens of thousands of people watching. We have more than 100,000 people watching us right now across all of our platforms. I think my computer's broken because I can't give you a number across all platforms right now. But we have a lot of people watching. If you don't want your name and your comment and your picture on screen, just don't use a hashtag. But if you do, if you'd like for us to feature your comment, use hashtag HeyJB and hashtag HeyWalt. Let's okay, back to here. I like holding something. Can I have the indictment?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, it's nothing.
Nothing there, right? A document in my hand. It's the only
indictment ever.
Yeah, maybe I'm just very attached to this and I just need it in my hand, but I'm holding on to it here so I can read it to you here, folks. But a big shout out to Alexis, our digital content producer, because she pointed out that this was filed. Yes, and then Walt read it. This was filed yesterday. So now to Tory Lynn Brewer's comment here, hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyWalt. Now that there's a federal warrant, can they question his parents? Because if this is filed yesterday in court, an indictment in the District of Wyoming, could the trip to Orlando, and I'm asking you, could the trip to Orlando have been to answer questions pertaining to a federal arrest warrant and a federal indictment in the name of their son?
Then you ask why Orlando. It could be, though. There's no doubt it could be Orlando. Is the Denver office the office doing the questioning? They're the lead office. But why not go? Why not come to Tampa?
Why not?
That could be a flight issue, an easier flight to Orlando.
Let's mention if it is potentially a safety risk for them to leave their home, following the story. Okay, I've read some of the comments. I get messaged privately, DMs on my WFLA JB accounts. They're very passionate, let's just say, about this story.
Good way to put it.
And it could be a safety risk for them to leave their home if somebody really wanted to do something really, really sinister here. Couldn't the FBI Denver or the FBI in general just sent an agent to the house to say, Mr. and Mrs. Laundrie, we have a federal arrest warrant for your son. We have an indictment here that was signed by an acting U.S. attorney in the District of Wyoming, U.S. District Court. We would like to talk to you about these new developments. Would you please sit down and have a conversation with us? Couldn't they have done that in the comfort of their own home, Orlando? So all the people out there that are saying that the trip to Orlando today might have been connected to this, does that equal 4 in this particular case, Walt?
And all great questions, and I hate to say it, unanswerable right now.
Yep.
We do know from Joshua Taylor, and we might have, I don't know if we said this already, that the search will continue tomorrow, so they are not done out there. And that will be 5 out of the last, is that the right math? 5 out of, no, 6 out of the last 7 days tomorrow. They will be searching the wooded area again.
Correct.
They're not done.
That is correct.
They are not done.
Again, the news that we just shared with you a moment ago, that there was some uncertainty whether or not the search would continue here, and earlier on today flying over that vast wilderness there where Brian Laundrie could be. We don't know if he is there, but could be. And there was some uncertainty, whether or not they would continue the search on Friday. They have definitively said that they are going to be back tomorrow searching Carlton Reserve. This is a source of frustration for a lot of folks. A lot of people out there have been saying that this is that they don't think that Brian's there, and this is a waste of resources, manpower. There's no way that he is here based on where we are now in this story. And we understand, we hear your comments, but we don't know what the FBI knows as far as evidence that could lead them to be searching this amount of resources being pooled into this one spot here of Carlton Reserve, 25,000 acres, by the way, leads them to believe something that leads something. Maybe, we had a comment earlier that we couldn't animate on screen because we ended our stream, but somebody said maybe one of the many trail cameras here in Carlton Reserve, maybe one of the many trail cameras did snap a picture of somebody that matches his description.
Many as life, they very well could have captured Entman. I'm sorry, they could have captured Brian Laundrie.
Thank you. New developments. Brian Enton reporting from News Nation. News Nation, if you haven't heard of it, of course, check your local listings. News Nation, a great product here, folks. Part of our parent company, Next Star Nation. Brian Enton on Twitter confirming why we have Brian Laundrie's parents traveling to Orlando today. And it was for legal reasons. And a name that we haven't brought up here on the stream in some time, Stephen Bertolino, that Brian Laundrie's parents drove to Orlando to meet with the attorney, Stephen Bertolino. So that's new just in here moments ago from Brian Enton on Twitter. What do you make of that, Walter? You deal with lawyers, you deal with attorneys. You are
so he's a New York area attorney. Easiest flight might have been into Orlando, plus less scrutiny. If you drive an hour or so, what is it from their house? Well, it's actually more like 2 hours.
I meant to look that up earlier here. Orlando
3 hours.
to Northport.
No, it's a 3-hour drive, but you do avoid the scrutiny and nobody knows, although we did find out 2.5. So that's one reason, I guess, to avoid the scrutiny. Although you wonder why. I don't know. You wonder why at this point you're already being scrutinized, but
2.5
face-to-face conversation, obvious at some point necessary here. That's interesting. Onto this world of Zoom. We Zoom every day, and you wonder why it needed to be face-to-face.
Very curious. Want to meet with, and do we know that the Laundrie parents are his?
I don't think we do. We know
like clients.
We know he is Brian Laundrie's attorney. Do we know that he's the attorney for the parent?
I know that, and I don't know that. And I had a very kind commenter reach me via private message and say that it might not be legal for an attorney to represent a married couple and their son, but I don't know if that's true. We'll have to look into that. I don't know if Stephen Bertolino or if also represents Brian Laundrie and Brian Laundrie's parents here. If you drive Orlando and you go through Tampa, where we are, it's 2.5 hours. That's the shortest way. If you costs, it's 3 hours plus, going through some of the other roads that would take you to the other side of Florida, closer to the East Coast where Orlando is. Or Orlando's kind of smack dab in the middle of the peninsula, but kind of more close to the east side, closer to the Daytona Beach. So we don't know what route they took. Regardless, they made it to Orlando to speak with Stephen Bertolino, who flew down from New York to speak with Mr. and Mrs. Laundrie today. So, wow, again, another development here. Everything is this is a pretty, we went about a 36-hour period with few developments. Now we have a lot of developments and so much to talk about here with this case. 8 on your side, senior investigator Walt Petito, JB Buno here with you live on WFLA Now. We're going to continue to take your questions and comments here. Walt, do you have dinner at home or a hot plate waiting for you?
JB.
I'm gonna, this is candid. A few M&Ms. Alexis gave me some Swedish fish.
Okay, M&Ms. I think there's some protein in those M&Ms. Are they peanut M&Ms?
No, I went milk chocolate. We haven't eaten. I've been all the drinking water that I've been doing has been mostly on stream here. This has been a story that we have been, again, we're commercial free here on WFLA Now. We don't go off until we don't go off until we take enough questions and comments.
Right.
What were you saying?
I said we don't go off till you say we go off.
I want to make sure that our commenters feel, leave the live stream feeling like we address all of the different questions and comments that are coming in. And with that said, let's get right back into it here. Donovan Roos, #HJB. Be honest, I feel like they're wasting their time searching there. I feel it's just to throw them off. And we've heard this question or comment, rather, this observation or this opinion, really, so many times that there are people that are just, you can't tell them otherwise. Like the sky is blue, that Brian Laundrie isn't in Carlton Reserve. And I know that there are so many people that feel that way, but we don't know what the FBI knows. Kate Roper, #HJB. Could this have to do with the FBI determining the time of death?
Solid speculation there.
And I was addressing, our commenters earlier, Walt, about
sort of talked about that. Yeah.
The excellent comments and questions are coming in, Kate. Right on the money here. Could the time of death in the autopsy being performed on Gabby Petito's remains now open up avenues for federal indictments like this one?
To elaborate on that, I think the theory would be, because if they know when she died, then they know that she could not have authorized those transactions.
Boom, baby. That's exactly what I was saying. That was my point a minute or so ago, y'all. There's no way he could be wanted for using her card fraudulently unless they know that she was already gone when he used that card. Pieces to a puzzle.
You ain't gonna keep popping in and out like that, dude.
$1,000 in transactions, right?
Hold on. I didn't. I really have too many buttons to hit. Okay. You see, this computer is muted, so I didn't know you were talking. What were you saying, Obsidian? Oh, now you're not talking?
Nah, I don't want to talk to you. I said you have to keep popping in and out like that.
Huh? What happened?
Huh? What happened? I said you ain't gonna keep popping in and out like that.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I'm having a moment
What
here.
you over here doing with your camera off?
Huh?
You think you grown? What you doing with your camera off over there?
I'm preoccupied over here. That's
You
things
see that
going
all
on.
the time. All right.
Things I have to keep on the low.
I think I put on too much glitter. I'm lightheaded. It's good.
Hey, you can never put on too much glitter, baby.
I know I'm about to go on the roof and check it out.
On the roof?
Yeah.
You are sparkling. So you might.
When I walk out my window, but the roof is right here. It's like a thing.
We'll take a picture out there in the sunlight. I know you want to.
I'm gonna take y'all with me.
Oh, we going to? Okay, well, leave your camera on. I'm gonna play this.
I just gotta grab the carpet so I can come get y'all.
Oh shit! I see. I can't. I can't turn my camera off. I can't be here right now. Hold on. I'll be back.
Yeah, You good.
This is getting juicy though. I like how JB and them is chopping it up. That's exactly what I said. They had to know that
Hey,
girl
his
was
face is killing me
wrong.
every time they pause.
Look at their faces. It's getting deep. Listen. Oh my God. They know. They know he did it. I mean, they know he used the card after she was gone. I know he did it. But whatever. Let's roll.
Right. And we know what, again, give me the transaction dates, 30th. I'm still a little.
This is why I wanted this in my hand.
The date is odd, right? The 30th and the 1st. Isn't he back on the 1st? Is that accurate? Do we know he was back on the 1st? How do we know he was back on the 1st?
Well,
how do we know that?
That's an excellent question. I need to go back and .com.
So is he not back on the 1st? 30th and 1st, right? Is that what it says? 30th and 1st?
I ain't got no clue.
No, the 31st and 1st.
30. No, wait. I remember from elementary school. August is 31 days in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. No, I remember the riddle. August. So it is I'm sorry. It's a period of 3 days.
30th?
I said 2 days earlier. And so maybe I don't remember my elementary school learning. 30th through the 1st.
So 30th, so 3 days. And if you believe the text involving the reference to Stan is maybe alive on the 27th, plus an eyewitness account reported to another news agency that there was a fight, a pretty bad fight in a restaurant on the 27th, and now we have the 28th and the 29th. If they can nail down that cause of death, I don't know. That science fascinates me, because the body, if that's the case, she had been dead 19, 20, 21 days. Able to nail that down, they somehow now know that that he was not authorized to use those cards during that 3 day period.
This is from WFLA.com, the WFLA app here. I'm going to read this as follows. September 1st, Laundrie returns home to Florida. Northport Police, the lead agency in the Gabby Petito missing person investigation, said Brian Laundrie returned to his van on September 1st. So that's according to Northport Police. But as people have been noting,
how
do they know?
Do they know it by what they were told? And that's interesting. And they're not answering our questions. How do they know he was there on the 1st? He's just Brian Laundrie at that point.
1 second here, folks.
Gabby's not even missing at that point.
We're going to come back here. We're going to go to black here for just a moment. Okay. We have so many viewers that were on the verge of breaking things. I'm not exaggerating here. We have a lot of viewers here, so many viewers here that we're tapping into across all social media platforms here that our system needs to reset. So, true story. We're going to go to black here for about 12 seconds. Please don't leave. We'll continue the conversation here, but it's just so that we don't spontaneously disconnect like we did the other day. So we're going to go down here for just a moment. You'll see black on your screen, and we'll be back and we'll be able to take your questions and comments here live. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, 12 seconds, they said. Oh my gosh, what a day. Exactly, Francis. Bad boys, bad boys. What you gonna do? What you gonna do with
It's just so much for me not to dance when I read that.
Nobody can sing that song right.
I don't know the words though. That's the only part I know.
I tried.
All right, we're back here with Out of Black here, folks.
Okay,
and
I have an
again,
identity
thank you
crisis every morning.
for being patient with us, because we didn't expect to have this much of an audience here tonight. So that reset there helps us prevent a disconnect here going forward. The last thing that we want to do is lose you, our audience. We don't want to spontaneously end here as far as our live thing. So we're back here with you live. And we'll stay here with you live and continue to answer your questions. Walt is talking to one of our wonderful producers here at WFLA, that being Liz Hall. And again, getting back, Walt, kind of refresh. I was just resetting things. What were we just chatting about?
You and I?
Yes.
I think we're talking about the timeline.
Timeline, yes.
And that we have been told, like, I don't like to question police this way, And this is not criticism to them because they're like us. There was no surveillance on Brian Laundrie when he came back. He wasn't even a person of interest on the first.
Let's make this clear for our audience. September 1st
is when police say they were told he was back. We now know from this indictment that he is accused of unauthorized use of devices, as in credit cards, debit cards, during, unless somehow federal law says you used it a state over, which I don't think is the case. He's accused in the Wyoming district, which covers just Wyoming, of using someone else's credit cards on the 30th, 31st, and 1st. So how is he back here on the 1st? And it's a question we asked Josh Taylor. You know, how do you know he was back on the 1st? And let's, again, not the parent also, the parents didn't tell police till last Friday that Brian hadn't been seen since Tuesday. And somehow the chief knew last Thursday. He told us a week ago that when he was asked, do you know where Brian Laundrie is? He said one word. So how did he know? Was it because he was told, or because they had eyes on him and they lost him? We don't know the answer to that.
Here's where right now at home watching is screaming. I know, because we've been covering this story now for more than a week, and I feel like I have a pretty, if they didn't have eyes on him and if they didn't know for in fact that he was there, then Brian could be anywhere.
Yeah, right.
Anywhere.
Well, okay. But the feds are now leading this investigation for a week.
But
I mean, I just have to believe that they know something that makes them want law enforcement out there in the middle of that video right there. Right?
I want to hold that thought. The Fox News interview. The Guthries say that they saw Brian at the house. And the time frame for that was about a week to a week and a half after he got back. So if Brian Laundrie is in fact, now the Guthries are the neighbors. Fox News did the interview last night live from their front lawn. It was an interview that of course I think a lot of folks watched, and it was a man and a woman, the Guthries, Mr. and Mrs. Guthrie, answering questions on live news and saying that they saw Brian Laundrie come home, and then September 1st or so, and then a period of about 7 to 10, about a week to a week and a half later, that's when they went on the camping trip. So let's bring up the next question and comment here on WFLA Now, and this one, thanks a lot, Kate, for your comment. That brings us up to Kathy. I've been speaking way too much. Kathy Jin Sutphin, #HeyJB. Where did Brian and his family go camping? Has anyone checked that location for Brian? And now again, if the Guthries see, that phone's ringing. You got it?
I got it. It's fine.
Okay. If the Guthries see, no longer seen during that 3-day period, Brian is there and then he's not, and the turning point is that 3-day camping trip, if that is indeed true, and they said it was a weekendish trip, so that would put the timeline at around the 10th, 11th, 12th, somewhere in that time frame. The camping trip, then is that when Brian vanished? Is that when Brian just disappearing and found a way to get out from under the nose of law enforcement? If he was at that time, know that many of you have been speculating that.
Well, he wouldn't have been, right? Because the 11th he is when she's reported missing. What is the date he became a person of interest? It wasn't on the 11th.
No. It was after that.
So there's no
Petito
reason to
reported
watch him
missing
then.
on the 11th. Laundrie leaves leaves his home on the 14th, again, according to police, with the hiking bag, and then he's named a person of interest on the 15th. So then there's no way that they were really keeping tabs on him at the time, right? We would have known by now if they were really keeping tabs on him. I think Josh Taylor in the interview that we had almost a week ago now, he would have said that he was saying that in that interview that they weren't necessarily keeping active tabs on him because he he was just a person of interest, and the investigation really hadn't risen to that point at that time. So this I don't know what this means now. I don't know what this means. We're gonna have to ask so many questions here now. New questions are brought into this equation.
Yeah, it definitely, things up. I think it tightens the timeline. The day there were no points on the timeline for the days that of the 29th, 30th, and 31st. I'm sorry. Yeah, right? No. 29 30, 31st, and 1st, right? There's nothing on the timeline for that. We have the text message on the 27th. Odd, according to Nicole Schmidt, Gabby's mom. Odd text message. We have that on the 27th. And we have credit card activity on 3 days, probably in Wyoming. And then we have a sort of a conflict there where how is there credit card activity in Wyoming on the 1st if he's back in Florida on the 1st?
Well, here's what this means to me, Walt, because we were talking about how long it takes to drive, and we don't know if there was air travel. We don't know if air travel is a component here or a factor here in this investigation, really, for certain. What we know is that it takes about 35 hours to drive from Northwest Wyoming to Northport, Florida.
How many hours?
35 hours. That to me is a 3-day trip. So that's 11 to 12 hours of driving per day across 3 days. So did Brian Laundrie come home, drive August 30th, August 31st, September 1st, and return home matching the timeline? And over that period of time, use the Capital One debit card across state lines, making it a federal crime, a federal arrest warrant now being issued but being filed in the District of Wyoming.
You know what? When you say it like that, that's 100% possible. I think
that really adds up.
We need a federal, and I know some former federal U.S. attorneys. I can definitely reach out to them. That's totally plausible. That theoretically is the card taken from Wyoming, and that's why it is filed in Wyoming. Is it filed in Wyoming because the feds are in Wyoming? They can file anywhere they want.
Or does the crime work like this? If I steal your credit card, I'm a pal. But if I stole your credit card and I went on a road trip and I was like, man, I got this debit card. I'm going to spend all of Walt's money.
Do it.
And I start in Florida and I hit up Alabama and I hit up Mississippi and I'm heading west and then I'm going to hit up Texas. I'm going to go all the way out to California, hit up all these states across this trip.
You probably do get charged here. So that does make sense.
Would it be the first charge being in Florida? I first use your debit card. Is that where the district of jurisdiction would?
Maybe it's from where the card is stolen. And we're not lawyers, nor do we pretend to be lawyers, but that does make sense. And it makes more sense. The cash theory makes sense as well. But then you still have to ask, how do we know he was back on the 1st?
We don't.
We don't know
that. Taking Northport Police at their word.
And they're more than likely they could be taking the family's word as well on that.
Yeah, and let's just be very honest and candid with our viewers. I have never had to dissect a federal arrest warrant for use of unauthorized access devices all that much in the past. It's not. No. This is a very obscure federal crime.
I love cases like that because now the next time that charge comes across my desk, I'll be able to say, oh, that's credit card fraud, and people will go, wow, how do you know that? And here's why. I also would say that's the shortest indictment I've ever seen. Is it one page?
One page.
It's not even a full page.
This is it.
So not a lot of details.
I got rid of the white space. I even bent it. I mean, it's one page.
It's a one-page indictment. Very quick.
And so, again here, I want to make this clear. It's the federal arrest warrant for Brian Christopher Laundrie is for use of unauthorized access devices, which is a fancy way of saying you took someone's card.
It's credit card fraud.
Didn't have their permission, and started spending money.
By the way, in that federal statute, as you read the whole thing, there are other things that could involve cards. But in this case, we now know it's credit card fraud.
Let's get to some more questions here.
Alleged credit card fraud.
Alleged credit card fraud. And yes, alleged credit card fraud. Let's get to some more here. Amber Brock, hashtag Hey Walt, for you, transactions he made and which kind?
No, we don't. We know the total though. The total is what, $1,000?
$1,000 aggregated.
$1,000 aggregated, which would lead you to believe it's more than one, correct?
Yeah, because hold on. Yeah, back to what I was saying earlier. If we're playing the words game here and really dissecting this by literally every character of this indictment, that I'll read it again: Capital One bank debit card and a personal identification number, the PIN, 4-digit PIN likely, for a Capital One bank account or Capital One bank accounts, and by such conduct obtained thing dating to $1,000 or more during that period. Which, listen, this could, to Walt's point, this could be a $1,600 from an ATM, or this could be a spending spree more than $1,000.
Or gas. To your point, that it's filed in. I mean, because I guess when you think about it, what are you going to do? You're not going to file in every jurisdiction that he uses it, right? You're going to pick one jurisdiction. I feel relatively ignorant for even suggesting that it was all spent in Wyoming. But yeah, you bring up a good point. You're going to file in one jurisdiction. You're not going to file in every single jurisdiction that he crosses. You're going to file in that one. So it could very well be, and it logically means it's how he got home. He used those credit cards to get home.
This was the lifeline to get him back to Florida.
Yes.
Is what this leads us to.
Seems to believe.
What it seems to be.
Yes.
We're staying rooted in reality. Again and again, trying to break down what this could be and what this could not be. And that's what we do with our commenters here. We tell you what is within the realm of possible and what is outside. There's so much on each side of those two equations. Each side of that equation some questions here, because again, our commenters here are right on the money. Amber, thanks a whole lot for your hashtag Hey Walt a comment here in the Facebook Live comment section. And we're taking comments from Twitter and YouTube as well here. Cynthia Amaya, hashtag Hey JB. Doesn't it mean that he would have to be brought back to the US if he's out of the country? Great question. So this is a federal arrest warrant. Now, okay.
We don't know he's out of the US, but yes.
Pretend time. If he is outside of the US, can this bring him back?
Oh, yeah, I would think that's what the question is. Does that, yes.
For using somebody else's card?
There are countries that cooperate with us and countries that don't. And is that an extraditable offense? Is it good enough is it big enough? I don't know that. It does say it's a felony, and I would bet that amount of money, the $1,000, probably, if there is a misdemeanor in the federal system for that crime, then I don't even know if there are federal misdemeanors. I don't think I've ever covered a federal misdemeanor. But if the dollar amount usually makes something a felony or a misdemeanor. So I would think on a felony, is it extraditable? I don't know. I think
back to the analogy that we were just talking about. If I steal your credit card and I'm having a great time because I'm using your credit card and I'm going on a spending spree and hanging out Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, I go all the way to Mexico. Okay. And then all of a sudden you realize your card is missing and you're out thousands of dollars. Can the Federal Bureau of Investments of this federal arrest warrant and this federal indictment call up Mexico and say JB Buno has been using Walt Petito to prosecute?
I would imagine in the conversation there would be a discussion that he's a person of interest in a homicide. You're not, but
I'm not in this analogy.
And that could enhance that. I think if you just have someone on credit card fraud, I think even if it's extraditable, I would bet they have bigger fish to fry. But good question. I didn't get that out of it, but yeah, solid question. Yeah, that does theoretically help them with that.
Very interesting. And interesting. Megan Walsh, hashtag AJB, could definitely be cash. He allegedly offered those people $200 to drive him 10 miles.
Solid point.
Okay.
Solid point.
Let's talk about this now.
But maybe he already had cash. He just needed more cash. Could have been cash though. That's true. That does sort of cover all our bases, right?
Well, do you know how many 22 and 23-year-olds walk around with a whole lot of cash these days?
How about 42-year-olds and 52-year-olds? Nobody has cash anymore. When I've used cash in various places, they tell me now because of COVID, we don't have change. Like there's a lack of change. So yeah, you're right. That's a good point.
Around cash these days.
Right.
And so if Brian Laundrie was either given advice or if he was, he was cognizant of what had happened, and we don't know what happened, but cognizant enough of everything that was around him at the time and what he was currently going through at that time, if he knew he needed cash, then the TikTok video of the woman saying, I gave Brian Laundrie a ride, and we talked about that on a previous live stream. And we said that there's nothing to say that that is true other than this woman's word. And there's nothing to say that it isn't true. But if that's the case, if what Megan is saying here with this comment and then what you were saying earlier, if Brian Laundrie goes to the ATM, withdraws a card that we don't know whose card it is, but I think people are, of course, already theorizing whose card it is. If he takes all of this cash, then he has the ability to, yes, pay people for rides and pay with cash. So does that add up now? Does that pushes it more, that wrinkle of this story more towards the realm of possible versus the realm of
somebody
impossible?
Tweeted at me, and I'm not going to say they're this up tomorrow. WFCN News out of Marion, Illinois. By the way, I used to work. That was my first job in television in the Marion area. Marion, Illinois. Well, it was Harrisburg, Illinois.
You said Illinois. I thought you said Maryland.
No, Marion, Illinois.
Okay.
And by the way, Marion's claim to fame is they have a federal prison there. I think it's a level 5. It's one of the only level 5s, I think, in the country, if I recall correctly. And Ray Fosse, the former Major League Baseball player, is from there. But it's getting late. I'm going nuts here. Anyway, here's what he says. WFCN News posted Monday of 2 separate reports from gas station employees in Benton, Illinois. That's Southern Illinois, by the way. That is Southern Illinois where the Mississippi meets the Ohio. That FBI agents were requesting security camera footage in relation to the investigation. The reports indicate that Brian Laundrie may have used at least one card to purchase gasoline. Your hashtag HJB, but you've got a lot of them over there.
Thousands that we couldn't get to if we had months to get to every question and comment.
It is interesting, and it's interesting we hadn't seen that report, right?
Yeah. And this is this is what happens now. So what's going to happen? All of this is now, as the saying goes, when you take a little ball of snow at the top of the hill and you push it down the hill, it gets pretty big, pretty quick, pretty fast. So now that things are starting to move here, this could be a very interesting 24 hours. Very interesting here. So a little bit longer here. We've been live all day here, but we're going to be back with you here live on WFLA Now tomorrow to continue breaking down what we know. Walt and I haven't had enough to step away and just kind of process this without a microphone in front of our face just yet. So there's a lot, I'm sure, legal experts have been receiving text messages here on my phone, legal and by, to break down what this means and what this is and what this could be.
And let me plug the story that I worked up because we got a lot of questions about these things. That a couple of things I want to point out, that Florida law does not allow as accessories after the fact under Florida law if your child is involved in the crime. Florida law, it's very specific. You cannot be charged accessory after the fact, and accessory after the fact means exactly what we think it means. You helped him after the crime was over. You can that nails that down. Also, parents, nobody, me, you, JB, nobody has any obligation to where their child went, where their child is, where their child was, and that goes for, I don't have the obligation, even if you're not related, anybody about anything when police come asking you questions. The one thing that that there is the federal statute may open the door to charge accessory after the fact when a child is involved, but then there's a jurisdictional issue which could get a little fuzzy here. Where is an alleged crime committed? And I want to say we're speaking hypothetically here, obviously. And then the other thing that someone could be charged with hypothetically, and there's no exemption for, is not telling the truth to law enforcement, or obviously getting rid of evidence. A parent hypothetically can be charged with that, even if their child is involved. But again, people are asking, why can't they charge them can a parent be charged as an accessory? No, that's state law. And the other point would be that the rules are a little different, and there could very well be a wrongful death civil lawsuit filed by the parents of Miss Petito, and that could be aimed at Brian or possibly the parents, according to lawyers.
Man, let's take this next question. Nice catch, Michael. By the way, he's got the holding up the fish for his Facebook friends. Hashtag JB. Wouldn't theft of Gabby's van part of that warrant that's unauthorized to use? We talked to Northport Police, or they had a press conference, and they said that no, that there wasn't enough on the van to charge with the van. But we didn't ask whether or not taking someone else's vehicle, grand theft auto, if you will, and driving it across state lines and leaving without that person and taking their vehicle without explicit written permission or verbal even permission. We don't know if that's a federal crime or not. And that would have been very, very interesting if there was multiple charges here. But you file charges that stick.
Well,
this must stick.
Let me just say this, and again, so the van's a little more that scenario is a little jankier, if you will, in that we don't know that she didn't authorize the van, right? He was authorized to use the van. He's been driving it for weeks, so we don't know she didn't authorize to use the van. And now, and once she's no longer with us, or whatever happened there, that may be a more difficult case to prove than we know she was gone and yet her credit cards were still being used, or we have pictures of him using said credit cards, which sort of plays into this report I was told about from WFCN that indicates in Benton, Illinois, there were reports that Brian Laundrie may have used at least one credit card to purchase gasoline there. So now like you said, you file charges that stick. That charge is going to stick. It still raises the question, why this charge now? Yep. Why not the more serious charge? And all we can say about that is we would presume there isn't enough evidence to file a more serious charge.
Again, Gabby Petito's name is not in this indictment. It's not in the federal arrest warrant.
Neither is the word homicide or murder or whatever it would be.
Yep. This is not connected to Gabby's death right now. This is a debit card. And but this could be one of the first of several, depending on where this investigation goes, of course, as far as charges. But this doesn't change too much. Changes that if they find him, they can slap handcuffs on him right away. But it doesn't change the fact that we still are no closer to finding Brian.
He's still a person of interest in the homicide.
Hasn't been this doesn't
right.
He's still right.
He's not a case, although the feds don't call him that. But in the homicide, he is a person of interest. He's a suspect in the homicide.
That's going to frustrate a lot of people. That he is still a person of interest in Gabby Petito.
And I would bet there's a news agency out there somewhere that didn't dot their I's and cross their T's that has called him a suspect in the homicide, because it all happened so quickly. And if you didn't read that news release carefully, and if you didn't wait for, we have our coworkers who are very sharp. Alexis obviously coming to us with the actual indictment, which was huge because that told quite a story, right?
It did. And when we first had the breaking news alert here here live on WFLA Now, we said that there was a federal arrest warrant. We said that Brian was, now the subject of a federal arrest warrant in his name. We never said he was a suspect. We brought it up. We said, does this make him a suspect now? And then it came out about 10 minutes later that the charge was use of unauthorized access devices. And then we had to wait for the indictment to come down because it spells out that it was pertaining to a Capital One debit card and having the PIN number for 2 accounts. Let's talk about that. We haven't talked about that. How do you?
I know my wife's PIN number.
I was going to ask.
I think she knows my PIN number.
I think my wife knows mine.
Yeah.
I think I know my wife's.
You're on a trip somewhere. So yeah.
I would imagine. So listen, these two are engaged now. Listen, we're scurrying here. We know on this particular indictment, there's nothing in here that says that the debit card belonged to Gabby Petito. There's nothing in here that says that the accounts were in Gabby Petito's name. But a personal identification number for a Capital One, a bank account that Brian Laundrie knew. He knew it. He was given it by somebody.
Yeah.
And so that again, another wrinkle here to this story.
A lot of wrinkles.
Kelly Lindsay, #AJB. I don't understand why they aren't searching where they went camping. Or
right?
they do, and they are searching that area
And
right
we
here in the
don't
center
know.
of your screen.
Right. That's right.
Oh, but we don't know what adds up and doesn't add up. So
Right.
to comb through so much to dissect, well,
And
Jeez Louise. Yeah, that's a lot going on. What's going to happen? Oh, Lord, what's going to happen next? What's going to happen? We're going to wake up and Brian going to be sleeping with what do they call it? Swimming with the fishes, sleeping with the fishes. What they do with the fishes? Y'all know what I'm talking about. I mean, jeez. Oh, jeez. It's too much. We don't have time to worry about him. Get your ass back here and tell us what's going on. We got, oh my God, this guy. Where is he? Like, that's really, for real. Like, where is he? Where did they help him get to or allow him to go in this time frame? Where is he? Like, seriously, I'm just trying to think, where the hell do you go? And I kind of picture it in my mind like, like the Stephen Plato story when he murdered all those people. If you don't know it, I won't bother you down with it right now, but he murdered 1, 2, 3 people and then himself. But before he killed himself, he called his mother. And he told her what he did and that the baby was in the house and the key was under the mat. They taught people, some people just are real close to their mama. So imagine Brian does this to her. And then he calls his mama and tells her what's going on. They tell him, because I want to know. I know a lot of people's brain went there. Like, why the hell did he go back in the first place? And I know I said it yesterday. Like, it doesn't make sense. You drove all the way back there to turn in her van, and then disappear. You could have just stayed off the grid, but you came back. So I'm picturing mom saying, okay, got it. Okay, her and dad chop it up about what he just told them he fucked up and did, spazzed out, hurt this girl. They say, listen, drive the van back. We gonna get in the camper, go do whatever it is, maybe premeditated from that point. Just my theory. So maybe they told him to bring it back because maybe if he kept it and she was missing it, maybe it could have been reported stolen or something that could have. Why did he go back? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Oh, 7. Same time, Sarah. Oh, I didn't even know you were talking to Brad Lamb. I must have missed that earlier. Yeah, 7. You sure can watch or join. Excuse me, whatever he's comfortable with. That would be wonderful. Absolutely. And I'll actually send you your email right now. Let me stop sharing screen for a second, y'all. I don't get it. I'm just trying to figure it out. But I picture him telling his mama in advance. I don't think he drove back and then went in the house and said, let me tell you what I did. Like, I think he told them, and then they said, you need to get back here. And then he got home, and then they helped him. What y'all think? Y'all think he just drove back? Right out of my head, Peter Griffin, at this point, this particular theory is coming right out of my head, and based on everything that I'm seeing. This part of the story is yet to be told. No one knows what the hell happened after this domestic violence incident, or the restaurant, if that happened. So I'm totally spitballing. Oh, okay. That's awesome, Sarah. Yeah, I didn't see that this morning. It was early. But he's welcome anytime. Absolutely. Let me send your email. Quit getting distracted. Peter Griffin, by the way, hello. Interesting. And your picture and your name, because I picture Peter Griffin and then I see what looks to be Jesus. Interesting combination. Okay. StreamYard. I was actually getting ready to, that's why I had just paused it, Sarah. I'm getting ready to share your footage from last night to lead into you coming on tonight so people can get familiar and warm up and all that good stuff. So you came in just in time, but let me invite. Copy. Okay. Obsidian, are you going to be? I know you're in the chat. Nope. Dale, I cannot. I'm leaving my banner. In fact, I need a bigger banner. Let me see. Ooh, yeah, Leslie got a paragraph. Dang it. I'm supposed to get bigger. Stop being a perv, Dale. All right, Miss Sarah, let me send you your link. And Obsidian, I'm going to send you your link too. Is what I was asking is if you're going to be able to hang with me still. Because you've been with me like all day, my love. If not, let me know so I can bug another moderator. So let me send this to you too. Okay, Sarah, I just sent that. And it's for 7. So what? Let me see where that came from. Oh, there's a song in there. I swear the copyright hits on the songs, they're just annoying. YouTube, y'all gotta ease up. Or they'd be like just 3 seconds of a piano and they're like, ooh, copyright. Whatever. That's 10 your time. Okay, perfect. I mean, perfect for me. Perfect for you? You said sounds good? Okay. You were born a connoisseur of beautiful ladies. Mm-hmm. That's what you call it? Because I called it a perv. I'm just messing with. I mean, get out the banner. There's nothing there. I have a whole dress on. Okay. Did you read? Do you see that? Be blessed. Please be blessed. Is it expensive, Dale? Same thing. You're so silly. Is that expensive? I mean, truthfully, it will be worth it because I will use music a lot. I love music. What? How much is this thing that you're talking? I forget what you called it. No, I don't mean now, Obsidian. I mean at 7, or I should say in about 2 hours and 45 minutes for tonight. Yay or nay? Please, ma'am, and thank you before I start this video. Actually, I'll still be looking at the chat. So let me go over here and start this video. Yeah, for love, Love. It's a video that plays sometime during Sarah's video. So they said, what did they say? It doesn't affect visibility, but it is now being either monetized by the copyright owner or they've chosen to receive analytics about it. But they're just annoying. It's just like, because it could be a note, one note, and the whole video is kaput. But it's okay, because that's not what it's about. It's just annoying how they do that, and you know what I'm talking about. You gonna hang with me? All right, Francis. Cool. When we're gonna switch over, we won't be in this room because StreamYard just doesn't let you do it like that. You can't change your damn title. Once it starts, it's like you're stuck. So, if you want to talk about something else, then it kind of looks like clickbait because you said you were talking about cheese and you're talking about crackers type of thing, So on the music now, later, if you're here, I'm here. Okay. Perfect. Yep, 7:00. So I'm going to go ahead. What I'm going to do is switch gears. If you guys are interested in what we learned about everybody today, there's another live previous to this one from last night. And then there's just rewind this one. You can get all the day updates. Poor baby was found. Jalen was found. And the Gabby updates. But now we're going to switch gears and go into Sarah's story because Sarah is our guest tonight and we'll get to really hear her perspective. And a lot of people were asking about that and ask her some questions and, definitely learn some things. I promise you. So let me just pull it up and share my screen. It's simple, Q. It's so simple. My emojis are hilarious. Pooh. Royal Blue, what did you put there? Well, Dale, if you balling like that, you don't even know how much it costs or you just pay it. Just sign up for a second account. carlottq@gmail.com. You know what I'm saying? Hook a sister up. That's all I'm saying. I'm kidding. Find out for me. Send me some. You got my info, man. You know how to reach me, man. Let me find. Did I not upload it? I just pulled it from the computer. Is that what's happening? No, that can't be right because. Oh, I know. That's why. Ooh. Yeah, we don't want to use that one. Let's use the file. All right, y'all. Let me share. Because that was 11 hours that we did last night. I'm not gonna not that I can't cut it off, but let me just pull the video straight from my computer instead of playing the live. Plus that gets weird when I listen to myself on the live and I'm like talking to people that aren't here anymore in the room, and it gets weird. So StreamYard. That's where I want to go. Okay. My brain gets like this after a few hours. It's been 6 hours and 45 minutes for this live. Plus the 11 last night, minus the cat nap. I'm working about 14 hours for sure. All right. Grab some dinner. Oh, perfect. Yes, Modern Prospector. We will certainly be live when you get back. Probably just getting started. Enjoy Din Din. DB, you've been here all day too? Lord have mercy. I'm going to have to start sending out some stimulus checks or something. I appreciate you. Nice meeting you too. Make sure you come back now. All right, share. Focus, because this video is just about long enough to run into her live if we watch all that. Yes, Francis. We do need to find Summer. We need her family to stop bullshitting with fake advocates and prank calls and tell us where the baby is. I'm convinced they know. That I'm convinced of. Exactly what they know, how, who, where, when, and surely not why. I don't know none of that, but I'm convinced they know. Mama, daddy, and grandma. They all know. You better stop hiding, Dale. All right, I'm going to put you on one of those little jingly collars that I put on my cat, so I know whenever, every time she moves, I'm like, I know, I hear you. All right, somebody please grab a jingly collar for Dale. Obsidian, make it bling, okay? Because I know you can hook it up. Make it bling for him, okay? Y'all leave me alone. I can't focus. I gotta get the video. Dale. Okay, let's see. All right. Now, the name of the file. Focus. Okay, I'm getting places now. And output. Perfect. All righty. I'm gonna let the video take over from here. I got another set of preds. Oh, really? Oh, wow. Whoa, my God. It's going down over there. I'm going to have to do like a collection. Woo. But please keep them coming because I do want people to know it happens everywhere. Just had a story yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? The little baby in Hawaii. Missing for 8 days and they cut off the search. It's happening everywhere. If they ain't missing, or being preyed on, sexually abused, I mean, it's always one or the other. Spikes or no spikes? What, in your hair? I'm starting the video. All right, everybody. People coming in, if y'all could help to just fill them in as it goes along. And please remind everybody, all the information is in the description. If they want to email anybody, if they don't understand the story, if they want to link to what case we're looking at, it's all there. Because this case comes with a lot of questions. I noticed that in the same questions, and it's not something you can just quickly sum up, over and over again. So people coming in and go, hey, what's this about? The short and sweet of it is about a mom whose kids were unlawfully taken from her, and she's fighting like hell to get them back. Other than that, everything else is in the description, and then they just need to watch because the story tells itself. And I'll leave it at that because I already did an introduction. So I'm out of here.
Pike. I actually live in Virginia. My children and I were Virginia citizens. And Tarrant under Judge Bennett, 360th Court, kidnapped my children right out of Virginia. My ex-husband lives in Texas and filed a case. Jurisdiction trial, didn't think it would be a big deal because Virginia is their legal home state and has been for years. And the judge attacked me. She said that I didn't know how to co-parent, that, even though my ex-husband didn't have any evidence against me whatsoever, she said it didn't matter. And then in addition, when they did take my children, they held me under unlawful arrest. And Bennett made a call to and used an ex parte order, which was fraudulent. On the ex parte order, it said that I had kidnapped the children out of Texas, which was not the case because we lived in Virginia, and on facts, findings, and conclusions of law, then I went so far as to lie on the court documents, and say that the child lived in Texas 6 months prior to proceedings. And now I have not seen my children in 10 months. And under Judge Wells, that I have never been served, that I only found out because I got my records. And they are trying to hit me with 29 and put me in prison for up to 20 years for speaking out about all the fraud they committed in my case. I brought in a retired judge, Judge Catterton, who retired in 2013 because I was speaking out against Bennett. And there was no place stated that my communication with my ex-husband wasn't working and that he wanted to try something new. So by trying again, gave my ex-husband full custody, and I have not seen them since. And it's so illegal and it's so fraudulent, and federal laws were broken for this to happen. And I don't understand why no one will do anything in Texas to give my children back or to fix the situation. But that's all I had to say.
Thank you, Ms. Pike, for your comments.
Hold on, we are experiencing technical difficulty. I don't know why, but hold on, let it get itself together, and then I will attempt again because the computer just froze completely up. So let's see. In the meantime, if I go here, let me see if I put this file over here last night. No. Darn it. Let me see. Oh, well, that would be awesome. Let's see. Output. No, it's not there. Okay. Good Lord. Okay, y'all. Sorry, I'm waiting on my computer. Maybe it's in projects. Nope. Didn't send it over. All right, so we're just going to wait for this other computer to get it together. That's what we're going to do. It's going in and out. Yes, Tim. We were just looking at that. Yes. So excited. So excited. Can't wait till they find his butt. Find him. Make him talk. Can't just leave with somebody and come back without him. You just can't. It's just as bad as disappearing kids from backyards, front yards, basements. All of this is ridiculous. It can't happen. Cut it out. Cut it out right now. I really want to share this on my other device, but it's way faster. But let's see. I'm going to try this again. Try it again. Jeez Louise. So many accidents. All right, here we go. Let's try it again.
I actually live in Virginia. My children and I were Virginia citizens. and Tarrant under Judge Bennett, 360th Court, kidnapped my children right out of Virginia. My ex-husband lives in Texas. I went and filed a case. Jurisdiction trial, didn't think it would be a big deal because Virginia is their legal home state and has been for years. And the judge attacked me. She said that I didn't know how to co-parent, that, even though my ex-husband didn't have any evidence against me whatsoever, she said it didn't matter. And then in addition, when they did take my children, they held me under unlawful arrest. And Bennett made a call to a judge in Virginia, ex parte order, which was fraudulent. On the ex parte order, it said that I had kidnapped the children out of Texas, which was not the case because we lived in Virginia. And on facts, findings, and conclusions of law, Bennett went so far as to lie on the document, on the court documents, and say that the children lived in Texas 6 months prior to proceedings. And now I have not seen my children in 10 months. And there is another case under Judge Wells that I have never been served, that I only found out because I got my records. And they are trying to hit me with 29 violations and put me in prison for up to 20 years for speaking out about all the fraud they committed in my case. The way I lost custody, they actually brought in a retired judge, Judge Catterton, who retired in 2013 because I was speaking out against Bennett. And there was no fault found with me. He simply stated that my communication with my ex-husband wasn't working and that he wanted to try something new. So by trying something new, he, again, gave my ex-husband full custody, and I have not seen them since. And it's so illegal and it's so fraudulent. And federal laws were broken for this to happen. And I don't understand why no one will do anything in Texas to give my children back or to fix the situation. But that's all I had to say.
Thank you, Ms. Pike, for your comments.
Hey, beautiful people. This story is a little different than the ones we talk about. Different in a few ways. The positive is that these babies are still with us. They're still alive. But it's similar in the way that there's abuse, there's deception, and there's a home that has been completely disheveled by the justice system. Sarah Leyva-Pike is fighting on her own, no legal representation, against Tarrant County, Texas. Her children were removed on the authority of Judge Bennett and taken to Texas, where their father now has full parental rights. Mom has no access to the children, not even a phone call. What I'm going to show you is her story, the way I share all my stories from the beginning, because we cannot help her if we don't know what really happened. It is a complex situation. There are a lot of legal terms or jargon, as Sarah would say. But the bottom line is that these kids were ripped from a good mother and given to what is known as an abusive father. And the only justification is that it's what the court wanted to do. They wanted to try something different. Sarah never abused her kids. She never neglected her kids. She passed the drug test. So why is her battle so hard to get at least visitation, if not custody, of her children back? Why are the allegations of sexual abuse being completely ignored? Why are these kids in the home with someone who is possibly, most likely, abusing them? We'll talk more about this with Sarah. We'll let her clear up the gray area. But I tell you what, I have been swimming in paperwork and court proceedings, and just in an effort to understand Sarah's story thoroughly. And I gotta be honest, I'm a pretty smart cookie, but this shit don't make no sense. And I have to say it just like that. None. And I've seen everything that she shared, and she is an open book as she fights for justice. I see no reason, aside from corruption, why these babies are not with their mother. I'm also going to share a little bit of the Lamb story because it's also out of Tarrant County, and wouldn't you know it, Judge Wells, who's going to make a spectacular appearance in Sarah's story, well, she had everything to do with the Lamb story. And I think that's worth pointing out. Super shout out to, first of all, Sarah for having her ducks in a damn row. Sarah, I know that you might feel defeated most days, but I want to tell you, I've never seen a case so well put together. And you are not an attorney. You're self-taught. I know you work with an advocacy team. They must be excellent because you are amazing. You've come a long way, and I pray that you never give up. I hope that you realize that God has moved you to another level. He has brought new associates into your life via YouTube, and we are not going to shut up. It only gets bigger from here. Tarrant County, the secret is out. My other special shout out is to Leyva-Pike, who reached out to me immediately and said, oh, not in these words, y'all, but you know how I am. Oh, hell no. Tarrant County? Girl, let me tell you. And I got a lot of really good and helpful information for this live and for this video, and I thank her for that. I will be sharing content from Leyva-Pike on the Lamb case, and I might as well give you an overall trigger warning. Nothing about this live or this video is going to be acceptable. People have been wronged. Children have been misplaced. And as much as we talk about babies that are hurt or murdered by their parents, it really sucks to have to talk about a mom who can't even see her kids, who wants to be there for them. This hurts with absolutely zero justification. So I suggest maybe headphones tonight. I might get a little heated. Sarah might have emotions that she needs to express. And I think you'll understand when you see what she's gone through. There is zero tolerance for disrespect and trolls. The moderators are on alert to just remove. We will not discuss. We will not time out. We will not play with you tonight. Not like we ever do, but you will not disrespect her. This mother has been through enough. If you have a valid question that you can phrase respectfully, we will answer some questions at the end so as not to interrupt the flow, so we can get a full understanding of the situation. Look in the links, look in the description for the links to all of the elected officials that you can email. You can reach out on Sarah's behalf, on the baby's behalf, on Justice's behalf, and help us accomplish what we're trying to get here, which is her children back in her custody. So, as I like to say, fasten your seatbelts and place your tray tables in the upright position. And let's roll.
Read some of this. This is pretty lengthy, but this is from their own words, his own words. So let me tell you a little bit about their story. And there is a plethora of information about this case too. And this is out of Torrance County. This is the same county. I believe it's a different judge, but same county as Brianna and Journey. I don't know if y'all are familiar with that story, but I covered it a while back. It says, my name is Brad Lamb. My two kids, Isaiah and Aria, as well as my wife, Amanda, have been victimized by Torrance County family law. My wife has lived under the same roof with Isaiah since he was 14 months old and has been involved in every aspect of Aria's life since birth. It's a terrible injustice that has happened to me and my wife and me. And worst of all, my two young children. In fact, this has affected my entire family and everyone in our lives. My children are, as we speak, in the hands of the person that my son Isaiah has made multiple outcries against their mother and their half-brother. The definition of an outcry, witness in the United States law, is the person who first hears an allegation of abuse made by a child or another victim of abuse or sexual crime. The witness is legally obligated to report the abuse and may be called upon for trial proceedings. I will explain the details below of how Judge Meredith Wells, her amicus attorney, Lindsay Newell, orchestrated the cover-up for my children's abuse and shutting down all outside investigations, making up excuses for the abuser, calling my child liars time and time again. We have well-documented case of sexual, physical, mental abuse. Our case has also been documented for an exceptionally long time of the mother giving the children something to make them sleep for 15 to 16 hours straight, from pickup at 6 p.m. through 10 a.m. the next day. We've also documented the drugging of the children that resulted in a horrendous stomach bloat, 8 to 10 hours straight of diarrhea after pickup. Parental alienation is the least of her abuse. We have over 100 pictures of physical abuse as well as a huge stomach bloat, ongoing diarrhea upon pickup from the mother's house. We have testimony of my wife, family members, and family friends that have for years been testifying to the ongoing abuse of my children. We have 2 sexual assault nurses. My son has now made outcries to 6 nurses, 3 separate visits, 2 separate hospitals, 2 of those nurses being sexual assault nurse examiners, same nurses is what they're called, at Cook's Children's Hospital. These include graphic details given by my son and made outcries for his little sister as well. He has also made outcries, of course, to my wife and me and various family members, friends, supervisors appointed by Family Court Services, and a play therapist. So this is pretty lengthy, as y'all can tell. So Brad's story is pretty incredible. And these kids, now let me scroll up. So let me tell y'all about these nurses and things like that. They've had 3 supervisors that have said they don't even want to do it anymore because they have spoke out of what they have saw during these supervised visits, which his wife is not even allowed to go to. What has happened to this man and his kids and his family is awful. Let me show y'all something. So this is a polygraph. I'm not going to read all this, but I am going to get down here to this portion. It has the questions. And let me explain this too. The outcries were brought to the parents, to Brad. Brad reports them. And now Brad is the one being ostracized. Y'all hear what I'm saying? He did not seek this out. It happened to his children in being a proactive, protective advocate, as we all are supposed to be for our children as parents. They told him it didn't happen. This poor man and this family have been through complete hell. I'm not going to get extremely graphic with all the information that I have and that I've read, because I just, it's just too much, and it's not necessarily my story to tell, but I am so willing to help. But as y'all can see right here, no deception indicated. There was 2 polygraphs taken. Let me show y'all something else. This is his wife's polygraph. No deception indicated. I'm not going to show anything really, intrusive. And I've zoomed in, so y'all don't see anything. But you can see the bloating. Let me show y'all something else. So this right here, initially, Brad thought that these were cigarette burns. So as he wasn't getting anywhere and he reached out and, he started getting a lot of feedback, a lot of law enforcement feedback. And he was told that those were from being tased. And that's what that looks like. And I have to say that's what it looks like to me too. There are so many pictures I'm not going to show, but there's bruising, there's swelling, there's bruising on the head, there's bruising on the bottoms, just really excessive. Even for discipline, it's excessive. This literally looks like stunt, whether it was a cigarette, whatever it was. These are not normal marks that a kid would get from a bite or anything else. It's not an area where you can just scratch. It's not like a sore. You can tell it's not super infected, which would, if that was just a scratch or a sore. No, that's not what this is. I have 4 kids from 20 to 5. And I'm telling you, the things I've seen is not right. And the personal documents and the accounts of what these children say, what this child says, what the children have said, it is awful. It's awful. And this is not done for clout. This is not a story to better Brad's life. Brad is extremely successful. He is a trainer, a bodybuilder. His wife is, I'm not exactly sure what she does in a profession, but she's successful. These are good people. And they're on their things. He's very health conscious. So it tastes that y'all are somewhat familiar with. Most people are familiar with it. It's not like that. This is nothing nefarious. This man has been locked up. God, y'all don't even know what all this man's been through. All because he reported abuse of his children. Now, it wouldn't be the end, okay, fine. And some of it is unbelievable. Some of it is unbelievable. If I had not seen it myself, it's just so egregious. It's almost like they have blind people reading the documents at their CPS office. There's no reason while something shouldn't have happened. And there's damn sure not a reason why this man is on supervised visits because he spoke up. He not only spoke up, he spoke out, and he was an advocate for his kids, which is what he should be. He should be. This county has a history of this. It's a history. Let me show y'all something else. You know, I told y'all this judge has a history. She actually has her very own webpage, Impeach Judge Judith Wells. And that's something. Not too many people get that. There's so many cases. Let's see, what does this say? Public corruption, bribery, organized crime, domestic terrorists, lynch mob, dangerous criminals, fraud, racketeering. Let's just see a little bit. Louis Crane and his team, a defense attorney. I'm not going to read all this, but I'm wanting to show y'all this so y'all would know, like, I wasn't making this up. I wasn't making this up. She's awful. She's awful. And there's a guardian ad litem too. Let's see. I'm going to show y'all another. Well, here's some of the child abuse outcries for help, past polygraph test, court. They threw out the polygraphs. Judge Judith Wells responsible for child abuse. Let's see. Let's go see what this one has to say. The provocateur. Tarrant County has a long-standing reputation for its bias and corruption in its courts. In one notorious incident, Texas District Judge George Gallagher of Tarrant County used electric shocks on defendant Terry Lee Morris when Morris tried and convicted for solicitation in 2016. The story received widespread coverage after an appeal court reversed the conviction, citing the judge's behavior. Here's part of the story. This county, this is a history in this county. Making divorce pay. I was first introduced to Tarrant County when I did 2015 article for Capital Research Center entitled Making Divorce Pay. In the article, I interviewed Jennifer Olson, an activist from Tarrant County. The article was about a group called Associated Family Coalition, but Olson described a AFCC team up locally with Tarrant County judges to take advantage of access to visitation grants. Visitation grants. Did y'all hear that correctly? All right. This is Isaiah's law. This is one of Brad's children. God, this makes me so mad. Allowing civil trial judges to sidetrack the investigation of a criminal assault and serial abuse of our children has got to stop. We need statutory law that will require family court judges to stop the music and allow criminal investigation, and prosecutors to take the perpetrator of these outrages into criminal court and obtain a conviction. Over our experience with the family court system, we have witnessed that authorities often try to make criminal cases regarding children's abuse a civil matter. Guys, and it's not. This is facts. These are criminal charges, cases, crimes. These are crimes committed on these kids. Crimes. Often focusing on the rights of the abuser over the rights of the children. Major change needs to occur, which is why we are looking to make new laws in these cases, one of which being Isaiah's law, to ensure child abuse cases are handled in the same way as a domestic violence or a blank case. I can't read that word. Because it is in fact domestic violence to a child and blank to a child. SA abuse. Guys, this poor baby, they killed this baby's guinea pig right in front of her. I'm talking about, these are like torturous behaviors, psychological damage. mental, physical, spiritual abuse, all the way around. The best thing these kids got going for them is these awesome parents, the mom, the dad, and the stepmom, which she's not even a stepmom at this point to me in my mind. She's put in the work. And I'll tell you something else too. It really infuriates me that they're not even allowing his wife to see these kids. They could use a good positive motherly influence. It is disgusting what is happening to this man and his kids and his wife. I'm gonna have this link and a whole bunch of other Mr. Lamb, Brad Lamb, he is on it. He is advocating for his children in a proper way. He's not exploiting them. It's not like that. He's literally just advocating for his kids. He is not receiving money for this nothing. Like it's not like that. He has a job. He's very successful. I mean, oh God, it's just awful. And I promise you, unless you had sit down and looked at all of it, or you dive into this, at first, at first value, you're like, well, this doesn't make sense, because you don't want to believe that this shit is happening, but it does. That's what this whole video is about, is imbalances. And nobody wants to take this to task. Nobody. This kind of egregious behavior in our systems put out by the government for our children, it should work better than any of them. These kids are our future. And they're children. They're voiceless. They're victims. If they don't have a say, if they don't have a voice, if they speak out, then who does? The perpetrators. And the parents are bogged down. It's mind-blowing to me that this is still happening. This case is still going on. It should be, these cases should be plastered everywhere, but they're not. Why? Because it's hard to believe. And people, I don't even know exactly why. It is hard to believe it. But it's change has to come. Change. Look at this giant bruise on this baby's face. Change has to come. Kids do not make up that kind of stuff consistently. Past polygraphs, everything. These parents are on the up and up. This boy's mom is not. She's kind of nuts from everything I've heard. And, stepbrothers and sisters, sometimes they abuse it, and they are awful to be around children. It's awful. I did just want to say this too, that these babies have also been examined by forensic psychologists, specific in SA abuse, and they passed. These kids, even the forensic, I can't remember exactly what the word is, maybe it's psychologists, but they passed. The kids were not being deceitful. They passed. Their stories were believable. It's awful. This man did everything right. And I cannot believe that this is what's happening. I'm going to leave you with a court proceeding for Brad, just so you could see a little bit of what, a little taste of what he's been going through with the courts. And it's just awful. And we send prayers for this family. Absolutely prayers. And we're going to keep speaking out.
We may not agree with the reasons, but we don't. We're kind of just left to arbitrarily guess at, the reasons, that are in the record. And, I don't think it's that difficult to just lay out what it is that, you're looking for, Judge. It doesn't require argument, because it is what it is. It's what you're looking for. It's not, we're not going to convince you to look for something else. It just is what it is. We're just trying to do our job to tie this off and leave Mr. Lamb with some guidance, or his new lawyer with some guidance.
All right. Well, the roadmap that you need to get off of supervised visitation is that Mr. Lamb needs to quit making unsubstantiated allegations against Miss Washington that she's abusing these children, unsubstantiated allegations that her son is abusing these children, and somehow with his actions compelling the child to make outrageous allegations against these people that are not substantiated, and that the child will not repeat except in the presence of Mr. Lamb. And that's roadmap.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Bennett. I've heard so many stories. One story I came upon, it was a beautiful, beautiful little girl, about 3 years old. Haddock basically signed her death certificate. This mother had extensive amount of evidence of abuse that her ex-husband was not only committing to her, but to her daughter. Yet Haddock signed custody over to him. 3 months later, the little girl was murdered by her father. Abbott, I challenge you to create a new initiative, one where judges are held accountable for their actions and their decisions. Maybe you should bring a jury into family court. Maybe there should be witnesses. Maybe there should be cameras. Maybe there should be a council that actually reviews cases and overrules them when they need to be overruled. My case should be overruled. Everything should be dropped, and my ex-husband free to sue me in the state of Virginia, where jurisdiction should be, since my children and I moved here legally in 2016, since we have lived here for 2 years. Instead, she signs another order stating that I have to drive my children all the way to Texas for the holidays and then drive all the way back to Nashville to pick them up. How is that justice in any way, shape, or form? I don't have the money for that. There's no way I can do that. That sealed my case. My ex-husband's going to take full custody of my children, and there's nothing I can do about it. So I ask you, I plead with you, anyone who sees this video, let your voice be heard. Corruption and abuse happens behind closed doors. It happens in the dark. So help me shed a light on the Tarrant County judicial system. Help me shed a light of what the Father's Initiative is doing to mothers, is doing to children. It's ripping children away from loving, happy, stable homes. There's nothing I can do anymore other than spread the word, other than fight for all the women who didn't have a voice because they thought that their case was the only one. For all the children that have been ripped away from their mothers. For all the abusive fathers who still have unrestricted access to their children instead of supervised visitation despite all the evidence. How can Texas, the gun-toting, fight for our rights, we're going to hold ourselves to a higher standard than the rest of the country. How can you live with this? How can you call yourself a decent human being if you allow this to happen? I do know that most people don't know. Most of the stories I've heard, most of the other mothers I've spoken to had no idea. They thought that their case was the only one, but please, do research. The information is out there. Please help me fight. Please help me shed a light into the darkness so that corruption and abuse is brought to the surface so that it can be cut out, so that justice can actually be given back to the mothers, so that evidence is reviewed and brought into account, so that court orders are no longer ignored and jurisdiction overstepped. Thank you.
So I am making this video to protect myself. I'm going to try to make it as quick as possible because nobody wants to watch long videos. This is straight up the evidence of fraud, what Lindsay Newell has done, which is lie over and over and over since the very beginning. The background on my case is that in 2015, Nicholas Leyva and I had a mediated settlement agreement, which was done by Barbara Armstrong, the mediator. And I just wanted to show real quick because he says that he didn't agree to anything. This is Nicholas Leyva's signature right there on the line. So he did agree. And this is our, I'm not going to go through it, but this is our agreed final degree. See, it says agreed, and that it was done and signed January 29th, 2016. And again, I just want to show Nicholas's signature right there. This is agreed arbitration agreement. Things that's most important, because this is what they keep trying to use against me. It says, it is further ordered that geographical restriction on the resident at any time Sarah E. Leyva wishes to remove the children from Birdsville ISD for the purpose of changing the primary residence of the children out of Birdsville. So that is right there. If anybody would just, I don't know if you can read it backwards, but and now the reason for this is the children were born in Virginia. We were married in Virginia. We had our wedding in Virginia. Technically, we were married in Georgia while he was for National Guard of Virginia and doing his AIT training in Georgia. And, you know, what he did is what most abusers do. He moved me to Texas, waited 6 months, and filed for a divorce. So he took me away from my friends, my family, my entire support system, the children's entire support system, and tried to corner me. He changed the locks on our house. He refused to let me use a vehicle. He told everyone I was lying, that I was crazy, that I was dangerous. So basically everything he was doing to me, he said I was cheating on him. I can name multiple girls that were at our house after, you know, midnight to 4 a.m. without me home. I mean, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to just like, but yeah, I'm just saying that what happened was crazy, and ability to move home, because we had been in Texas for such a short amount of time, and it was so obvious that he did it just to hurt me and the children. Now, first little thing I want to show you, this is the clerk's record. If you are a parent, walk into the courthouse and get your records. Okay, it cost me about $350, but it is so worth it. If you don't feel safe getting in there, get a power of attorney. Now, I want to point out that the first thing I've noticed as far as the index goes, this is the index on August 21st, there is a motion for enforcement of possession of access in order to appear. Now, that was filed on August 21st, and at the same time there is a petition to modify parent-child relationship also put in August 21st, but that's not in the index. That was in the records though, so that was missing information. Now this petition states, and Lindsay Newell just wrote this, went in front of a judge, filed it, it was signed the exact same day, and again this is for enforcement. So motion for enforcement. It says, is ordered that the primary residence of the children shall be Birdsville ISD, and the parties shall not remove the children from Birdsville ISD for the purpose of changing primary residence of the children until modified by further order of the court of continuing jurisdiction or by written agreement signed by the parties and filed with the court. It is, so she lied. So she straight up lied on an enforcement order, went in and got Judge Matthew Reek to sign it, so there's his signature. So did he bother to read the arbitration agreement? Did he bother to have any evidence? There's not even an affidavit attached to this. She literally walked in, said that that I was in need of enforcement, and then, you know, turned around and on the enforcement documents stated a complete and utter lie. She knowingly lied to a judge, which is fraud upon a judge, and it's fraud upon the courts. And then he signed it again without doing his due diligence and understanding what he was signing. On that exact same day, she filed a petition to modify child-parent relationship. Now, the issue with this is, why would she need a petition to modify if, you know, she has the enforcement? Like, if she's just enforcing what was in that agreement, why does she need to modify it? And in addition to the modify, again, she lies, or she doesn't lie. Her request is that petitioner requests that you be appointed as the person who has the right to designate the primary residence of children within Tarrant County, Texas, and counties contiguous to Tarrant County, Texas. Why does he need to make that request if there's already enforcement for it? Why does he need to make that request if, you know, that was already in our arbitration agreement? So they're sitting there saying that, you know, our arbitration agreement says one thing, but asking for it to be changed at the exact same time. In addition, I want to show you the petitioner's supporting affidavit. It's pretty gnarly. Nick has been after me for a long time. I found records from 2016, 2017. asking to basically change or amend our arbitration agreement or to make it more clear or whatever the heck he was trying to do. I want to state that in all of these years, 2015, 2016, 2017, he never said that I neglected the children. He never said that I was abusive. He never said that I had borderline personality disorder, which in the final trial, he stood on stand and said I had borderline personality disorder. You know, he never said I was a prostitute. He never said any of these things. He never made any personal attack. Then suddenly he hires Lindsay Newell, and I am the worst person in the world. And everything they said is a complete and total vicious lie, which they had no supporting evidence for. Everything was hearsay. Everything, you know, Nick says that this person said this. Cool. Can we at least see the text messages? But there was no supporting text messages, no supporting evidence, nothing. He simply said that people said things, and that was it. And again, none of this happened before. Now, this is the dead ringer. So on this sworn affidavit, I don't know who Sarah Taylor is, but she's in some big trouble when this. Does anyone else notice what's missing on this notary? Anyone at all? There's no signature. So I don't know if this girl just stamped it on the signature line, or because he's connected to her on Facebook and LinkedIn, I believe that they are friends, did he just steal her stamp and stick it on there? So this entire case needs to be thrown out immediately because the entire basis of the case is on a fraudulent affidavit. It wasn't even notarized. On top of it, I received papers before it went to the 330th District Court asking for emergency custody of the children. And they filed what I believe this affidavit in 231st Court. Hold on, somebody's driving by. So, as you can see, District Court 231, and I don't know what happened to those records. When I tried to get those records from the courts, they said that when it was transferred to 360, that, you know, it was transferred into 360 and those records should be there, except none of those records are there. So what happened is, I believe, I can't quite prove it yet, you know, they went into 231st, tried to get emergency custody orders with a fraudulent affidavit, and I guess the judge noticed it was fraudulent because he didn't sign it, and then they immediately took the exact same fraudulent affidavit and literally just copied it. It looks like they just copied it. She didn't even change the top. She didn't even change it from District 231st to District 360. So they took something that had already been denied and then filed it into 360th Court. Again, fraud upon a judge. You know, you can't just take one judge's ruling, not like it, and then go to another judge and try to have them speak on it. You can't do that. And again, it's not even signed. Not signed. And then they put in first amended petition to modify parent-child relationship 822. So 821, she filed for enforcement. And then she filed for a petition to modify child-parent relationship, and then went back the next day and filed to amend the parent. They were just trying to bury it in paperwork. They were trying to hide as much as possible. And again, his supporting affidavit is attached. And again, no notary signature. None. Sarah Taylor, you're in freaking trouble. You better speak up because I'm pretty sure you can't do that. Not gonna say she did. Again, I have a feeling that Nick may have just been at her house and stole her little stamp and stuck it on the line. I don't know, but that was a fraudulent affidavit, and she put in the First Amendment the day after putting in the motion to enforce and the petition to modify parental relationship. Now, on October 9th, we went to our jurisdiction trial because my lawyer did put in and was like, hey, you know, children's home state is Virginia. It has been for years. You can't just make Sarah come back to the state of Texas over and over and over again. And again, it shows right here in the, these are a copy of the transcripts. This is an exhibit I put in for a belated appeal. So they already know about it, which is why they're coming after me. It says it is further ordered that geographic restriction on the residence of children shall be lifted at the time Sarah E. Leyva wishes to remove the children from Birdsville ISD for the purpose of changing the primary residence of the children. And my lawyer asked, he's like, Your Honor, I'd like the court to take judicial notice of the final decree of divorce. And Judge Patricia Baca Bennett says this court takes judicial notice of the final order. Now, I'm not going to go through all of this, but basically she immediately turns to my lawyer and says, I have a question. Do you know that we have a federal kidnapping statute? Number one, if it's federal, it's not Texas. It's a state statute. We have a federal kidnapping statute that says if we have a parent remains in Texas, the case should stay in Texas. What is your response to that? And then she proceeded to argue with him and call me a kidnapper and completely ignore our arbitration agreement. 100%, Newell barely had to do anything. The judge fought for Nick, and she overextended her judicial position. That's not her job. Her job is to give me a fair trial and to remain unbiased. However, it is very evident that she was very biased. I mean, she even says it herself at the very bottom. She just said, oh, Nick tried to say he didn't sign it. She said, did you actually sign off on the mediated agreement in your divorce? And Nicholas Leyva says, yes, ma'am, I signed the same paperwork. He said, but it doesn't include the geographic part in what I have. And then the court said, the mediated settlement paperwork has the same language. So she even told Nick, she's like, no, this is the same language that you signed, and still awarded him everything. She says at the very end, okay, I don't think you know what co-parenting means. She said that to me. That's her personal opinion. I don't know what co-parenting means, supposedly. I like how she said, I really do. It really shows that she was working from a personal opinion instead of working from a place of law and fulfilling her judicial responsibility. She said, we're done. So I was railroaded by a judge who absolutely should not have done that. And I'm not going to go over the final thing. There was something I went in pro se because Hat removed himself as my attorney when he realized how much trouble we were in. And I went to the final court date, February 22nd. They brought in retired Judge Randy Catterton. Now, Randy Catterton, he retired in 2013, and Bennett pulled him in to hear my case February 22nd, 2019, 16 years, not 16, but 6 years after he retired. So she was like, okay, when you put someone up here, you can't have their career ruined. And he even stated that, our relationship wasn't working between Nick and I, that obviously we didn't communicate well. No fault was found with me. He knew Nicholas Leyva was lying. He knew Nicholas Leyva had absolutely no, no supporting evidence. And Lindsay Newell lied to the judge's face that I refused to take my drug test. I was required to take drug tests right after the jurisdiction trial. I went in immediately. I complied. I now have records of that. And then she stood in the final trial in February and said I refused to take them. So again, she lied to a judge's face. She committed fraud. I don't understand why these judges are still protecting her, because if I was them, I'd be pissed. This lawyer lied to his face. And I'm eventually going to go after that, because you can't do that. Like, that breaks, it even states, I read through the rules of Texas for attorneys, you absolutely cannot lie. You cannot knowingly lie, you cannot knowingly commit fraud. And she knowingly has been helping Nicholas Leyva by lying over and over. I talked to another parent, they like to refer to her as lying Lindsay, because they lied in her case. I did not coin that term. I like it because it's true, but she just lies. That's what she does. In addition, I did file after the final decree to have to go to appellate court, which is what you're supposed to do. And I filed that March 7th, 2019. And at the end of March, I got the services of Stephanie Holen. Now, Stephanie Holen did not represent me. She could have, I found in my records that was a fraudulent affidavit in like 10-20 minutes. And she's a lawyer. She should have found that right away. She should have immediately been like, no, this is wrong, this is unlawful, you can't do this to my client. Instead, she canceled my appeal case. I have right here Exhibit G. It's all about how attorney of record Stephanie Holen objection and abandoning affiant at the bar. And I did request for her to, refund me my money for taking a wage for this service, which she refused, and then she just attacked me and said I was unwell and blah, 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 blah. But I tried to give her a way out. But yeah, I had a reason to have this appeal, and she wouldn't let me do it. She straight up said it wouldn't help me, and I tried to push this appeal because I knew what happened to me was unlawful. I knew it was. And she went around me and said, you don't know the law. There's no way you'll win an appeal. Okay, well, if you look at my records for all of 3 seconds, you would have seen that the affidavit that was signed was fraudulent. also put in March 5th, request for findings and conclusions of law. And what that means is I want to know why my children were taken away from me. The judge said that he found nothing wrong with me and that he just wanted to try something new. And that goes against my civil rights. It goes against my arbitration agreement, which protected me. And they just circumvented the law and did whatever they wanted to. You know, as Patricia Bennett says over and over again, her little speech, you know, it's important for judges to uphold the law, not make the law. But from what I've encountered, she makes the law. So does Judge Catterton. So does Matthew Reek. All of them make laws instead of upholding them. And they're not actually making laws, they're just abusing their judicial power. So I did get facts and conclusions of law. It was for jurisdiction only. I could not get it for my final case. I believe this was written by Lindsay Newell because in court, Judge Bennett was like, oh, Lindsay will write that for you. She'll get that to you. Now, under home state, it says, Texas is a state in which the children lived with a parent for at least 6 months immediately before the commencement of child custody proceedings. It's a lie. 100% lie. They did not live there for 6 months. They lived in Virginia for 4 years and have never stopped living in Virginia until they were kidnapped by police officers. And right here is her pretty little signature. There's Patricia Bennett's signature. So she signed a fraudulent findings and facts conclusions of law, supposedly written by Newell. Again, Newell's signature isn't on this, but Patricia Bennett says, with a downright lie, stating that the children had lived in Texas for 6 months prior to proceedings. So, another fraud. I'm just trying to do frauds because I know that they're after me. They're trying to put me in jail for like 20 years. And I've talked to the Department of Justice, I've talked to the FBI, I've talked to Judicial Board of Corruption, I've made civil rights violations, and they won't do anything. Nothing. Nobody who is supposed to be judging the judges is actually doing it all out there. So if I disappear, you know, somebody's going to be able to share this video, and I hope you guys share it right now. Just so the evidence is out there, and I do have copies of all my records. It's in many, many places. I've heard that some parents have had their houses basically broken into after they got their records, so I made sure that I put copies everywhere. Notice of past due filing. So as I said, I have not gotten any kind of facts and conclusions of law for the final case, so I filed a motion for past due findings, which was ignored. Pretty much every motion I put in was ignored. Now, Stephanie Holen, instead of doing the appeal, which she should have done, she put in a petition to modify child-parent relationship for me, and this was never heard. She put it in, and when I showed up for this court date, I was immediately held until the children were removed by police in Virginia. Judge completely ignored it. This is my personal petitioner's supporting affidavit. It is about 3 pages long. It talks about how Nicholas has severely abused me, how Nicholas has, you know, been neglectful of the children, the state at which they come home in. It talks about the sexual abuse that Sammy endured while he was at his father's home. And none of it was heard. Not one thing. Nobody would let me talk about Nick at all. Period. It's not in the transcripts. There was no court hearing. And it's very frustrating. I'm actually going to make a second video, and I'm just going to read through my affidavit that was never heard, because people need to hear it, and people need to understand what kind of person I'm up against. And it's not just him, it's Lindsay Newell. Like, they lie and they hurt people. It's what they do. They're abusers. Here is the order to take physical custody of the children. So this was put into juvenile case by Judge Valentine Southall. I'm not able to get my records in Amelia. I already put in a request. There is a new judge. I'm really hoping she does the right thing, because she's brand new and there's no reason for her not to do the right thing unless she decides to protect him for who knows what reason. But instead of putting it in civil court, they put it in juvenile court so that records would be sealed. In addition, supposedly Nicholas went to and had this court date on November 2019, and they filed an ex parte order. Now, with an ex parte order, they are required to notify me in the state of Virginia within 15 days. I received no notification. I had no idea this trial even happened. I had no idea Nick was even in Virginia, let alone in Amelia County. Nobody told me anything. I found this out after my record, so this was all done behind my back as well. And in the the order, it says, this court finds that the mother's actions to remove the children from the state of Texas. Again, I removed them from the state of Texas. Again, it's another lie. It's another fraudulent order. And it's just so insane to me that this is happening. And I know it's happened to many other parents, but I got the evidence of it. Oh, this is interesting. So January 8th, so this was before the final trial. This is January 8th, 2019. Final trial was February 22nd, 2019, but January 8th, it says second amended petition to modify parent-child relationship, and it doesn't have any supporting affidavit. Now, something you need to know, the difference between a petition and a motion is all petitions require a supporting affidavit. This has no supporting affidavit. This is a fraudulent petition. And then on January 9th, so she filed this the 8th of January, and this was put in the 9th of January. It says first amended motion for enforcement or possession and access to a peer of order. So she just keeps filing things back to back to back to back. And again, she's asking for enforcement again, and there's a list of violations that they made up, and it's great. And then at the end of January, they put in another petition to modify child-parent relationship. I mean, she just keeps filing petitions. And again, no supporting affidavit, and it is a petition, which always requires a supporting affidavit. So I just wanted the world to know what happened. I want the world to know that, you know, from the very beginning of my case, it's just been fraud upon fraud upon fraud upon fraud. Lindsay Newell belongs in prison. She just does. She has committed fraud against judges, fraud against me. My children were kidnapped under fraudulent orders, under a fraudulent affidavit that wasn't even signed by a notary. And all these people have come together against just me. Like, I'm just a normal person. I'm a normal mom. We had a happy life together. And I don't know, it's just very frustrating. The reason for this video is because I just found out that there's a case that's been moved again because Patricia Bennett reclused herself because I told the Women's Coalition, and she reclused herself from my case and was like, okay, I'm done. I'm like, okay, so you kidnapped my children and then you back out and put another judge on it. So she moved my case to 325, which I believe is under Wells and D'Angelo. And again, petition to modify child whatever. Again, even though I have not seen my children since January, and I'm not even allowed to speak to them anymore, as Nick Leyva says, I don't follow the rules. And I mean, what rules? They're just made up rules. They're rules that you got that are just completely discredited by the fraud that happened in my case. Like, this should just be completely blanked out in toto, and you know, all the money that they've stolen from me, because they've also defrauded the IRS. So I've not paid any child support. I refuse to sign the final decree. I know that it's unlawful. I know that it's wrong. And so what they did is they overstepped me, and from my tax returns, from all those supplement checks that Trump put out for COVID, they have you know, defrauded the IRS and forced those payments to go to Nicholas Leyva. Yep, said, you know, she owes back child support, yada, yada, yada. But it's a fraudulent case based on a fraudulent affidavit with a fraudulent order, with a fraudulent jurisdiction trial. It's all fraud. It's all complete BS. And they want to shut me up right now. So this case that I was never served, never. What's your address? What's your address? What's your address? And I just kept repeating 13301, blah, 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 blah. I'm not giving you that actual address on live TV, but I just kept repeating it over and over and over because that's where I get all my apartment mail. That's my parents' house. That's where they remove the children. And you know, she's gotten this address at least 6 times. Obviously, they know where it is. I mean, that's where they remove my children with police. And no one has ever come looking for me. No one has ever served me there. No one has, you know, tried to serve it at this address. My parents haven't seen anyone, and they would know because they've been in the house due to COVID-19 pretty much constantly. So they put in this order behind my back, said they couldn't find me. They couldn't find me, and they've been continuing this trial without me. And it's 39 violations, and she's requesting 6 months for each violation for me to be in prison, which is about 20 years. So that's basically when she'll retire. And it is just so insane. Most of these violations say, you know, Sarah publicly spoke out against Judge Bennett, and then it says what I said. Sarah publicly spoke out against Newell, and this is what she said. Sarah publicly spoke out against Holland, and this is what she said. Yeah, I did say those things because they're freaking true. And you cannot violate my First Amendment rights. Like, just for them to even try it, the Supreme Court already ruled that a parent is allowed to talk about their case on social media, that we are protected by the First Amendment of the Constitution. And so what she is trying to do is she's trying to manipulate a situation where I don't know about the case, with trumped up violations to hide her fraud, to hide that she is an absolute criminal. And she's trying to have me locked away and shut up. So please, let's make sure that doesn't happen. Please share this video. I would really appreciate it. I would really appreciate the protection. And if I do disappear, please just keep sharing this. And you know, we have to do something. We as parents have to stop this, because there is no government entity that is going to stop it. So we just need to make it absolutely as public as possible. Okay? We can't let them get away with this anymore. We got to stop the courts from giving our children to our abusers. I think that's the most disheartening thing for me. I know Lindsay Newell knows that Nicholas is an abuser. She knows. I mean, I put in I have a case going with SUV Alexandria Police Department. Not that they've done anything with it, because, you know, they don't go after abusers, right? So, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna cry. I don't want to make it what that's about. It's just very frustrating to me that someone can get away with doing this to children for so absolutely long, and again, not just my children, and that my children have been forced to be in an extremely abusive situation where I have been erased for over 7 months now. Like, that, it's just complete insanity to me. I don't understand how nothing has been done. Again, I've talked to congressmen, senators, the FBI, Department of Justice, Ken Paxton, Abbott, everyone knows. I've even sent a letter and evidence to Trump. Everyone knows. Everyone knows. And nobody's doing anything about the family court situation, especially in Tarrant. One more side note about Tarrant County. They specialize in stealing children from other states. There are states that haven't even had their divorces in Texas, where they genuinely had zero reason to claim jurisdiction. In one case, a father went out to Missouri while the mother was working, kidnapped the children, flew into Tarrant County, filed in Tarrant County, despite the home state being in a completely different state, and he was awarded full custody. And when the mother showed up at their school to try to pick them up, she was arrested. Okay, this happened to somebody in Utah. This is happening to so many parents. Tarrant County, Texas is kidnapping children from other states, and they're defrauding other states. So when a child is born, their birth certificate, the state takes out bonds. So they are literally committing fraud and stealing equity from other states. I don't understand why other states aren't stepping up and saying this needs to stop. But yeah, Tarrant County, Texas, Lindsay Newell, Patricia Bennett, Matthew Reek, Judge Catterton, probably Wells, because I'm sure she signed some stuff I don't even know about. It needs to stop, and my children need to come home. I'm hoping that, you know, they stop protecting Newell and say, no, you committed fraud, and just overrule that ruling and end it in toto and just send my kids home, because they're sick of me telling on them. I would have. I mean, if I was a judge, why would I want to protect an attorney that is going out of her way to commit fraud against me? That's just insane. But yeah, thank you. Please share. Please tell everyone. Have a great day. Thank you for listening to my rant.
All right, Mr. Leyva and Ms. Leyva-Pike, if you would mute yourselves and raise your right hands, please. Ms. Leyva-Pike, would you unmute yourself and raise your right hand, please? Are you frozen?
Oh, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but you look to be frozen. Are you frozen?
Your Honor, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I don't know why I'm tempted to mine. Your Honor, I apologize for the technical difficulties.
Okay,
I
that's
think I
fine.
got it fixed.
All right, good. All right, would y'all raise your right hands, please, and be sworn? Do you each solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Forum, this is your motion.
Your Honor, before I proceed, I need some procedural clarification as to the motion for this hearing. In due sequence of motion filing, there is a federal rule in civil procedure as well as in the state of Texas that motions are to be heard in due order of pleadings. There were 5 previous motions filed as well as dates requested before their initial motion to even request a seal. And that was not provided until February. My motions were filed January 22nd at 12:23, 12:38, 12:33, 12:39, and 12:41. I have been in contact with Ms. Lopez discussing the dates of these motions and have agreed to all dates provided by Ms. Lopez. However, she sent me an email saying opposing party refused to collaborate as far as setting a date and time.
Your Honor, if I may.
You may.
I actually have the email from Ms. Lopez here in front of me, and while Ms. Pike is correct, I believe she filed several documents. They were not all motions. But
No, ma'am, I just wish to have the motions to be heard.
There were several documents that were filed, and we filed ours as well, which we were able to get set today. On
Opposing party as to an agreement on a date, I was simply giving an email informing me that this hearing would be heard out of sequence, and absolutely no dates or times were provided to me as they were provided to the opposing counsel.
All right, let her finish her statement, please.
Thank you, ma'am. On March 25th, Ms. Lopez provided dates to Ms. Pike on the dates that her motions could be set. She said that there's not enough time on the docket today to hear multiple motions, and she has the following dates available. April 16th.
Objection, Your Honor, those dates should have included my motions, which I am happy to do today, or to request a continuance so all of them can be heard in the same day, as is required in the due order of pleadings.
Okay. Let her finish her statement, please.
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Lopez provided April 16th at 1:30 and also April 30th at 9:30 a.m. I do not believe that there is any harm to Ms. Pike for my motion to seal to go forward today.
Your Honor, I disagree completely. This does incredible harm to myself as well as to my children. The motions were to strike perjurious filings, and they should be heard first in accordance with federal rules and civil procedure.
Okay, let her finish her statement, please. Ms. Borum, I think you're frozen now.
Your Honor, can you hear me again? I apologize for that.
Yes, I can.
As I was saying, I don't believe that any harm comes to Ms. Pike or her case by having my motion to seal heard today, as it has no adverse effect on her pleadings or her ability to have her motions set and heard. In fact, I would say that the harm could come to me and my client and the court staff and the other attorneys involved in this case. Because if the motion to seal is not heard by the court today, then that gives Ms. Pike an additional 2 to 4 weeks to file more documents containing baseless allegations, personal information, and many things that could bring harm to yourself and other judges that have been attached to this case and the attorneys that are involved in it. So I would agree with her that her motions are not set today, but I would ask the court to go forward on the motion that is properly set, which is mine, which is the motion to seal.
In addition, Rule 21, filing and serving of pleading motions, it states that they must state the grounds thereof, stating that it is not harmful to myself or my children. 76A clearly gives strict guidelines as to how to seal a court records. And none of those, number one, you did not provide a sufficient reason, and this motion should never have even been scheduled due to that. Secondly, it is out of order. Thirdly, your opinion does not supersede the law. I apologize, Ms. Forum. However, I do think that this is incredibly painful to myself as well as my children, because there are instances of perjury as well as instances of documents that were filed that were not legal, which I am attempting to address, and I have not put anything to harm Ms. Wells in any way in any of these documents. Rather, they reflect the actions Nicholas Leyva has taken to harm myself and my children. In addition, this is important to stay open because there are multiple journalists as well as multiple child rights activist organizations who are incredibly interested in this case and have already reviewed most of the files. This is a public concern and it should not be sealed.
All right, what I want to do is, I want to present Ms. Leyva's motion for April 16th at 1:30 if everybody is available.
Yes, ma'am. Are we going to hear all motions to strike or just one at a time? And then are we going to follow with the motion to seal?
We're going to hear all of your motions to strike in order on April 16th at 1:30. I'm going to hear the motion to seal today. That was set for today.
Your Honor, again, according to, I need a procedural clarification. Are the courts in a habit of disregarding these federal rules and civil procedures and doing motions out of order?
I'm not going to address that. We're going to hear it in the order that I set for today. And this motion to seal is set for today. Everybody got proper notice. We're going to hear that today. We're going to hear your motion on April 16th.
Your Honor, what about Rule 21? As far as they must state the grounds thereof, there were no legal grounds to seal my records, nor was 76A applied, which is required in the sealing of all records. There is a list of requirements that must be fulfilled by the attorneys upon sealing records. In addition, it is meant to be an open case where anyone from the public, opposing parties are able to come in and speak on behalf of whether or not they should be sealed. So if we should be moving forward to seal them, they should at least be done under the proper grounds with time for people to present their opinions in a court of law in accordance to 76A.
All right, give me a moment.
Thank you.
All right, I think that gives me guidance on what I have to do and what she has to present. But she may proceed with, Ms. Moore may proceed with her motion at this time.
Your Honor, with all due respect, what about Rule 21 and the validity of the motion? She presented no reason, lawful reason to seal, nor did she provide any exhibits before this hearing as to why these records should be sealed.
All right, response, Ms. Forum.
Yes, Your Honor. The motion that was filed was properly filed. I did present in the motion that the sealing of the
Your Honor, it was not properly filed in regards to Rule 21.
All right, excuse me. Ms. Leyva-Pike, you must give her an opportunity to respond. You cannot cut her off every time.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Forum.
I specifically asked in my motion that the records be sealed because, as she stated many times, this is governed by Rule 76A, which says that if there's a specific, serious, and substantial interest which outweighs the presumption of openness, then the court has the authority to seal the records. Also, I did state in my motion that the sealing of this records would not have an adverse effect on public health or safety or Ms. Pike's case. I think that the arguments that need to be presented today go to the weight of my motion and whether or not the court should grant it.
Your Honor, she did not provide any arguments in the motion it says it can only be sealed if it is to harm the public. Whether or not it could harm the public is not part of the conversation here. It specifically states it has to be a public issue. As far and the public has a right to speak on it before they are sealed.
All right. Ms.
Warner, a couple things. First of all, I believe that today's motion will be based largely on legal argument. Please excuse me. As evidence in my position is really not necessary, because all that I need the court to do is to take judicial notice of the file and then be given an opportunity to point out the things that have been filed with this court that are currently a part of the public record, which I think absolutely pose a specific and serious harm to the people that are named within these documents. Secondly, one thing I did want to point out real quick, I wanted to ask the court how long we have set on April 16th. I do have a setting in a different county at 1:30 on that day, but I could certainly push it back as it's only a deposition. I would just like to know how long you think we'll need on the 16th.
We'll probably need all afternoon. Let me look and see. She's only giving you an hour. I've got another case that I have to do a motion to sign temporary orders. That shouldn't take too long. So we would have to take a break and come back. Let me see what's available on the 30th. On the 30th, we have it pretty clear all day. Are you clear all day on the 30th?
Yes, ma'am, I am clear on the 30th. I actually had a deposition set in San Antonio that day that just got moved.
Is everybody else clear on the 30th?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we'll move it to the 30th then at, let me see what time she is here. At 9:30, and we'll give it all day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. All right, Ms. Forum, you may proceed with your motion.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. I've brought this motion to seal the records before the court today, specifically because Ms. Pike has filed several documents, some of which I believe are improperly filed within this case, but many of these documents include allegations that the court, myself, Ms. Newell, Judge Bennett, and Ms. Lopez, and other people connected with this case are participating in child trafficking, that we have committed fraud, that we have taken part in actively trying to harm these children that are the subject of this suit. Ms. Pike, as I'm sure the court knows, for quite some time had absconded with the children, which led my client to getting custody of these kiddos. My biggest concern is that—
Your Honor, I just want to state for the record that that is not true. The final order stated that Nicholas Leyva and I had an issue with our communication, and in order to promote better communication, he wanted to try something new. And there was no fault found with me in a court of law, nor was it found that I absconded with the children, nor broke my mediated settlement in any way, shape, or form.
All right, appropriate at this time, Ms. Leyva. Please wait till it's your turn to talk. All right, go ahead, Ms. Forum. She's frozen. What are you waiting on?
I just have a quick question for you, Your Honor.
What is it?
I have filed a notice of registry before investment. We sent certified mail notice to the last known address. It came back undeliverable. We don't know where this lady is. What would be our next step?
Publication.
We can do publication.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you.
And I believe that Ms. Warren might be having some internet issues, so we could just wait for her to be able to log back on.
All right, I am. All right, you're back, Ms. Forum. You'll unmute yourself, please.
Yes, ma'am. I apologize for that. I switched over to the hotspot on my phone instead of my Wi-Fi network, and I believe it's working better. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. As I was saying before my computer froze, which I apologize for, there have been allegations of, as I said, court staff, including the judges and attorneys involved in this case, that were involved with fraud and child trafficking and actively engaging in harming these children. In addition, our home addresses are included. And so these allegations, which are baseless and inaccurate and not filed properly, are of public record, and they are joined with our personal home addresses and our residence addresses, email addresses, and things of that nature. I believe that this is set up, well, as Ms. Pike has just said, that she wants to make sure that the public and reporters and things of that nature see these claims and know where to find us at our homes with our children.
Your Honor, I never stated that.
The intent, in my opinion, and certainly if it was not the direct intent, certainly the very grave risk here is that someone will see these allegations and believe that myself or Ms. Newell or yourself or Judge Bennett have actively been hurting children and will take their own steps to make sure that we are, quote unquote, stopped from doing it in the future. I believe it poses a risk not just to us, but to our families. And I believe that that was absolutely the intent of Ms. Pike. But even if it wasn't, it certainly is a substantial risk. And I believe that that absolutely outweighs the presumption of openness in this case. Also, I believe that there was, I'm not sure how long it is, I'll be honest, it was just filed the other day, an affidavit that appears to be around 50 pages long. I haven't had a chance to digest it all. I feel confident that it also has information in it that is misleading to the public. I know specifically it alleges that Judge Bennett made a private call to Virginia and asked for a favor. That favor being, quote unquote, the brutal police kidnapping of the children, to have them sit with strangers until picked up by Mary Beth Adcock and trafficked to the state of Texas. Now that's just one little piece that I found just a moment ago, but that clearly insinuates that Judge Bennett is involved in child trafficking and in the brutal treatment of children. Judge Bennett's address appears throughout this file, her home address, specifically on the criminal complaints that were filed by Ms. Pike. I don't know if these were ever filed in a criminal court. I know that they were filed in this family case, which again, I believe is inappropriate. They are not certified and not admissible into evidence, even within a proceeding, much less in the court's file. Again, these criminal complaints list names and addresses and personal information. When you couple the allegations with the information to find the people who are alleged to have perpetrated these allegations, it presents a very serious threat to those people. I will absolutely state to this court, although it's not the purpose of this hearing today that I have not been involved in child trafficking. I do not abuse children. I have not behaved brutally or encouraged any brutal behavior towards anyone. But I do have a 9-year-old son. And I would prefer the public in general, especially misinformed by these baseless allegations, not know where to find me or the judges that I sit in front of or the colleagues that I practice with. And I believe that that is absolutely a serious and substantial interest that outweighs Ms. Pike's, that the whole world believes that everyone involved in this hearing, except for herself, has injured children intentionally. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Leyva.
Yes, ma'am. First of all, I want to state that no fault was found with me in the final order, and I had never absconded with my children, and I kept our mediated agreement to the letter. Again, you can look through the records. No fault was found with me by Judge Catterton in any way, shape, or form, and all thing that was said was found to be baseless and lies and perjury by Nicholas R. Leyva. And as far as accusing, I've never accused you in any of the documents. You can review them. They are not baseless. They actually are backed by federal law, Texas codes, Texas statutes, backed with evidence through the documentation of the courts. Additionally, I have come to the belief through my records that Ms. Bennett was actually harmed in this case by Ms. Lindsay Newell as well as Nicholas Leyva, considering of perjury. The affidavit filed was not even notarized. So these claims are not in any way baseless, and they are important to recognize. Additionally, I do not want any harm to come to anyone ever. I do apologize if anyone would insinuate that or think that I have thing more than wanting justice. I simply want justice. I do not want anyone to be harmed, and I do believe 76A does still need to be applied in my records that are of public importance. And I would suggest, due to Ms. Borum's, due to what Ms. Borum just said, and in regards to protection for herself and her son, as well as everyone else's families, that instead we redact all addresses, all the pleadings. And that should take care of Ms. Borum's concerns.
Your Honor, if I may.
All right, Ms. Borum.
Given the nature of the concerns, I don't believe that redacting the documents is going to be an adequate remedy in this case. The reason being because while it is very troubling that my personal information has been put in public record in conjunction, it's also reached the level that the allegations are so egregious that just having my name attached to them could lead someone to come and try to find me. And certainly Judge Bennett. Judge Bennett, I believe, is probably the only person that's mentioned more than Judge Bennett is Ms. Newell. And I have had items delivered to my house, my home. I know that, excuse me, Your Honor, I apologize. And I know that other people connected with this case have as well. And I believe that the allegations will continue. If Ms. Pike believes that these things have happened, then that should be properly tried in your court. But to simply put them out there and to attach our names to them, it goes way beyond defamation, Your Honor. It's a threat. And if she indeed does not want anyone to be harmed and doesn't want to place anyone in danger or their families in danger, then I would argue that I agree with her. I also agree that 76A should be applied. Absolutely. And I think that under 76A, that the court has the authority, and that in this particular case, the only remedy available to apply the protection that I think even Ms. Pike agrees that we need at this point is to seal the records. And again, I don't believe that that poses any damage to her case whatsoever. It simply means that the public in general can't come, potentially at her request, and read through these files and simply believe the things that are in there with our names on them.
Your Honor, everything I have filed is backed by Texas statutes, federal regulations, and a provision of evidence. I'm sure that you've not had a moment yet to read my request, which the affidavit is attached to. It is incredibly long. However, that is because there has been so just this extremely high level of deception throughout my case by Ms. Newell and Ms. Leyva. I believe they perpetrated perjury on Ms. Bennett. I'm not entirely
Objection, Your Honor, to anything that goes before
Your Honor,
prior order. She's getting into things that were.
But I cannot object.
Feedback. I'm sorry. Please stop. We're getting feedback and I don't know. Does somebody have a cell phone on near the?
I believe I did, Your Honor. And the objection, which I concur with, was that going back beyond the previous order, and she's testifying as to things that happened prior to the last final order that
Your
was put.
Honor, if there is perjury before the order, that is still a perjury and it affects the final order. Just because a new final order is void if perjury is found in accordance with federal guidelines.
All right.
And therefore, the perjury still applies. And Ms. Borum is not stating that it should not have any effect as to what is occurring now.
Your Honor, I do have one more quick issue for the court, if I may, please. I also, within my motion, I amended my motion about a week ago. And I asked the court to please waive the requirement to disclose his employment information to Ms. Pike, as he's required to do under the prior order. The reasoning for this is because—
I agree. That's fine. I don't care where he works.
All right. She agrees to that.
Perfect. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. You have a dog in this hunt?
Your Honor, I agree with everything that Ms. Borum has previously stated. And in my opinion, there's no less restrictive means other than sealing this case under 76A. And I do ask that you seal the records in this case, Your Honor.
Ms. Borum, do you have any documents that you can direct me to that I can review specifically that support your motion?
Yes, Your Honor. On January 21st of this year, the criminal complaints that were filed with the court. On March 5th of this year, it's entitled Violation Warnings that were filed with the court. And the affidavit of this year
Your Honor, that affidavit is connected to a request to vacate final order due to intrinsic and extrinsic fraud. And it is just a request as of now. It is not a motion. However, that affidavit is also connected to federal cases as well as Virginia tort cases.
Okay, hang on a second. Ms. Pike, I'm gonna let you know that when y'all are talking over one another, we're not getting a clear record. So.
Sir, who are you? May I just have it for the record?
Mr. Moss is the court reporter. He's taking everything down.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I apologize.
Okay.
It is a court, as Ms. Pike just stated, it is in fact part of the court's record, which I'm asking to be sealed today. And one other request that I would just have, Your Honor, is that I've been trying for probably upwards of 6 months now to get Ms. Pike served. Of course, she's made a voluntary appearance in this case, but I also have an enforcement action that I need to serve on her. And I would ask on the record if she could either provide me with her address where I could get that served to her properly, or if the court could order her to provide that to me.
All right, Ms. Leyva.
Your Honor, I do not feel safe providing my address. Again, I understand you have not read the request. However, I have sufficient reason to not provide my address. If she would like to serve me, she is more than welcome to e-serve me through the Texas Filing Service. I can also provide a P.O. box.
That's not on an enforcement. Unfortunately, she has to serve you personally with it. Do you have an address where you feel comfortable that she can arrange a time to have you served at?
Yes, ma'am. I will have to get back to her with that. However, I have consistently attempted to reach out to the party as far as documents, and I just received my documents that were never served to me initially, that have also been used in a court of your court of law, or have attempted to be just recently, and I need to finish reviewing those documents as well.
And Your Honor, I would like to point out at this time that Ms. Leyva just testified under oath that she does not feel safe providing her home address to this court or to the people involved in this case, but she certainly feels safe providing ours.
Excuse me. Again, Ms. Borum, I agreed with you, and I request that the court redact those addresses. However, that is not sufficient reason to seal the case records themselves. And I would happily agree to redacting any and all addresses and personal information from my case files.
All right, the problem is that we can't require the clerk to go through each record and re-image it by redacting. So that is, I don't think, a viable option. I'm going to review the documents cited by Ms. Borum, and once I review that, then I'll make my ruling. Is there anything else anybody else wants to say?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are we excused?
Yes, you are excused. I'll get your ruling by email, all right?
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, I request that the ruling be done through video conference. As I stated, there are multiple journalists as well as this hearing, and I think that it is not sufficient, especially considering it is to seal records and in regards to 76A, to be privately forwarded to us. It should, if anything, we should reconvene at a later date to complete the hearing after you've had a chance to review the documents.
It's been an trial, but I will do it by email, and that's the way it's going to be.
An ex parte communication with regard to the matter, but I will file it. It's just a matter of time not permitting me to get to it. All of the material that has been submitted by Ms. Pike is before me and is admitted into evidence and will be considered by me. Everybody understand that? So we're not going to argue about that. That's going to be, Ms. Bourne, there's no challenge on that. I'm going to consider it on the grounds of the recusal that are set up. Am I correct that you didn't file a response on behalf of your client, Ms. Bourne? Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I did file an answer yesterday with a general denial and a request for sanctions and attorney's fees.
All right. I found it. If you'll wait just 1 minute, I want to make sure that I review it before we go forward.
Yes, sir.
Now, present in the courtroom with me is the reporter. This is a reported proceeding, as well as the administrative assistant, Ms. Kemp, for the 8th Administrative Region. Ms. Kemp, can you obtain for me information on how many motions to recuse have been filed in this matter? All right, look it up for me. I just need to know if we're on our third motion or not. All right, now, Ms. Pike, you may proceed with your presentation on the recusal of Judge Wells.
Yes, sir. First, I want to state that the request was to seal records.
Ms. Pike, one issue I want to make sure you understand. In the communication you sent directly to my office, you seem to say that I recused myself in this, or I've been recused in this matter.
No, Your Honor, I apologize. That is a miscommunication. What I meant to state is that you recused yourself from a previous hearing for Joseph Valerio in regards to Judge Bennett after hearing my testimony on what occurred in Ms. Bennett's courtroom in relation to myself and my children. I apologize for the miscommunication.
Well, that's all right. That that recusal on the matter involving Judge Bennett in that particular hearing had nothing to do with your testimony. It had to do with other matters. And at times a judge becomes aware of something and decides that it should recuse himself, and that's just what happened on that one. But thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it. All right, you may proceed with your motion.
Your Honor, my motion is to recuse Judith Wells. From the moment I walked into that hearing, it was very apparent that she was blatantly biased on behalf of Catherine Borum as well as Lindsay Newell. First of all, ignoring the due process of filings in accordance with local laws as well as federal law. Due process of filings are supposed to be in a specific order in relation to when they are put into the court system, and there is a request for a hearing. I had made multiple requests for hearings on motions to strike perjurious documents, testimonies, statements, which were put in by Nicholas Leyva as well as his attorney, Lindsay Newell, through aggravated perjury and fraud upon the courts. Instead of addressing this matter, Ms. Borum put in a request to seal records. Now, on this request to seal records, she did not follow 76A. Actually, she stated that due to it being a Texas matter, that the Texas statute should not apply at all, which is very confusing to me. None of the requirements to hold sealings of records was even met. First of all, she did not provide any reason for the sealing of records in her original request of filing. She stated her reason afterwards within the hearing, but did not abide by the law of 76A as putting in a reason for sealing records. There is a specific and serious and substantial interest, which clearly outweighs. The only interest was her own, as well as Nicholas Leyva's and Ms. Lindsay Newell's. There was not a public interest or a public safety health. Additionally, after the written motion, the movement is to post a public notice at a place where notices for means of county government bodies are required to be posted, stating that a hearing will be held in open court on a motion to seal.
All right, slow down.
I apologize.
So to make sure you get your presentation done, but you don't need to do it that fast.
Yes, sir, I apologize.
And you're coming through very loud and clear, so you don't need to speak up any additional volume. Everything's coming out. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So not only was this post never made, there's also a requirement when it comes to sealing of records that is an open hearing in which the public is able to address these issues. This was not made available either, as well as the movement shall file and identify the movement and shall immediately provide notice with a verified copy posted to the clerk pending the hearing. And this was also not done. Additionally, as I said, due process of filings was not met in accordance with local rules. And then we have the issue where Ms. Catherine Borum as well as Lindsay Newell are right now named defendants in a federal investigation in relation to alleged sexual abuse, perjury, as well as harm to minor children. Now, Miss Honorable Judith Wells is not a named defendant in this federal hearing due to her supposed judicial immunity. However, she has a personal vested interest in protecting Ms. Borum as well as Lindsay Newell due to the investigation of all of these things occurring in her courtroom over the space of almost 5 years, or about 5 years. I'm not sure specifically how long they were in this courtroom. Lastly, Ms. Judith Wells, though having had 3 requests to vacate the final order due to intrinsic fraud and extrinsic fraud, which the opposing counsel did not deny. They did not deny the fraud in the last hearing. Rather, they stated it occurred before the final order. However, any fraud in a procurement of a final order is then void. And the judge who issued the order was not acting within his judicial capacity, was rather acting in, I hate to use this word, but it's the exact word of the statute. They are working in treason to the American public. Additionally, there's no statutes of limitation on fraud. So for Ms. Borum to state the fraud occurred before the final order just just basically reestablishes what I have been trying to communicate. Judith Wells had no interest. She simply stated, when I mentioned all of the laws in regards to sealing the records as well as in due process of filing, she stated, I'm going to have this hearing anyway. And then without giving any type of judicial decision, she chose to cut it short and then provide an email with her ruling, which was, again, insufficient and completely outside of the realm of judicial responsibility due to her blatant bias throughout the entire hearing and her completely ignoring federal laws, state laws, and local civil rules. Your Honor, thank you.
Form, do you have a response you want to state? You're muted, Ms. Borum.
I apologize, Your Honor. Yes, if I could have leave of court to make a brief responsive argument.
You can.
All right, thank you. I'd like to address Ms. Leyva's motion and then the contents of the motion. I received her amended motion this morning. First is, of course, the court knows that under 18A, the statute, the rule rather, that deals with the recusal of judges, that the motion must be verified. And I would point out that Ms. Leyva's motion is not verified. She does, however, assert grounds that are contained in 18B. Specifically, she asserts that she believes that Judge Wells' impartiality may be questioned. And also she asserts that the judge has personal bias in this case. Of course, there must be details submitted to the court that are within the affiant's personal knowledge. And if in fact they're based on information and belief, then the underlying facts must be specifically stated and be admissible in evidence. I do not believe that that burden has been met in this case.
Ms. Borum?
Yes.
The amended motion's not set.
Yes, sir. Then I will be happy to go off of the original motion.
Here's the problem. Even an amended motion has to be presented to Judge Wells for her review. You can't just amend them because a judge is supposed to look at the complete motion and know what they're recusing themselves over. And so the amended motion's not before us at this time. We'll have to send it to Judge Wells to be considered, and then we'll see what Judge Wells does with that motion. Right now, we only have this motion before us, therefore, I have your written response on it. And but if you want to offer argument that goes outside your written response, then I might, I will probably curtail you because all you've done is deny it. You haven't stated in your written response any issues with the presentation of the motion.
Yes, Your Honor. Would I have leave of court, please, to address the issues that are within the first request?
No, because I asked for a written response. And a general denial of the facts is not sufficient to put Ms. Pike on notice of the deficiencies in her motion.
Yes, Your Honor. May I respond to the statements that she made outside of the motion in her presentation?
What would you be doing? Testifying and saying, here, I don't believe that's what happened? Do you want to be a witness?
No, Your Honor, I don't want to be a fact witness, but I did want to address the hearing that she was referring to in the motion to seal.
Become a fact witness.
All right. Yes, Your Honor.
The proof is either sufficient. Now, the reason that I think that a general denial does not work on this issue is that 18A and B are very specific about pleading specificity of grounds. And when you seek sanctions and you respond to it, you should use equal specificity to say why the motion should be denied. Just as you started to do with the amended motion by saying it wasn't verified. But that's why I asked for a written response. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
So the motion either is either granted or falls based upon her presentation and the status of the law with regard to these matters and whether she has put on sufficient grounds for recusal under Texas law. And that's all there is to it. Now, that's pretty much where we are.
Yes, sir.
If you, the issue that we have before us, and this is the one that I want Ms. Pike to be aware of, is that one issue that I want Ms. Pike to be aware of is that she may want to look at Rule 76A and make a determination, and if she has a copy of it, I want to take a look at it. That's good.
Right here, sir.
Well, let me point out something to you that you may want to think about with regard to, and this doesn't have anything to do with your other things. Court records and I'm looking at paragraph number 2 where it says court records. For purposes of this rule, court records means, and it goes down through here and it says documents found in the family code. But later in this, it states that family law cases are not governed by the procedures of 76A. And you need to look at that and think about that. And so I just want you to understand that is a possibility. Now, the other problem that I have is that I'm not an appellate court. I think this is very hard for everyone to grasp in this matter. I have a very limited ability to review, if any ability, to review the correctness of a ruling. That is appellate relief that you may or may not be entitled to in the case and may come from an appellate court. My job is to, and I don't think it's I don't think it's easy to understand for a lawyer. I don't think it's easy to understand for a layperson, a recused motion. And quite frankly, it's not often, sometimes it may not be easy for a judge to understand recusal, the area of recusal law. I've got your motion right now. Apparently there's another motion coming my direction. And I'm going to direct Judge Wells to respond to it.
Your Honor?
Yes.
I just wanted to state that the updated amended motion, I apologize, it is actually not necessary for the recusal of Judith Wells. It only added request for relief as far as any and all basically loss of finances I have endured due to the aggravated perjury and child trafficking by Nicholas Leyva and Lindsay Newell. The rest of it is almost the same. There is a paragraph in regards to how Nicholas Leyva has behaved in the last year, such as preventing any and all contact with my children for over a year, not even able to say happy birthday or Merry Christmas. In addition, I believe he changed his phone number without notifying me, and I have not seen them since the day they were kidnapped from the state of Virginia. So none of those were in direct relation to Judith Wells. And I believe we can proceed. I understand what you're saying about 76A. However, due process of filings, as well as Catherine Boren's initial request, lacking any specificity as to a reason.
Ms. Pike? You just jumped in when I hadn't even finished speaking. I didn't do that to you when you were speaking. And I wish you wouldn't do it to me when I'm speaking. Now I'm going to finish what I had to say. And then I'm going to let you unmute yourself, but no one is going to talk over anybody in this court proceeding. I'm not going to talk over you, and you're not going to talk over me, and nobody, Ms. Borum's not going to speak over me. It is, the amended motion is not before us. and a motion for recusal, whether it cannot be withdrawn. It has to be sent to the judge. She has to rule on it. And if she recuses herself, that's her business. And then the matter, if she doesn't, then she'll refer the amended motion to me and I'll set it. And we'll go down the road on it. Now, I've got the motion before me, and I just want you to know that I understand that this is a difficult matter for you, and that those are serious allegations, and I'm sure the courts will take them seriously, and that the people that you've asked to investigate them will take them seriously. Okay? And I recognize that this has been very hard on you, and I'm certain that that you are sincere in what you're pursuing. And please don't get any idea that I think to the contrary about any party to these proceedings. I have a background before going on bench of having handled family law matters. I understand those issues. Now, I'm going to allow you to unmute yourself and speak in conclusion on your motion. And I'd like you to finish up, and then that'll be the last words as I'll hear it. I'll have you submit an affidavit on fees.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead, ma'am.
Your Honor, as I clearly stated, Catherine Bourne never provided sufficient reason for sealing of records. Again, there is a personal interest by Judith Wells in protecting Ms. Borum and Lindsay Knoll because they are under federal investigation right now and named defendants in a child harm and sexual harm case right now as we speak that was perpetrated within Ms. Wells' courtroom for almost 5 years. The due process of filings was blatantly ignored, and in no way did Ms. Judith Wells present herself to even pretend to be non-biased. Actually, I'm not going to state this as fact, but if you were to review the recording, it appears that they were all messaging each other, including Ms. Wells. Again, I cannot state this as fact. I can just state what I saw on my screen and what it looked like. I'm not saying that as fact. However, Ms. Borum has not presented, as you stated, any reason for this refusal not to happen. She just presented a general denial and requested money for her client, which I don't believe is sufficient either in regards to this matter. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So let me conclude that we get a lot of feedback. Maybe that'll cut on some of it. I have the matter under consideration, and I will rule on it, but I want to first go back through the file and review all the pleadings and all the material that's been submitted, and then I will make a ruling on this matter. Thank you for your participation, and Ms. Valdez proceeding at this time.
Okay. All right, go ahead and admit, I assume that's Miss Leyva and Catherine Borum, the attorney for okay. Ms. Leyva, this is, okay, there you are. All right, Ms. Borum, this is Judge Wallace. Can you hear me? Can't hear you.
Is it working now?
Yes.
All right.
And Miss, the name on the screen is Sarah, but that's you, Miss Sarah Leyva?
Yes, sir. Sarah Leyva-Pike.
All right. All right. I will call this case hearing at this time. This is cause number 325-575-862-15. In the interest of Joshua R. Leyva and Samuel D. Leyva, minor children, and we are here for a hearing on the amended plaintiff's request for immediate voluntary recusal of Honorable Judith Wells and hearing March 31, 2021 to be declared a mistrial. I am Senior District Judge R.H. Wallace, sitting by assignment to hear this matter in the 48th District Court today. These proceedings are being conducted remotely by Zoom and also are being streamed on YouTube. The court reporter is taking a record of the proceedings, and that will be the official record of these proceedings. Parties are ordered not to record these proceedings, otherwise the same as if you were in court. All right, Ms. Leyva, I have reviewed your amended motion request for recusal and also the response that was filed by counsel for Nicholas Leyva today, and I'm happy to hear any evidence, testimony, or otherwise that you would like to offer in support of your amended motion to recuse.
Yes, Your Honor. Is it okay if I get started?
Yes.
All right. First of all, I want to state that there was an inaccuracy on Ms. Borum's response. She stated that I was accusing her and Newell of rape and molestation of a child. Sir, that is inaccurate. They're actually named defendants in relation to that. However, they themselves are, as in committing perjury, suppression of evidence, however, not specifically doing harm to the child physically themselves. I also noticed that she never actually stated that anything I said was false. In every single one of her points, she stated that I had unspecific facts. So, Your Honor, I wish to present the very specific facts of what has been occurring actually for the last 2 to 3 years. On May of 2015, Nicholas Leyva and I signed a irrevocable mediated settlement with the assistance of a court mediator on January 29th, 2016, and affirmed. In August of 2018, Lindsay Newell filed 2 violations for enforcement where she committed third-degree perjury. In these violations, neither one was a violation of our irrevocable mediated settlement, and she went so far as to reword in her filings part of the mediated settlement, intentionally committing fraud upon the courts. Additionally, the affidavit that Nicholas Leyva filed with a petition to amend child custody, again with violations that were third-degree perjury and were not true. His affidavit was not signed. However, it was stamped. When I did a little research, the notary is his friend on social media, and I'm not sure if she colluded with him or if he simply just stole her stamp when he was at her house and stamped it for himself. I do not have evidence of that. However, it's very clear that that page is not signed by a notary.
I don't know if you, Ms. Borum, or not. Please don't interrupt these hearings on one person can talk. Now,
so this led to a jurisdiction hearing, which was made again.
Ms. Borum, I've muted you. Let me interrupt you a second. All right, go ahead and unmute.
Okay, can you hear me, Your Honor?
Yeah, not Ms. Borum, Ms. Leyva. The purpose.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The purpose of the hearing is to determine whether or not there are grounds for recusal of Judge Wells for any of the reasons set forth in Rule 18B of the Texas Rules of Civil Procedure. We are not here to hear arguments about what previous merits of the case or anything. It's your opportunity to present grounds to the court for recusing Judge Wells, and that's what I would like to.
So, Your Honor, you have interest in also helping in hiding the original fraud that was committed against myself and my children. There are many laws stating that anything that happens with fraud has no statute of limitations, number one, and any judgment procured with fraud is void. And Ms. Borum is attempting to seal records to hide extrinsic and intrinsic fraud on a void order. And so it all pertains to Ms. Wells, because Ms. Wells, in that hearing, and which I will get to in just a moment, of how she specifically acted outside her judicial capacity and why she should be recused immediately. However, a recusal is not necessary because the order is void, and simply someone just needs to uphold the law in regards to our irrevocable mediated settlements. Because everything that has occurred since our irrevocable mediated settlement is fraud. Not only is it fraud, due to the physical force in which my children were removed by police under a fraudulent order, which stated that I removed them, that I kidnapped them from the state of Texas despite an irrevocable mediated settlement. It also falls under US 15 for sex trafficking of children, or through force, fraud, and collusion, which I was going to get to, Your Honor. And I do apologize. I'm sure you have not had the time to review the records yourself and are unaware that these things have been occurring. However, I'm almost to the point of Judith Wells and why she should be recused. I'm just giving you the background and the full story of what has occurred and why Ms. Borum responded to all allegations with unspecific facts.
Well,
and didn't provide any direct argument as to what I was saying is untrue.
What I would like for you to address are the grounds set forth in Rule 18B of the Texas Rules of Civil Procedure.
Your Honor, that is not just the only thing, but in regards to civil procedure, she completely ignored due process filings. She has received 3 requests to vacate due to intrinsic and extrinsic fraud. During the hearing to seal records, when I brought these allegations to Judith Wells' attention, Ms. Catherine Borum responded, the fraud occurred before the final order. She herself admitted that fraud was occurring. In addition, I have not seen my children since they were kidnapped, nor heard their voice in over a year. This is intentional contract interference of an irrevocable mediated settlement, intentional parental rights violations, perjury under TPC 3702 and 03 of aggravated felony level 3rd degree, extreme parental alienation, and intentional conflict, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and RICO collaboration between Nicholas Leyva, Lindsay Knoll, Catherine Borum, and
Leyva. Miss Leyva, please slow down. I'm trying to make a record.
Apologize, Your Honor. As you can understand, I apologize. This is very emotional for me. As I said, I've not even heard my children's voices in over a year due to the intentional parental alienation and continual abuse of Nicholas Leyva. In addition, Judith Wells not only ignored Borum's admittance of perjury in the procurement of the final order, she then cut the hearing to silence me and then sent an order stating that even if my records weren't officially sealed, she would be receiving a list from Ms. Borum about which records did need to be sealed, if not all, when the only issue is addresses, which can easily be redacted and are the job of the court, the district clerk, which I happily agree to. Any addresses, I do not want any harm to come to any parties involved. I would happily remove their addresses. However, Ms. Borum was particularly interested in my affidavit to vacate due to intrinsic and extrinsic fraud, and has yet to actually state how anything is a falsehood. There was also a violation of due process, as I said, according to filings. That's Johnson versus Zerbis. There's a whole list. I'm sure you don't want me to go through them. Also, where there's no justifiable issue is presented to the court through proper pleadings. Ms. Borum did not provide any proper pleadings in regards to sealing the records. She simply stated she wanted to do it the best interest of her client. There was absolutely no danger to the public in any way, shape, or form, and the only people to gain from sealing my records are Miss Lindsay Newell, who committed third-degree perjury, and Nicholas Leyva, as well as Judge Patricia Bennett. Your Honor, you know exactly what's happening. And Ms. Borum knows exactly what's happening. In the hearing with David Evans, he even asked her to be a witness to state that what I was saying was untrue, and she refused.
I'm sorry, who are you saying David Evans asked to testify?
He asked Ms. Borum at the last hearing to testify and asked her if what I was saying was untrue, and she said, I do not wish to be a witness. So she herself knows that these crimes have occurred against myself, my children, the public. This is treason. This is absolute treason. The laws covering judges and other public officials are found at 5 U.S.C. 3331, 28 U.S.C. 543. I'm sure you know where they are. And if a judge has not complied with all those provisions, he is not a judge, but a trespasser upon the court.
It appears you're reading from something.
I am, Your Honor. I have notes because I cannot remember all the laws in my brain, unfortunately. I wish I could.
But please slow down so that the court reporter can take down what you're saying.
I apologize, Your Honor. Also, as I stated before, the fact that they even have the children to begin with, the final trial, Miss Lindsay Newell flat out lied to the judge and stated I failed my drug test while holding them in her hand. No fault was ever found with me, which breaches my 1st, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 9th, organic 13th and 14th Amendment rights under Bill of Rights Articles 1, 2, as well as the 11th Amendment. This crime has been occurring against me and my children for over 3 years, Your Honor. And every judge so far has not only ignored all the evidence, but has assisted in protecting Miss Newell. I'm sure my husband is not that important. I'm sure it's about Miss Newell, not about him. And I am not asking for anything to happen to them other than the return of my children and the irrevocable mediated settlement, which is our lawful contract to be upheld by Tarrant County courts. But if that is not a possibility, then as I said, Judith Wells did not follow due process of filings. She was blatantly biased in every way possible and did not present herself as someone operating for the courts, but rather someone who was operating in collusion with Ms. Borum and with Ms. Newell.
Is that all?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Borum, response.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, there was a little feedback on my end. Okay, I think that's better. Am I coming through?
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir. I would like to briefly respond. I know that I...
Let me give you the same admonition that I did to Ms. Neva. I'm not interested in hearing about rulings that people disagree with or agree with. My only concern here in this hearing today is whether there is any evidence that's being offered to show that there would be grounds for recusal of Judge Wells under Rule 18B of the Texas Rules of Civil Procedure. So please don't rehash any arguments of that do not go to those issues. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I would like to make a brief argument to the court. As you know, I did file a response earlier to Ms. Leyva's filings. First and foremost, as I'm sure the court is certainly aware, that under Rule 18A that addresses the recusal of judges, there are several different grounds that are set forth that must be adhered to in order for a judge to be recused off of a case. First and foremost, the motion must be verified. And I would point out to the court that Ms. Leyva's motion is not verified. Secondly, she must state with detail the facts that are either within her personal knowledge or if they are for information and belief. They would be facts that would be admissible in court and specifically stated. From reviewing her motion, and without getting into the merits of the case or the previous affidavits or hearings, I would say that it appears that she's arguing under subsection B1 and subsection B2, stating that she believes that Judge Wells' impartiality could potentially be questioned and or that she has a personal bias. These are the issues that she appears to be attempting to address within her motion. I would object to her motion on several grounds. First and foremost, because there aren't any specific facts that are alleged in any of her points which do attempt to go towards being biased or impartial. Secondly, I would point out with this case, I believe that, and I have only recently come on to represent Mr. Leyva, but to my knowledge, the only hearing that's taken place in front of Judge Wells was the motion to seal records. And Judge Wells did follow the Texas Rules of Civil Procedure, and she ruled on that motion. There were several other motions that had been filed with the court, but not properly set. At that time, Judge Wells did, in fact, personally set those motions. They were, of course, stayed because Ms. Leyva began to file multiple motions for recusal. Within her motion, as it pertains to bias or impartiality, first and foremost, she says that she believes that Judge Wells has a personal interest in bias due to her relationship with Lindsay Newell, who is my co-counsel, and she says Christiana Borum, but I assume she's referring to me. She says that Judge Wells did not deny inappropriate relationships with amicus or ad litem attorneys. Your Honor, there is nothing here that specifies why Ms. Leyva believes that there's an improper personal relationship between any of the attorneys in this case and Judge Wells. Further, I will represent to the court as an officer of the court that I do not spend time with Judge Wells personally, aside from perhaps being at one or two bar functions where I have seen her. I certainly don't go on vacation with her and have never been invited to do so. So I would object to this particular allegation and the fact that I don't believe that Ms. Leyva has provided the factual basis that's required under Rule 18A of Civil Procedure. Secondly, she seems to have a problem with Lori Robinson. To my knowledge, Lori Robinson has not served as an amicus or an ad litem attorney on this case, and I don't know how she's relevant to these proceedings in any way whatsoever, quite frankly. She goes on to say that the improper personal relationship has to do with allegations of rape, molestation, child abuse, etc. Again, she here says Christina Bourne, but I believe that she is referring to me. I'm not aware of a federal investigation, and regardless, any allegations of behavior on my part or Ms. Newell's part, I don't believe are relevant to the recusal of Judge Wells in this case. As far as the allegation that Judge Wells unlawfully violated her constitutional rights by asking her to provide an address, I would represent to the court that that was done because I had been completely unable to serve Ms. Leyva with process on an enforcement, and Judge Wells instructed her to give me a location where I could serve her, whether it was her address or not. She, of course, has refused to do so. There's an allegation that Judge Wells has engaged in judicial misconduct by blatantly ignoring any and all requests to vacate a final order. Well, that's untrue, because at the motion to seal, which was properly set before Judge Wells, she personally set the additional motions, some of which were rather nonsensical, to be honest, but she set them regardless on a specific date. She set them so they could all be heard on the same day, and Ms. Leyva would have an opportunity to present all of her grievances to the court. Unfortunately, again, the motion to recuse was filed, which stayed those proceedings. As far as my request for sanctions and attorney's fees, I would tell the court that this is the second motion to recuse that Ms. Leyva has filed. It is essentially a large paragraph at the beginning, which ran through facts and procedure and allegations that she's made in this case, to say that Judge Wells has been blatantly biased in every way possible is simply disingenuous. I would argue that Ms. Leyva is simply unhappy with the results of her case. And to say that Judge Wells has been biased or inappropriate, or that she is a trespasser on the court, there's simply no foundation laid out either within the pleading or by the oral arguments made by Ms. Leyva to support this. This is now the second hearing that I've had to defend for the recusal of Judge Wells. Secondly, I believe that a motion was filed recently by Ms. Leyva where she again requests that Judge Wells be recused without any additional facts being included. And so for that reason, I would ask that Ms. Leyva be ordered to pay attorney's fees in this case of $3,500 for the result of me having to defend these multiple motions. Thank you.
All right. Any other evidence to offer, Ms. Neva?
Yes, sir. I do want to just do a brief statement in regards to what she just said. Number one, according to 18(1)B, there is very blatant evidence of judicial bias in accordance with that, and there are specific filing facts, especially in regards to due filings. The hearings were not set. They were set by the courts, and I was offered multiple dates. However, opposing party refused every single date and then set the hearing to seal records. And again, at the core of this is third-degree perjury and child trafficking. You cannot ignore that just because you want to focus on recusal. Actually, it is US 18.4, misprision of felony. Even if I don't specifically put anything in this filing, there is more than enough in my case records, if anyone would care to review them, showing the extent of the perjury, the bias, the misinformation, as well as documents by judges such as Patricia Bennett that had blatant lies on them, like stating the boys were in Texas 6 months before the hearing. Your Honor, this is a very serious issue that I have been dealing with, and this is not because I was trying to recuse her a second time. I put in an amended motion, and I am not a lawyer. I am just a mom fighting to see her children again. And I did not know that amending the recusal would call for a second hearing. I do apologize for that. Also, I have no money. If you look into my case records, I have filed as indigent, and I have not had any money coming in due to the constant legal abuse, deception, perjury, and legal abuse that I have sustained for over 3 years. Your Honor, Judith Wells is not only interested in protecting Newell due to this case. Even if I cannot present the facts, you can look it up yourself. It's Brad Lamb in Crease, Washington. There is a federal investigation, and it is into crimes. Even if Wells is not named as a defendant, it all occurred in her courtroom for almost 5 years by Ms. Borum as the attorney and by Ms. Newell as the Atticus attorney. Your Honor, I don't know what to say. We all know here they broke the law. We all know that what is happening to myself and my children is a huge violation of the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, basic human rights. And I just ask that you offer relief for me and my children and do what you can in your power, and definitely recuse Wells if that's all you're able to do. Thank you.
All right, based on the amended, the evidence and arguments presented, and concludes that the motion should be denied. Therefore, the court is going to deny the plaintiff's amended request for immediate voluntary recusal of the Honorable Judith Wells. The court would also note that it appears that a almost identical motion was previously presented to Judge Evans, and that's going to be that motion was denied as well. As far as the request for sanctions, the court is not going to impose sanctions. While I appreciate the response filed on behalf of Mr. Leyva, I think these is so facially insufficient and factually insufficient that it's really not necessary to be expending attorney's fees to oppose those. You're certainly welcome to participate in the hearing, but I'm going to deny the request for sanctions, at least at this hearing. All right, that'll be the ruling of the court, and I will get an order entered to that effect. Anything else on this motion?
No, Your Honor.
Committing a felony. I'm just going to say it on public television. Right now, all of you are committing felonies. You have a wonderful day trafficking children.
All right, that'll conclude the hearing, and you can leave the meeting.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Leyva and Ms. Leyva-Pike.
All right, let me mute. Hold on. Hold on. I got a lot of devices going. All right, Sarah's in the house to explain this debacle that we've been watching. Can you hear me okay, Sarah?
Yeah, hi. And hey guys, I'm a little out of it. I'm on the East Coast, so it's really late for me.
Oops, sorry, the cat's stepping on the laptop. Get away, kitty. She's always getting in the mix. I know you don't care to really see those proceedings. I tried to show it when you weren't.
I know. I got on early. I was so worried because last time I was over a day late. So
No, you weren't. I was a day early. Girl, I don't know what the hell I was thinking. When you wrote me that and I said, oh shit, it is Wednesday. Oh my God.
I'm so sorry. No, I saw your last email and I just for some reason my brain read tonight as Thursday because I already had it stuck in my head. So I'm sorry about that too. I should have noticed.
No, it's not your fault at all. I did a whole extra. I was like, what? Damn it, it is. When you wrote, you should have saw my face when I read that. I was like, what have I done?
Well, I just felt so bad because I read it in the morning. I was like, oh no, she did this podcast and I messed it up and I wasn't there.
No.
Sorry.
Nope. I had already told everybody it's late and I had to push it back 30 minutes because of the interview room. So I'm thinking maybe you fell asleep, girl. I'm not even realizing I'm a day ahead. But it's okay because we don't mind telling the story early and over and over. No, my pleasure. My pleasure. Sarah, I've talked enough. I want to know what happened, like everybody else, right?
From the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to tell me, Sarah and Nick sitting in a tree type of thing, but
I would start from the agreement.
You probably don't want to tell that part anyway.
I mean, I do have to at least start with a little bit of background and how it ended up in Texas.
Wherever you want.
Okay. Well, we were married in the state of Virginia, where I live now. That's where our wedding was. He actually worked for the Virginia National Guard, and he was stationed 2 years in Fairfax, Virginia. And both of our boys were also born in the state of Virginia. And we did have some issues with our marriage. There was, we'll just go with abuse. There was abuse. And we had separated for a time and then got back together to try to work it out. Nobody in my family's ever been divorced, so divorce isn't really an option for me until it kind of happened. But he convinced me to save our marriage that he just missed his friends and his family in Texas and that he was just super depressed and that everything would get better if I was willing to move to Texas with him with the boys. So we moved to Texas, and Nick is literally in Texas for 6 months. And he tells me that he doesn't love me, that he doesn't even like me. If he met me in a bar, that he wouldn't talk to me. Like, just flat out. He changed the locks on the house. He cut me from all of our finances. I was a military wife who got moved around pretty much every year, so I didn't really have a resume. But I made it work. Got 3 jobs, and got a really, really amazing lawyer that pretty much saved my life. Nick thought by cutting me from the finances, I wouldn't be able to get a lawyer to fight back. He went for full custody and expected me to pay child support and everything else. And thankfully, my lawyer took it to court. And in the middle of a hearing, his attorney actually requested to be removed from the case. She said Nick refused to show any of his finances. He refuses to answer any questions. She's like, he won't communicate with me. Like, I need to be off his case. Please let me get off his case. And then she walked out of the courtroom right in the middle of the hearing and just left Nick standing there with like his mouth wide open. It was a really good moment because someone else finally saw who he was as a person.
That was his. Who was that specifically that walked out? I want to make sure
I don't know what the name of his attorney was. She was an older.
No, that's okay. It was his attorney. You said
his attorney. Yeah.
Wow.
So that's why I don't know her name.
Got it. No, I get it. That's awesome. So she walked out on him because
She
she
just
realized
flat out walked out in the middle of a hearing. She was like,
she
"I'm
knew
done
what
with
was
him."
up. Wow.
Mhm.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And so yeah, his attorney walked out, and my attorney came to me. She's like, "You know what? We might be able to come to an agreement with him." She's like, "What do you want?" She's like, "He works for Northrop Grumman, the top IT guy. Like, he has a lot of money. Like, he has this. He kicked you out of the house." And I was like, "I just want to go home. Like, I don't know anyone in Texas. I don't have any friends. I don't have any family. I don't have any support system. Our entire marriage was in Virginia. I just want to go back home to Virginia with my kids." And she's like, "I can make that work." So she wrote up the mediated settlement, and then we actually hired, I did, not even Nick, I hired a court mediator who came in and just reviewed everything. And she sat down with Nick and reviewed everything with him. And for him, I think the main reason he signed it is because he didn't have to show any of his financial records. He didn't have to share any of his military benefits. He could hide his pension. Basically, it gave him no financial responsibility. It's basically equity fraud, but that's fine. And he only had like $400 in child support for 2 kids. And in the agreement, I got to go home. That was the agreement.
Okay.
He keeps the money, I get to go home.
Wow.
And so I put in my 60 days notice, like I'm supposed to, child support with the courts, with him. He actually sent me a very threatening message and said that if I tried to leave with the children, he would destroy me and I'd never see them again, which was a very consistent threat, even throughout our relationship. The main reason we got back together after being separated is because he said that he would take the kids and I'd never see them again. So that happened a lot. So we get to Virginia anyway, and he immediately files kidnapping charges against me. So I call my lawyer. My lawyer gets it straightened out, and she's like, "No, you agreed to this. She did not kidnap them. This is a non-revocable mediated settlement that you chose to sign. You told her she could go home. You have visitation this day. Make it happen." So between April and July of 2016, I don't hear from Nick at all. Like, I message him every day. I'm like, "Hey, do you want to talk to the kids? Like, I wasn't trying to take them away from you. I just wanted to go home where I had support. Like, will you at least talk to them?" And he just never responded. At the very beginning of July, I got a really nasty email. It said, "I'm coming for the kids. You better hand them over or else." So I call him. I called him like 20 times. And then I called his girlfriend, and then I called his mom, and then I called his dad, and then I called his brother, and then I called his sister. I literally called everyone in his entire family trying to reach him. And of course, I called my lawyer. And I was like, "Hey, so I got this really nasty email. He's saying he's coming to get them. What do I do?" And she said, "Well, his visitation started on June 15th. He's over 2 weeks late, and he's not answering his phone." She's like, "Just be somewhere else." She's like, "He has no legal right to the children. He's late, and he's refusing to communicate with you." So I do. I just take the kids away for like a weekend with family, go to the beach. I get a call from the police. Police call me and say that that Nick was there to get the kids because he didn't even try to come to the house. He never tried to call me. And I told the police that they just need to read our mediated settlement. And I guess Nick had a copy and they read through it and they're like, nope, she's good. Have a nice day. So through this entire process, Nick still does not call me, but he goes back to Texas and he tells his entire family and all of his friends that I'm refusing to let him see his children, which has been the standard story all along. So that was very frustrating. So I have his mother attacking me, saying that I won't let her son see his kids. And I'm like, I'm not that kind of person. He won't answer his phone. And I even told her, I was like, look, I called you 5 times. Why didn't you answer? Like, if you were worried about your son seeing his kids, why didn't you answer your phone? She's like, well, he asked me not to get involved. And I was like, of course he did, because he's lying to you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying not to shake.
No, it's all right. Take your time. Take your time. I know. No rush.
So yeah,
no
he
rush.
goes through all that. And so of course he doesn't have them for that summer in 2016, but he comes around and about September, October, he randomly starts calling the boys once a month. And then he talks to me about visitation, and he came and visited them at my parents' house. And then I had a second contract made for the following summer for his summer visitation, just to like make doubly sure he couldn't kidnap them. And he signed it, and it went off without a hitch. So he had them for this summer of 2017. Not only did he have them from June 15th to July 31st, he had them from like June 3rd or 4th to August 31st until they went back to school. Like, I made sure to extend every visitation, you know, because I did feel kind of guilty for being in a different state.
Right.
But, you know, I really couldn't live there. And that's what I get blamed for a lot. Like, people are like, you took them away from their state. And I'm like, no, I was taken away from mine.
Right. But you were allowed to do that. I mean,
I was.
I don't understand. Well, don't worry. I'm gonna let you tell it, and then we'll talk, and I'll ask questions. I'll let you just flow through it. Take your time.
Okay, awesome. You're so nice.
My pleasure. I told you that the stage is yours. We want to hear what you have to say, and I want to make sure everybody who catches the replay, they can hear it directly from you. I mean, the videos say a lot, and I don't know if you know it, but those are some powerful little videos you got over there in the cut on your not YouTube channel.
That was just randomness, but so all this happens and we're back to visitation. He visits my house. I have pictures of him picking up the kids from my house, picking them up from my parents' house. I sometimes drive states away and everything's going fine. And in 2018, he's about to finish summer visitation with them. And he's like, would you like consider co-parenting 50-50? Like, is there any chance you'd move to Texas? And I was like, that's something I would consider. Like, I was open to it. You know, it'd been 2 years, 2.5 years now without any issues. You know, he wasn't exactly there. Like, he never sent them a birthday present. He never sent them anything for Christmas. But he told me if he bought it, it was never going to see my house. That's how he put it.
I know exactly. Yeah, I went through that a little bit.
So frustrating. But I mean, he didn't cause any direct issues other than not being involved the way he should have been.
Right. So you considered it.
I considered it.
Yeah.
And when I got there to pick them up, because I had offered to pick them up in Texas instead of making him drive to Virginia, I get there, and first of all, I get there on my son's birthday, so I can see him for his birthday. And Nick sends me a text message. He's like, I'm here with my girlfriend or family. He's like, can you just wait outside the restaurant till this time?
Jeez.
I literally just drove 24 hours from the state of Virginia, and he's asking me to sit outside. And before this process, I was a doormat. I was a really bad doormat, so I sat outside for like 45 minutes. And I finally was like, no, like, I want to see my children. It's been 3 months. This is ridiculous. Like, if we're co-parenting, your girlfriend's parents can meet me. It's not a big deal. But
exactly.
I think now it's because he told them how awful I was. And so, like, his whole purpose was to just make sure no one ever met me, no one ever
found out the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he had to paint you up to be, you know, this horrible, mean witch. Yeah. So if you come in there all pleasant and cooperative, then his story would have went down the damn drain. So he had to keep you out of sight. That's
I
what it
don't
sounds.
know. It went off without a hitch. We didn't have any issues.
So you did go into the birthday.
Yeah, I eventually did. I was like, okay, it's been over 30 minutes. I'm done. Like,
Okay.
I'm coming in to see my kids.
Yeah.
But then he started pressuring me about moving to Texas, and he wanted me to voluntarily sign over my rights for a year so he could start them in Texas schools. He's like, why don't I have them while you move? Like, he made it sound like he was doing me a favor. And he was like breaking down and telling me that he was on depression medication. He just really missed his children, and he wanted me to move there and be with them. So it went from there to me being like, I'm not signing away my rights. I'm sorry, that's just not going to happen. Like, if we come down here, we can move forward with changing our settlement, but I'm not signing over my rights.
Right.
And that it went from there to his mom texting me and threatening me. She was like, I'm going to tell the police that the children aren't in school.
Wow.
And it was still 2 weeks until school started. So his mother is Mary Beth Adcock, and she's not on any of the documents.
Oh, that's who Adcock is. Okay.
Yeah, she's the lady behind this. She's friends with the judges. She helps them with their campaigns. She does lunches with them. Like, she has all of these friends that are attorneys and judges, and she set me up. Nick's not smart enough to do this to me.
Oh
Mary Beth had the connections.
Wow.
Yeah, she was a fun mother-in-law.
I believe it. Oh my God.
Woman can gaslight like nobody else. It's very impressive. And she
She's in
can
the
sound
industry.
so nice while doing it. Like, she's like Barbie nice.
Oh my God. That's terrible. Oh my God.
It is. I'm sorry, I'm laughing, but I'm just
It's
like,
okay. I know.
I've been the target of most of it.
You lived through it. Oh my God. What's her background?
What do you mean?
Kind
What's my background?
not all her business, but what did you just say? She was involved, or she just got friends in the
Yeah,
in
she
the
has friends
industry?
in the courts. Yeah, she
Okay.
works for the Federal Aviation Administration, and she has
Okay.
like a security clearance, and she rubs elbows with like all these political people in Texas. So she just railroad made. She just
Got
called in favors.
Jeez Louise.
So yeah, that happened, and I ended up just leaving Texas with the kids. And Nick again files kidnapping, and it was again dropped. I was like, it's my time with them. Like, your time ended July 31st. You had them a whole extra 3 weeks. But hey, on August 28th, so this is where it gets really bad. So August 28th, his attorney, who I didn't even know about, Lindsay Newell, files a motion for enforcement. A motion for enforcement is basically saying, hey, we have a contract, you need to enforce the contract. However, she stated 2 violations that were aggravated perjury. She committed third-degree aggravated perjury on a court document, which is a massive felony. Her first violation stated that I had kidnapped the boys out of Texas, and her second violation stated that I refused to hand the kids over July 6th of 2016. So she basically stated 2 violations that were not violations of the mediated settlement. And then on the exact same day that she filed the motion for enforcement, which was signed by a judge the exact same day without me even having knowledge of this or being able to get an attorney, a judge signed it for her. She filed a change of custody. And she listed the exact same 2 violations. She's like, you kidnapped them out of Texas and you refused to hand them over July 6th of 2016. Again, committing third-degree aggravated perjury on another court document. Additionally, on the document, she even requested in the change of custody, she asked for jurisdiction to be established in Tarrant County, Texas, because Texas had no jurisdiction over this. Virginia was our home state by federal law, and Virginia was our home state by contract. So they completely ignored federal law just to even have a hearing. Yeah, so she did that, and again, it was signed the exact same day. And the affidavit that Nick attached to it, okay, so the affidavit that Nicholas attached to this paperwork to change child custody, it stated that he had not been able to find his children in 5 years. He had no idea where they lived, that I was a prostitute, that
Sarah.
I was on drugs.
I'm sorry, baby. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Sarah?
ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt you real quick. I didn't realize we didn't switch over to your stream. We're still under the Gabby Petito thingy, and I don't want people to miss you. Just hang out. I'm gonna end this broadcast and start a new one, but you should just pop right over into the new
Okay,
chat.
do you need to send me another link for the StreamYard?
No, that should, because if they got you in here, that should be all you need, because I sent it from your, I don't know why I did that. Hold on one second. I'm live over there.